Good morning. I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Fundura. Good morning and welcome to City Council's 2024 budget meeting, day one. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and home of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands, and the diverse Indigenous peoples' ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of council and city no members of council, but some members of city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and I'd like to remind those to keep your camera and microphones off. If you go to speak, turn your camera and microphones on. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustment to the agenda? CM 23-37, the proposed 2024 budget supplemental report. 23-128, Regina Police Service 2024 operating and capital budget. 23-33, the 2024 general and utility operating budget and 2024 to 28 general and utility capital plan. 23-38, City of Regina debt limit increase. 23-102, the 2024 alley maintenance special tax bylaw, and 23-104, the City of Regina archives fee schedule amendment bylaw. Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Any opposed? Carried. We are now going to consider item CM 23-37, the proposed 2024 budget. This is the supplemental report, Council. This report is information only. It contains additional information related to item CR 23-128, being the police budget, as well as CM 23-33, which is the general and utility operating capital budgets from administration. Later on, as we go through these particular items on the agenda, administration will introduce the supplemental information during consideration of these items. As such, we'll hold all questions and comments related to the supplemental report until the discussion and debate to those related reports. Can I ask a member of council to move that this report be received and filed? Thank you, Councillor Nelson, seconded by Councillor Fundura. I'll ask, you know what, I'm just going to ask, any opposed? Carried. We're going to move to item CR 23-128, which is the Regina Police Service 2024 operating and capital budget. I will ask Councillor Lori Bresciani, as Vice Chair of the Police Commission, to introduce this report.
Thank you very much. Good morning to my council colleagues. I am a member of the Board of Police Commissioners, and I'm here today on behalf of the board to recommend approval of the Regina Police Service 2024 operating and capital budgets. As City Council is aware, 2024 is year 2 of a 2-year budget cycle. The Board of Police Commissioners had approved both the 2023 and the 2024 operating and capital budgets for the Regina Police Service last year. However, this year, we requested that Regina Police Service Executive reopen the 2024 budget and look for further efficiencies. After 3 proposed budget presentations to the board and numerous revisions, the Regina Police Service is presenting a revised budget that is significantly lower than the original 2024 budget ask. Regina Police Service has lowered their capital ask from $4.9 million to $3.4 million, which is a 32% reduction. The operating budget has been lowered as well, from $5.7 million to $4.6, which is a 19% reduction. Therefore, the associated mill rate increase has been lowered from 2.0 to 1.6. This exercise's fiscal management comes at the expense of delaying the completion of the Regina Police Service multi-year growth plan, which we've been talking about for many, many years. The plan endorsed in 2020 by the Board of Police Commissioners aims to increase the number of police officers, enhance service delivery, allocate resources more effectively, address crime pressures, and improve employee well-being. The Board of Police Commissioners unanimously supported the Regina Police Service 2024 budget and is recommending approval by City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Chief Farouk Sheikh and members of the Regina Police Service will now give a PowerPoint presentation for item CR 23-128. When the presentation is complete, we'll ask the City Manager, Nikki Anderson, and Deputy City Manager, Barry Lacey, to provide comments respecting related information about the supplemental report, CM 23-37. and then we'll hear from the registered delegations to this item. I will just remind council that until after the presentation, after administration speaks, and after delegations, that will be when we will have questions for Chief Shake or his administration. And so I will ask the police to please proceed. Deputy Chief Ray, you're going to go.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Masters. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, for the introduction, and good morning to the rest of the councillors, ELT members. I see we have some members of the public here, members of our service and the media as well, so good morning to all. Before we begin our presentation, I'm going to turn it over to newly appointed Chief Shake to introduce himself and offer some introductory comments on our budget.
Your mic's on. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, for those who don't know me and to all the community, my name's Farouk Sheikh and I'm the new chief. I started last week, so this is my second week. It's a real privilege to be here as a chief. It's an honour to be in this great environment here and to witness, obviously, what we're going to witness today and my team, you know, talking about the budget and their revised numbers that they're putting forward. I've been impressed with, in my 2 weeks with Regina Police, what they've been doing, what they've done over the last few years and the progress they've made, and I'm really proud to be here as a chief. Just a little bit about myself. I've been in law enforcement for 31 years. Fortunate to have done that in the two largest police organisations in England, Scotland Yard, London Scotland Yard, protecting the Queen and others, and Westmorland's Police, and I was a cop in Calgary Police and in Vancouver Island, and I was also the chief of Alberta Sheriffs. So through that time, I've had opportunity to learn, and policing is policing, and you know, pressures are pressures. You know, crime is a crime, and we have the same pressures all over the world, including in Canada and obviously in England. So what I hope to do is to embrace all the phenomenal work that's been done here, and also share some new ideas going forward. But like I say, at the moment, I'm in the observation period because it's only my second week. But over the next few weeks, I'll be talking to all my staff, trying to meet as many community members as I can to understand how things work here and what things need to be changed or what ideas I can bring in alongside my fellow colleagues here. So I want to hand over to Deputy Chief to talk through the budget, if I may.
Thank you, Chief Shake. Deputy Chief Ray, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Before we get going, I'll introduce the team that we have with us. To my left is Superintendent Trent Stevely. He will speak on sort of the operational aspects of the budget. And to my right, Ms. Tracy Raisin, our Financial Services Manager, who will walk through the numbers very shortly here. If we go down on the front row, we have Ms. Liz Nguyen, our Executive Director of Corporate Services, Katrina Swan, who I think most of you will know from Legal Services. Go past the Chief to Superintendent Jeff Wagner from our Community Services Division, and Superintendent Darcy Cook from our Support Services Division. So between all of us, we'll make sure we answer all your questions and hopefully make sure that you guys are fully aware of everything that's going on here. Our presentation will focus on a number of areas. As soon as we get the slide up. Focus on those areas, okay? We'll talk about the introduction. We'll talk about our 2024 budget, and as Councillor Bresciani has alluded to, it's different than it was last year. Our 23 highlights, we'll go through those. Pressures that we're still experiencing as a police service in our community, and the resourcing challenges, and then finally a bit of a wrap-up. I'm going to now ask Tracy Raisin to walk through the budget information package that you guys were presented with. Tracy?
Good morning. I will quickly take you through the appendix of the board report that you have before you. So appendix page 2 is a one-page snapshot of our operating budget. This shows the revenues, salaries, benefits, and operating expenses of our service. Appendix page 3 is our highlights document. This lists each operating change of each of the 5 divisions. Appendix pages 4 to 8 is the revenue budget. This lists the specifics of the revenue sources and our funded positions. And finally, appendix pages 9 to 12 is our capital budget, and that shows the 5-year plan of all of the capital programs. I will now turn it back to Deputy Chief Ray.
Okay, this has been a challenging budget for our executive team. you will see that we have reduced both our operating and capital budget requests for 2024. This has an impact on the completion of our growth plan from 2020 and means pushing back capital projects as well for future years. We are continuing to see high incidence of operational stress injuries in our members, due in part to high workload. At any given time, about 9% of our staff are often a variety of work-related injuries, from operational stress or physical injuries to longer-term accommodations. In addition to this, we are also experiencing increases in both our call load and crime rate. Our year-to-date call load increases for 2023 is around 7%. This slide symbolizes our strategic priorities, what it means to be a member of our service, and our commitment to public safety as it brings everything we do as a service together. Culture, wellness, and diversity is an internally focused priority for our organization. We are currently engaged in Project Prime to assist us with improving our organizational culture. This project has a number of committees that have begun work on everything from a new promotion plan to leadership training, all with the goal of creating a more equitable and inclusive work environment for all employees. Employee wellness has and continues to be one of our priorities in 2024. In 23, we added a second psychologist and a physiotherapist. This allows us to focus on the mental and physical well-being of all employees of our service. Healthy employees mean that we will be able to provide a better service to our community. Having a police service representative of the community we serve is our goal. We have implemented a number of recruitment strategies, our 30 by 30 initiative, augmented resources in recruiting, along with reviewing our recruitment requirements to eliminate roadblocks to the application process. It is hoped this ongoing work will allow us to become an employer of choice and ultimately reach our diversity goals. Within our community, our leadership and involvement in collaborations are so very important to the success of our service. We continue to rely on our partnerships with government ministries, nonprofit organizations, and community-based groups to further enhance community safety and well-being in all of our community. With our growth plan nearing completion, we believe we are in a good position to meet the growing safety needs of our community. These additional resources, along with strong collaborative partnerships and the participation through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, allow for a more coordinated and effective response to the issues affecting the most vulnerable in our community. Through all of this work and the wraparound support we have within our organization and community, we feel we can meet the public safety obligations that will come our way. I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Tracy Raisin to walk through the operating and capital budget request.
All right, good morning. I'm here to break down the numbers that will equate to our ask. So in the next few slides, you will see how the Regina Police Service significantly lowered their 2024 proposed budget compared to what was originally requested last year. These reductions came after 3 proposed budget presentations to the board and numerous revisions. Let's start with the operating budget. The operating budget has been lowered from $5.7 million to $4.6 million. This is a 19% reduction. The net increase over 2023 has decreased from 5.8% to 4.7%. And most importantly, you will note that the mill rate has decreased from 2.0 to 1.6. The sworn staffing request has also decreased from 12 officers to 6 officers. 2 are provincially funded. The civilian request remains at 1 position. Please bring your attention to the pie chart, which shows salary and benefits account for 86% of the Regina Police Service budget. Why is this important to note? It's important because that 86% is an uncontrollable cost based on signed collective agreements. So 86% of our budget is for salaries and merit increases of our current staff. In comparison, the City of Regina's percentage of salary and benefits is around 50%. This means we have to work more diligently to ensure that all of the non-salary operating expenses, such as utilities and fuel, can be covered by that remaining small percentage of 14%. The chart on the right of this slide shows this in further detail. Here you can see that the 1.6 mill rate being requested, The majority of that, 1.4, is for continuing to pay our current employees. In other words, just to maintain the status quo, the mill rate would still be 1.4. There is no request to increase our operating expenses. In fact, we are actually showing a decrease due to a reduction in some of our lease costs. Therefore, in summary, of the total operating budget, the request for new dollars is only $623,000. Overall, the net operational increase is 4.7%. This is a full percentage lower than 2023. Looking at this graph, there was 1 year, 2018, where the increase dropped. This was a result of additional funding from the provincial government. So in 2018, SGI funded $1.3 million for the startup of our combined traffic services unit. So it reduced the ask of the city. Without that funding, the percentage for that year would have been 5%, not 3.1. Therefore, the increases have ranged from around 3.8 to 5.8, putting our request this year in 2024 at 4.7, which is the mid-range. The next graph is going to show the percentage the Regina Police Service is of the City of Regina's budget. For 2024, you will see it's dropped to 18.1%. In comparison to other police agencies, those are around 22 to 25% of their city budget, so we are significantly lower. This 18.1% is the lowest percentage in the last 5 years. So everything has a cost, and those costs, as you know, are constantly increasing. So there are some mitigation strategies to help lessen the pressure. The first strategy is staffing vacancies. It's inevitable there will always be vacancies throughout the year. So this is the time between one employee leaving and the next one being hired. These short-term vacancies do in fact help cover some of those costs. The second strategy is how we budget for new officers. Our budget is asking for new officers, so budgeting them at a third-year rate instead of a fifth-year rate is more realistic. This is similar to how the city budgets their staff, where they budget at a third step also. You may not be aware, but new officers can only go to police college in January and then another class in the fall. So within the calculation of new officers is recognizing that not all new officers can go to police college in January. Therefore, some of our new officers are budgeted at a mid-year as they won't attend college till the fall. The third budget mitigation strategy is salary gaps. So when an employee retires, they are usually at the top pay of their pay grade, and the employee replacing them is usually at the first step. So this creates a salary gap between the budgeted step and actual step. The last strategy is additional funding. Efforts are made each year by our executive to reach out to some of our provincial partners to seek additional funding for staff or projects. Moving on to the revenue, the Regina Police Service is forecasting $12.6 million in revenue. However, 93% of this revenue is directly tied to cost recovery of operating and salary expenditures. So in essence, this is not revenue that we can spend on various items. It is revenue earned to spend on specific positions. There is one very important fact about RPS revenue, and that's simply that we don't earn revenue, except from criminal record checks and freedom of information requests. To put this in perspective, the City of Regina receives revenue from fees such as facility rentals and licensing. To the surprise of many, the Regina Police Service does not receive revenue for speeding tickets or other fines, even though they are issued by us. So ticket and fine payments are made to the city or provincial government. So this is a significant view on how the Regina Police Service is in essence a non-profit organization and relies on the City of Regina for the majority of its funding. And finally, the capital budget. The Regina Police Service has lowered their 2024 capital budget ask from 4.9 to 3.4 million, which is a huge 32% reduction. During budget preparations, the Regina Police Service and City of Regina have frequent meetings. The city expressed there was a lot of pressure on the city's capital budget with requests for numerous projects. The city asked that RPS try to keep the 2024 amount similar to prior years. The Board of Police also asked us for 3 different capital budget proposals to reduce our ask. The Regina Police Service then conducted an extensive audit of all of our capital projects. Capital items were reviewed, and the decision to delay some projects and push into future years was made. By reducing the capital budget request for 2024, this will alleviate immense pressure on the city's capital budget. That concludes the breakdown of the numbers. I will now turn it back to Deputy Chief Ray.
Thanks, Tracy. Over these next few slides, I will showcase the results of our 2023 budget. These past few years have been extremely busy, and we have seen our service grow in terms of physical space, numbers of employees, and our organization's innovations, all in our efforts to provide better service delivery to the citizens of Regina. The Air Support Unit. Although this was approved in 2022, the unit never became operational until January of 23. We were fortunate to receive $720,000 in funding from the Provincial Civil Forfeiture Fund and SGI, and the remainder of the money came from our capital carry forward. This unit is made up of 2 sworn pilots and 4 tactical flight officers who work within the unit. This unit has been a game changer for our frontline response, providing an added level of safety, not only for our members, but for community members and offenders alike. As you can see from the numbers, they have been involved in over 2,300 calls for service, and to date have a very high success rate in apprehending offenders and locating vulnerable people. On their busiest shift to date, July 1st to 2nd, Air 1 attended to over 45 calls for service in a 12-hour time frame. The following are 2 examples of the tremendous work Air 1 has been involved in this past year. On May 13th of this year, a suicidal female was on the phone with Mobile Crisis. She had taken some sleeping pills and was drinking alcohol in a suicide attempt. She advised that she had driven north on Pasqua, but did not know where she was. SaskTel was unable to ping her phone. She was getting increasingly drowsy on the phone. Air 1 began scanning miles and miles of grid road before locating a heat signature out at Wascana Trails. This was about 15 kilometers away at about 1 in the morning. This heat signature turned out to be her vehicle. Patrol quickly attended, and she had the exhaust pumped into the driver's compartment of her SUV and was unconscious at the time of our arrival. Patrol was able to get her to EMS, and she survived. On June 10th, about a month later, the same female never came home, so her mom went looking for her. Her mom had hidden an air tag in her SUV due to these tendencies. This air tag could not narrow down the location. Air 1 located the victim in her SUV in a dark parking lot at night and directed patrol to her location. Again, she had the exhaust pumped into her driver's compartment and was unconscious. EMS was able to revive her, and she made a full recovery. A couple months ago, this female contacted the Regina Police Service and spoke to Sergeant Steve Wyatt, who was the pilot at the time, and Constable Corey Neufeld, our tactical flight officer, and she explained some of her challenges. She's doing much better now, has a job, and her life is more stable. She thanked them profusely and said if it wasn't for Air 1, she wouldn't be here today. Another example occurred on June 22nd, 23. A vehicle was spotted by Air 1 driving dangerously. Air 1 followed the vehicle until it stopped and advised our patrol members to move in safely. There was no pursuit by our ground units. Patrol units moved in and the driver was arrested. A gun, ammunition, and drugs were recovered. A total of 16 charges were laid. It's these types of incidents that are happening on a very regular basis, I would say almost weekly, and this is the true value of what the air support does for the safety of our citizens. We had budgeted 1,200 hours, and I'm going to be happy to say that we're going to be very close to hitting that target this year. And Saskatoon, it took them about 10 years to get to 1,200 hours, so by following sort of their lead on how they set up their air support unit, we were able to do that in our first year. So it's been a great success story. We We have included a time-lapse construction video of our Link building. This new building and the entire expansion of the Regina Police Service campus is something everyone in our organization is extremely proud of. Once all renovations are complete, and that's still a couple years away, all operational units will return to our building with the exception of the Regina Children's Justice Center. And this will create efficiencies both operationally and budget related for our service. This building and the efficiencies will position us to not only meet the needs of the community, but also the future growth of our service and the city. Construction highlights for 23 include the completion of the Link building, as this provides us with an additional 30,000 square feet. This space has been filled with mostly administrative units, but includes the newly publicly accessible areas like the front desk, our evidence management unit, and our criminal record check area. HQ West, or the old STC building, most of this space was filled with administrative units such as financial services, strategic services, information technology, along with our support services division. Work continues in HQ West to finish a large public meeting space along with a number of other smaller projects. With the completion of the Link and subsequent moves, all work groups that held office space on the main floor and some on the third floor of HQ East, that's our old headquarters, were moved to allow renovations to begin on both those floors. The main floor has been completely redesigned and will contain our locker rooms for all our members, along with space for our community services division and our support services division. The third floor renovations will house some of our investigative services units, and it's hoped these renovations will be concluded in late 2024. Once those renovations are complete, it is hoped the remaining renovations for Headquarters East second floor will begin. This will be our final phase of construction, and once complete, all construction renovations within our campus will be completed. As you are aware, the City of Regina obtained federal funding to renovate the Municipal Justice Building, a designated heritage building at 11th and Halifax. They've also added a full-size gymnasium and a fitness facility within that gym. The main floor of MJB is being utilized by the Heritage Community Association and a couple of city units who also have access to the gym. We have the entire use of the third floor of MJB. This third floor will house a state-of-the-art weight room and workout space for all members of our service. In addition, we will also have a cardio room, a classroom, and an office space for a wellness coordinator and physiotherapist. This, we hope, will open the first week of January. The entire project will have taken us about 5 years to complete. Recruitment continues to be a challenge, not just for our service, but both provincially and nationally. We are committed to building an equitable, diverse, inclusive, and supportive culture that promotes employee engagement and the health and well-being of all employees. Gone are the days where we can go and sit at a recruitment fair and expect applicants to come to us. In 2022 and 23, we saw an amplified demand on the Saskatchewan Police College to increase the number of seats available for municipal agencies around the province. We were unable to secure enough seats at the college. However, we're able to partner with the RCMP, where they provided recruit training for 5 of the 27 recruits we hired in 2022. The Saskatchewan Police College has made changes to their curriculum and physical space to meet the ever-growing needs of the province, and we have been able to secure the necessary training needs for 23. We're also working diligently on a number of initiatives and partnerships to protect potential applicants. This includes our 30 by 30 initiative to enhance our sworn female membership, our mentorship program, summer student program, enhanced partnerships with the U of R for practicum students, as well as our Citizens Police Academy and our Treaty 4 Citizens Police Academy. It is hoped the 2024 version of our Treaty 4 Citizens Police Academy will occur at the First Nations University, and this will assist in attracting applicants. Significant progress has also been made in terms of our diversity hiring. If we look at our year-over-year increases since 2020, we have seen our numbers rise from 33% in 2020 to 60% in 2023. We still have a great deal of work to do in this area, but these numbers are indicative of our commitment to diversity. Highlights of our civilian hires include the addition of a clinical psychologist. An additional clinical psychologist will enhance our capacity to ensure the mental wellness of members through the use of regular check-ins and mental health support. To date, we have been unable to find a suitable candidate to fill this position. We've also added an in-house physiotherapist. The goal of the in-house physiotherapist was to address work-related injuries and focus on reduction and prevention strategies to reduce the strain on frontline members, enhance their productivity, and improve employee longevity. We believe that the hiring of a permanent physiotherapist could potentially be a cost-neutral program. We have the unique opportunity to charge back the assessment and treatment of work-related claims to WCB and the treatment of non-work-related claims to the employee's benefit plan. The Integrated Health and Wellness Physiotherapy Services officially launched on July 12th of this year, and during the period up to November 30th, there were 645 appointments made with the physiotherapist. 195 were occupational or WCB appointments. 450 are non-occupational appointments, with a total revenue generated from WCB and benefit plans of just over $42,000. Feedback received from employees utilizing the physiotherapy services have been overwhelmingly positive, and we have achieved our goals of providing convenient and early treatment to our employees. We are also on track to this being a cost-neutral program. Next year, we'll be able to provide a more detailed report on revenue earned and the impact of the program on work-related injuries and on the impact to time loss statistics. We are continually looking for opportunities to find efficiencies and expertise in highly specialized areas, and oftentimes this means the addition of civilians who have a high level of education and experience. The retention of civilian members is also valuable as it reduces training costs and increases consistencies in these areas. This year we added 2 such positions. A civilian tech position was added to our Integrated Intelligence Unit. These duties or the roles include providing technical and electronic surveillance support for investigations requiring the interception of private communication and covert surveillance. This position also provides training, guidance, and expertise to other members of our service and partner agencies. A forensic civilian lab tech position. This position is currently a trial position within our forensic identification unit. The primary duties include assisting sworn forensic investigators at crime scenes and autopsies, along with exhibiting and processing exhibits. This position has already been a resounding success. Virtual police reporting was a trial launched on June 1st of 2022. Originally, it was limited to 2 types of complaints that required a significant amount of time to report. That were internet frauds and phone scams. To report these complaints, the public were still required to attend to the police office to utilize our virtual reporting platform. This system enabled the public to see a sworn member on the screen and have a conversation with them on their concerns. Members from our frontline support unit took these complaints on our virtual system. These members are generally recovering from workplace injuries or some form of accommodation and are unable to work directly with the public. This trial was successful and led to further expansion of crime classes, and finally, in January of 23, we were able to incorporate an ability for the public to book online appointments with our members and report complaints from the comfort of their own homes. This additional service delivery has greatly enhanced our virtual reporting and our ability to receive complaints from members of the public. That concludes my portion. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Trent Stevely to walk through our pressures.
Good morning, everyone. For the next 5 or 6 slides, I'll speak to, as Deputy Ray said, pressures, our operations, our workload, and our resourcing. So this slide represents police files by ward. It's January to November. Includes all calls for service and incidents reported to police, including criminal and non-criminal reports assigned for investigations. Excluded are traffic stops, and we average about 20,000 per year. And so there's a total about 75,000 incidents and events on the map. Our calls for service this year are up about 10% over last year at this time. That's over 7,000 more calls for our public service in 2023. One reason we consistently seek resources and internal growth year after year. Going to highlight only a few tiles off of this slide. The first being domestic conflict. According to Stats Canada report, Saskatchewan has the highest provincial rates of police-reported family violence, intimate partner violence in the country, 730 victims per 100,000 people. And obviously, it's the RPS responding and dealing with this violence in our community. Suicides. In a couple of years, the City of Regina is on its way to averaging 1 completed suicide per week. We receive about 20 attempted suicide calls or calls for help per week, and dealing with each of these calls can take anywhere from 2 to 10 hours and can involve a multi-agency response. You've all heard this before. We are the only agency in a position to immediately respond to these cries for help. Thus, they ask for budget increase, they ask for resources, the need for growth. Intoxicated persons, nearly 60 calls to police per week reporting an intoxicated person in our community. As I've just said, we're the only agency available to respond to this event. This is not criminal, and there's no threat of violence. It's a social disorder, likely a person with an addiction. We're being asked to devote police resources to this, and of course, as you know, we can't say no. This type of social disorder call takes away from our other responsibilities of crime prevention, takes away from public safety, and from seeing police in your neighborhood working proactively. But again, we're the only 24-hour agency available to respond, so we're here asking for growth, asking for resources. I want to quickly address one of our biggest challenges before we move on, and that's the overdose crisis. Year to date, 2023 in Regina, 50% of our drug seizures are methamphetamine, 39% is fentanyl, and the remaining is cocaine. The RPS does an incredible job of removing a large quantity of illegal drugs from the city and also preventing substantial amounts from arriving. Overdose is only part of the problem, however. We are seeing an increase in toxicity, especially in fentanyl, which is leading to these drug-induced deaths. Basically, the criminal drug maker is mixing, or what we call cutting, the original fentanyl powder or pill with things like animal tranquilizer and other toxic chemicals in order to increase their volume of sale. Regrettably, people with addictions are willing to risk their lives for that drug, safe or not. To date, we have lost 120 people. So above all of the calls for service we go to, investigations continue to become more involved and more complex. There continues to be a need for more resources and more growth to adequately handle these files, deliver our best service, hold offenders accountable, and ensure public trust. For instance, to adequately investigate a child being sexually exploited online requires the following: police-specific technology and software, the writing of lengthy court authorizations, communication with and assistance from North American law enforcement agencies, including the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in a recent case, the search of multiple addresses, forensic examination of dozens of devices like cell phones and computers, the arrests of accused, and the weeks of preparation for trial. This is typical for one file. The Integrated Child Exploitation Unit carries about 1,000 files per year. It's units like this, drugs, and areas like patrol that have the greatest need for resources. Our growth plan. As you've heard, in April of 2020, the Board of Police Commissioners approved our 3-year, 4-phase growth plan. Given the current environment and budgetary challenges incurred by the city, the completion of our growth plan has been delayed. The 3-year plan was based on 2 foundational pieces of work conducted by consultants and the RPS: the operational review and the patrol workload assessment. The operational review was an in-depth organizational analysis including internal and external interviews, best practices, research, weight of workload, and analysis to identify areas of potential risk. Ultimately, the recommendations identified a number of areas within the RPS that were understaffed, particularly our frontline patrol. The other pillar we've used to support our asks year after year is the patrol workload assessment. It is now an annual report we can create which pulls data directly from our patrol dispatch systems, which analyzes time spent on patrol calls, average time to get to a call, as well as the highest call load by time of day and day of week. And for those curious, our highest call load is 3 p.m. to 3 a.m., and it depends on the weather in the month, dictates the day of the week with the highest call load. All this to say, we've learned that it now takes us 12 seconds longer to get to an emergency call compared to the year before. We've gone from having 7 police officers available throughout the city to handle emergency calls, now down to 5. Our time spent on each call we are dispatched to also increases due to community demands and call complexities. Every year since these programs have been implemented, it tells us that we need additional resources assigned to patrol to deliver adequate public service and prevent crime. These are more of the supporting reasons for the growth plan and budget asks. This year, as you've heard, we had asked the Board of Police Commissioners for 12 more employees in 2024 to complete the growth plan. By this slide and through direction from the board, you see we have conceded to asking for 6 officers and 1 civilian. We continue to have resource demands in patrol and criminal investigations, units such as domestic conflict, missing persons, gang unit, and the drug unit. We have also received funding from the province for positions we will need to fill in 2024, such as PACT and internet child exploitation. We anticipate that the eventual completion of our growth plan will get us back in line with serving the population of our city, meet their expectations of our public service, and meet their expectations of our public service. It's reasonable to think that whenever our growth plan is completed, any new requests for additional resources in the future will be because of the new and unexpected pressures or vulnerabilities. I'll now turn it back to Deputy Chief Ray.
Thanks, Superintendent Stevely. As we wrap up our presentation, I want to bring forward a concern that we have regarding funding for the final phase of renovations for the Headquarters East, or our old headquarters building. I also want to preface this by stating we realize the tremendous challenge the city is experiencing on the capital funding side, but I feel it's my responsibility to bring this forward to Council. Our Campus Development Steering Committee, made up of City and RPS staff, had hoped our final budget request of $6.25 million to complete the renovations in HQ East would have been approved for 2024. By having this funding in place, there would have been a seamless transition to completion from the main and third floor renovations to the work on the second floor. This was not the case, and our steering committee is continuing to examine alternative ways to ensure we're able to complete these renovations. This may include a partial renovation on the second floor, all done to try to ensure that the space is usable. Without at least a partial completion of renovations to the second floor, we may be unable to bring all investigative units to our campus, as much of this floor would be unusable as it's currently just a locker room. This means we would continue to pay additional lease costs for space or spaces that we would require. As a result, we added in $3 million to our capital budget request for 2025. This is the anticipated cost for FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the second floor HQ East renovations. The Campus Development Steering Committee is continuing to look for options to find the most financially prudent plan to complete this work. At this point, it is the Regina Police Service's desire to finish all construction projects within the campus by the end of 2025 and put an end to the disruption that's caused by the continued construction. And finally, in conclusion, the Regina Police Service continues to provide tremendous value to the citizens of Regina through our public service first mission. We are committed to collaborative community partnerships, all in an effort to find the most efficient, effective, and innovative methods to meet the growing demands placed on us by our community. This budget moves us closer to the completion of our growth plan, closer to completion of the RPS campus development, and sets us on a path to meet both the growing needs of our community and its stakeholders, along with ensuring a healthy and engaged workforce. As policing continues to evolve and become more complex, we have positioned ourselves to be a respected and inclusive organization who is committed to our vision of working together to keep Regina safe. In closing, I want to thank Council for their continued support and assure you of our commitment to our collaborative approach to address the many social challenges impacting our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All of you, 1 second here. All right. Given the presentation from the Regina Police Service is done for operating and capital for the RPS, I'll ask City Manager Nikki Anderson and Deputy City Manager Barry Lacey to provide comments respecting the information relative to the police budget that's in the supplemental report, CM 23-37. Where are you, Barry? There you go.
Good morning through you, Mayor Masters. So as Mayor Masters has indicated, I'll only be speaking to the Regina Services 2024 budget portions of the supplemental report. So with respect to the operating budget, as a result of the Regina Police Services submission of an updated 2024 operating budget, the overall net operating funding requirements of the Regina Police Service have decreased by $1,075,800 compared to what is included in the proposed 2024 City of Regina budget, which was released in November. As a result, pursuant to Appendix D in the supplemental report, administration is recommending council make an amendment to the 2024 proposed budget, and what we're proposing is that amendment would read, approve Regina Police Services gross expenditures totaling $155,324,200 and revenues totaling $12,579,000, and this results in a 0.38% decrease to the mill rate compared to what was proposed in the initial budget. With respect to the capital plan, the updated Regina Police Services 5-year capital plan decreases the Regina Police Services 2024 capital budget by $1.6 million, while the updated 5-year plan increases the total capital funding request over the 5 years by $3.8 million, with the majority of that increase occurring in 2025. As the Regina Police Services 5-year capital plan is incorporated into the city's 5-year capital plan, the city's 5-year capital plan will also need to be updated to reflect those changes. To accomplish this and to ensure the 5-year plan remains fully funded, administration is proposing that the changes to the RPS 5-year capital plan be offset by corresponding changes to the city's facility asset management program at this time. I would flag, however, that the 2025 RPS and city capital plan be revisited as part of the next year's multi-year budget planning process when we develop the 25-26 budget in order to address the Regina Police Services $3 million increased capital request in 2025 for second floor renovations of Headquarter East, which would in fact would be closer to $6.25 million when all funding to complete that project is taken into consideration. So I would just summarize this by saying again, if you refer to Appendix D in the supplemental report, administration is recommending that council make an amendment to the 2024 proposed budget report that was released back in November, and that amendment amend Appendix B to align the changes to the RPS capital plan and facility asset management program as shown in the table below, and in the appendix there's a table there. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I would like to call upon, we have one delegation on this report. Council, I will just raise the issue with you that Florence Stratton had only registered to present this afternoon as a delegation. I would refer you to page 2 of her written submission. There's 5 sentences there, which I'm happy to read. First, Regina Police Service budget. Regina already has one of the most expensive municipal police services in Canada, and now the RPS is asking for $4.6 million increase to its operating budget over its 2023 budget, bringing the total to $102.7 million. That's nearly 20% of the city's operating budget and $454 for every person who lives in Regina. Let's send the RPS budget back to the Board of Police Commissioners with a request that $4.6 million be cut from the budget. So that is the referenced, again, hadn't registered in time, but that is the referenced portion of delegation DE 23-172. As it relates to delegations appearing in person, I would call upon Sergeant Colin Glass to come forward. And I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, I think the uniform gives it away, and what city and town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of council may have for you. And I apologize. I see you have someone. Please go ahead and introduce. I'll turn both your mics on.
Sure. As Mayor Masters has said, my name is Sergeant Colin Glass. I'm the president of our Regina Police Association. I'm also a sergeant within our service. I have with me today Sergeant Colin Haggai. He's one of our communication officers on our board of Regina Police Association, and he's also a recruiting sergeant within the Regina Police Service. So a wealth of knowledge, and I appreciate the opportunity here to come represent our Regina Police Association and to say a few words in regards to the Regina Police service budget here. So I got something written out here, so I'm just going to read through this, and then obviously I will take my time and we'll go through it as per the way it should be gone through. So good morning, Mayor Masters, mayors of City Council. My name is Sergeant Colin Glass, and President of the Regina Police Association. I have Colin Haggai with me, Communications Officer of the Regina Police Association. We'd like to thank you today providing us the opportunity to speak to you regarding the Regina Police Regina Police Association and our members supporting the 2024 Regina Police Service police budget. Being a police officer in Regina has been a lifelong dream of mine, and I am very proud and honored to have been given the opportunity to serve the citizens of Regina and be part of such a great organization as the Regina Police Service. As the president of the Regina Police Association, I've worked frontline policing for the majority of my career, and I can attest it is one of the most rewarding positions within the service and one of the most taxing. Our frontline patrol members see people on their worst days. Attending calls of a suicide, motor vehicle fatality, domestic violence, mental health related calls, overdoses, infant deaths are all part of the job of our frontline officers every day. Our members are compassionate, empathetic, and care immensely for those that are affected by these tragic events. However, are not afforded the time to deal with all the emotional debriefing when the call is over, as call demand is high, resources are low, and it's off to the next one. In 2022, Regina Police Service recorded over 56,000 calls for service. As the calls for service continue to come in, our communication members are the ones with the first contact with a citizen reporting an emergency. Retention and staffing continue to be an issue in our communication center, with members working continuously to answer 911. Numerous times on a patrol shift, members will hear over the radio from our comms dispatcher, "Can anyone clear? Can anyone clear?" which affords no ability for our members to take a breath, have a debrief conversation about the last call, or even take a bathroom break. Our patrol members are going from call to call without any downtime. Missed lunches in a 12-hour shift has become the norm. Police don't have the ability to say, "No, I don't have time to go," or "I'll get to that tomorrow." Our members continue to press on, answering the call for duty, as that's what they signed up for. Workload for our members has increased substantially since I started policing 22 years ago. Available patrol units to handle emergency 911 calls, as Superintendent Steve Lee had alluded to earlier, has decreased from 5 to 7 from 2021. Proactive policing time, which is so important, has decreased 7% from 2021. The available time for our members to conduct proactive policing has been limited to the hours of 6 in the morning to 9 in the morning, as emergency calls for service demand takes priority. In addition, with every call for service, everything must be documented and articulated in police reports, forms, and memos, which accounts for an increase of 2% from 2021, accounting for 18% of a patrol member's workday. Our Regina Police Service and our entire board is very thankful to retired Chief Bray, Deputy Davies, and the entire executive leadership team at the Regina Police Service for their commitment to the growth plan. The Regina Police Service, with the commitment of City Council, has seen an increase of new hires of 15 for 2021, 25 for 2022, and 26 for 2023. This initiative has not gone unnoticed or underappreciated by our membership. However, the work is not done, as the need for more offers to distribute the workload continues. If we look at police resource comparison within the province, which I hate to do at times, but I'm just going to put these numbers out there. Saskatoon's current authorized strength for just police officers, this doesn't include special constables, AROs, is currently sitting at 501. Regina's at 451. The Regina Police Association is optimistic that City Council will continue to support the growth within the Regina Police Service. As the city continues to increase in size, it adversely so does the demand for police. Organization-wide, we see the workload on our members increase not only for sworn, but also for our civilian members. With the addition of the Regina Police Service campus, our maintenance and facilities members are being pulled in multiple directions to keep operations internally flowing. Our members in fleet services maintain all of our police cruisers, which is an important aspect of our job, and other operational vehicles totaling over 220 vehicles for the whole service for a staff complement of 10, 4 of which are mechanics. Regina Police Service has done a great job in adapting to the increased demand in all divisions. However, our members are feeling the intense workload. Mental health of our members continues to be a priority. I see daily the effects of the continual strain of attending critical incidents on our members, chipping away at their mental health and their resiliency. Policing or any other first responder profession, members give a little piece of themselves for every call that they attend. We need to keep our members healthy, to continue to do their job to the best of their abilities so that they can go home and be engaged with life outside of policing with their families and friends. Saskatchewan Federation of Police Officers President and past Regina Police Association President Casey Ward has been instrumental with being part of CIPSRT, the Canadian Institute of Public Safety Research and Treatment. Along with Dr. Nick Carlton from the University of Regina and his team, there continues to be studies and research conducted on first responder mental health to better understand and provide the supports to keep our members healthy. Member mental health is so important, and the Regina Police Service has been a strong advocate to support for our members. The Regina Police Service 2024 budget, like all budgets, must be transparent, defendable, and necessary. The Regina Police Association and our members believe the Regina Police Service Executive has done their due diligence and put forward a budget request that is responsible, practical, and encompassing not only the citizens of Regina, but also our membership of providing continued support for new members through the growth plan. As president of the Regina Police Association and member of the Regina Police Service, I ask City Council to look hard and to take time when deciding on reducing growth within the Regina Police Service. Please consider the overwhelming workload, extreme mental health stressors to all of our members for the work that they do every day. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. I will call upon my council members. Does anyone have any questions for the delegation? All right. I do. You have in your presentation a breakdown. What is the sworn officer increases for 2021 and 22? Or sorry, 2021, 22, and 23?
From our HR department, it was 15 for 2021, 25 for 2022, and 26 for 2023. And those could be budgeted numbers. I don't know if we actually fulfilled those numbers in regards to the growth plan.
Thank you. Hang on a second. That's all right. Okay, I'll get that number from your administration. In terms of calls for service, do you know what the calls for service were in 2019?
No, sorry, I do
It's
not.
okay. That's a heads up to administration, to police administration. I'll be asking that question in terms of 2023. Since 2023, since 2020, I like that you highlighted the mental health, because we know keeping people healthy actually is good for humans. It's good for the organization. It's good for team and patrol. Since 2020, what have the additions been at the RPS for mental health services?
We've had psychologists that has been added to the service in regards to supplying, I guess, safeguard assessments for certain areas within our organization that basically ensures that our members are actually taking care of themselves and that they have the supports in place in order to, I guess, do their job accordingly. Unfortunately, that position is overtaxed and overworked, and many of our frontline patrol members do not have access to that safeguard program. So a lot of the, I guess, diagnosis and supports that could be put in place for them is just, we're falling short. So we're looking to increase that component of the service. And along with that, we had integrated physiotherapist that's already was highlighted within the services budget request that has been quite optimistic and very well received by our members in regards to them having less downtime. Basically, if they needed a physio treatment, they would be able to change out, go to their physio treatment, and then be back in a patrol car before it would be changing out, driving to your appointment, waiting, coming back to the service. So downtime has been significantly reduced with our in-house psychologist or physiotherapist with our members.
Thank you for that. Sergeant Hagee, this may be for you. In terms of recruitment, I've seen some of the last few classes that you've been able to hire, which have been quite wonderful to see in terms of the diversity within, both from a gender and ethnicity perspective. How hard is recruitment? We hear this quite a bit. Can you just give some perspective on what you're seeing in recruitment given your years of service here?
Yeah, sure. I don't want to step on the toes of the presentation that's already been made by our HR and our corporate services folks, but recruiting, like I think most agencies across the country for policing, especially emergency services, becoming that much more difficult. I think a lot of folks are being that may have had that mindset that they wanted to be a police officer, maybe in high school, elementary school, are now starting to change by some of the social pressures that are placed on our police officers in the community. So we are finding good people, and we are finding the best people that are presented to us, but those numbers are sadly starting to decline.
Thank you for that. I do see that some of my council members have some questions. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, and through you, question for Sergeant Glass. I wanted you to clarify the last two sentences of your presentation. Are you asking us to not approve the reductions that have been proposed by the board to council?
Like anything, I'm a very strong supporter of our organization and what they put forward. I look at it from our members' mental health and our members' workload, and obviously if council had it in their heart in order to, I guess, give us additional resources from the budget ask of 6, I don't think you would get any objections from anybody in this room with the Regina Police Service, but absolutely we want you to accept the budget that's presented at 6 officers, but I just wanted to stress the point that we do need more.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess a follow-up question through the chair is just a lot of, you talked a lot about the, well, the presentation before you and yours about some of the social issues that you have to deal with and how difficult that is on the officers. What other things do we need to be doing as a community, as a society, to try to address some of those issues so that that does help relieve the pressures on our police force?
That's a very good question. I think it's more, and I think we do a really good job in this city in relation to a collaborative approach. Our police service is very, I guess, involved with community partners, and I think that goes a long way with trying to keep our community safe and trying to, I guess, break down those social barriers. When it comes to our members, and Sergeant Hagee said it best, like we're getting really good people and people that want to be here. It gets to be overwhelming at times, just because we see people on their worst day. And don't get me wrong, we have phenomenal supports within the organization through our EFAP program that basically are there. Our CISM team, our peer support through the service is outstanding, and I would say I would put it up against any organization across this country that we take care of our people and the service takes care of our people. Unfortunately, as Sergeant Haggai had alluded to, like the stressors are insurmountable at times, right? And I think when we're looking at workload and we're looking at police within the city of Regina, if we can distribute that workload a little bit more, it would just help our members and provide that additional support.
And I guess through the chair, if there are other external kinds of supports as well that help relieve some of the social issues in society, that would help as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here today. Something you talked about was CIPCERT, and that is recognized nationally. Can you just elaborate on the importance of that and how we can feed into that with the members through the chair?
Absolutely. Like I said, Casey Ward, our past president of the Regina Police Association, he's the current SaskFed president, has done a phenomenal job in relation to advocating for member mental health. And if you go onto the CIPCERT website, it's got all the information on there, and we direct a lot of our members there also, along with PSPNet. PSPNet is kind of a, I guess it's a support network outside of CIPCERT, but it's like a subcommittee, to say the least. And basically, for members that are struggling with or in a mental health crisis, or not necessarily, or just having issues with, you know, maybe I'm drinking too much, or I'm not engaged with my family. There is an indicator, there is I guess a testing tool on PSPNet that members can go through, and it basically tells you where you're sitting at, and if you need additional resources in order to assist you in order to get to a healthy place. So we direct a lot of our members there, and I can say that within Canada, Saskatchewan is probably the foregoing leader within this for CIPCERT and PSPNet and looking after our members, and I'm very proud to say that it all started here within Regina.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, a few things came to mind. Sergeant Glass, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your service, and of course, all RPS. The report mentioned, the reports talk about the air support unit, which it was probably the best investment that council would have made for the frontline officers. I just want to hear from you. I can see where that picture is going to go. Just tell me from your perspective what that means, the support for that unit to continue, and what that means for the frontline worker.
I can say that even before the aerial unit got off the ground, I think a lot of our members were a little bit skeptical of the program. We've seen, I guess, the success rate that they had in Saskatoon. However, as we all are, we're a little bit skeptical when we have change. I can say 100% that the aerial unit has been a phenomenal addition to our frontline resourcing and patrol, not just even patrol. If you look at even search and rescue or missing persons, if we get those calls for service, it's been a huge and great addition, not only for the community and for the tool that it gives back to the community, but absolutely for officer safety reasons. Because a lot of the time we would be going in blindly into some of these scenarios, and we wouldn't know if a suspect would be on the other side of a garden shed, or because all these incidents that we deal with, more often than not, are either they're drug related or there's firearm or weapons involved, right? So anything that we can do in regards to keeping our members safe is a great tool and a great addition to the service. And I can tell you, I have yet to hear anybody give any negative feedback since the plane has been in the air. The only thing that I think we hear is, why isn't the plane up in the air, right? More so than not, because it's a great tool for us to have. And I thank the Regina Police Service and the executive team and Chief Bray for his request back in 2022 or in 2021 in order to get that going and up in the air. So unfortunately, I left the street in January of 2023, so I didn't get to work with the plane, but I'm very good friends with the people that are in that unit. So.
Really appreciate your answer and your honest, straight-out comment that you made. Thank you for that. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. I don't appear to have any further questions. Sergeant Glass, Sergeant Hagee, thank you very much for presenting as a delegation today on behalf of both recruitment and the RPA. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Council will now consider item CR 23-128, the Regina Police Service 2024 and operating and capital budget. Before we move the report to the floor, I will remind members that in accordance with the procedure bylaw, each member of council is permitted 2 rounds of 5 minutes to speak to the main motion and 2 rounds of 3 minutes to speak to any and each amendment. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Questions from members of the report? Do you want me to go around the horseshoe, folks? Councillor Mancelli, please go ahead.
Because this entwines with the facilities asset management because of the proposal, how does that enter through the debate if changes are made back and forth? How does that transfer back and forth through to the main budget?
1 moment. I think it was addressed earlier in terms of the recommendation, but 1 minute. Yeah, I think, Councillor Mancinelli, how it works is that, and I'll check with Mr. Lacey, but Mr. Lacey is recommending that the actual motion on the floor includes the recommended amendment, which was gross expenditures, revenues, and the results in a 0.38 mill rate decrease to 1.6. In terms of the capital portion, it only changes the current contributions to the capital portion. The total over 5 years remains the same. Mr. Lacey, do you want to clarify this?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So if you go to the table on Appendix D of the supplemental report, where that motion's contained, what you'll see is that over the 5-year capital plan, in some years the RPS budget has changed so that their requirements are lower than what they were in the previous plan. Other years are higher. And so what we've done is we've just had an offsetting increase or decrease in the facility asset management program to match the changes in any particular year with respect to the RPS program. So the most important one probably the focus is on is 2024. While they present a 5-year plan and while the city presents a 5-year plan, council basically approves just the first year of that plan for expenditures. And so you can see in 2024 the RPS plan, capital plan is 1.558 million less than what it was in the initial budget that we, proposed budget that was released in November. And so to offset that, we've increased the facility asset management program by 1.558 million. You can see in that table over the course of the 5 years, the net change is a plus increase to the RPS plan of 3.8 million and a decrease over those 5 years in FAM of 3.8. But what administration is recommending is that we know there should be further discussions with respect to the 2025 capital budget with respect to second floor renovations. They do have a significant impact. However, council will have the opportunity to debate the 2025 capital plan and future capital when we return next year with the next multi-year budget. Sorry, that was a long explanation, but so if I could summarize it, we're just trying to balance the capital plan to ensure it's fully funded. And so we have an offsetting increase or decrease in FAM to match the RPS change. Yep. And for the 24 year, overall, the RPS budget decreases by 1.6 and FAM increases by 1.6.
Okay, just so I understand this, and I'm not making a mountain out of a molehill, that change to FAM also changes how we look after the rest of our facilities because the amount available going to RPS, and then that tails down the 5-year plan. And that's where I'm kind of getting at the crossroads right now, is if I don't agree with the changes to facility asset management across the board for the general plan, do I have to vote against this RPS plan, or does it come back on the table when we start the next level of debate?
Councillor Mancinelli, are you specifically, so in terms of the motion on the floor that was moved by Councillor Bresciani is the recommendation
Yep.
in Appendix D, so it deals with the reduction of 0.38. Your issue is that overall, in terms of facility asset management within the capital plan, which in this case does include the police budget.
Yeah.
Mr. Lacey, would it be appropriate to say that that will be captured within the discussion around the city's general, the capital plan for the 5-year capital plan for the city? Is Councillor Mancinelli's concern about the facility asset management, does that hold up the police budget, or the fact that it's reduced by 1.58 million in year 1? All of this will get dealt with the city capital plan, because ultimately the city is responsible for the capital plan of the police.
I'm glad you caught me and you explained it well.
I thought I'd say that without turning your mic off.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I think the issue here is that because the RPS capital plan gets rolled into the city's capital plan, if the RPS capital plan is approved as part of this process, as part of the overall budget, that will impact discussions when we get to them about the city's capital plan. And so, so there is an impact on the plan, and so if there's, I look at council direction, but if there's concerns about the impact on the city's capital plan, then I think it's important to discuss it here because it impacts the city's plan. So the issue that we, to be frank, the administration has struggled with on this is that it's our understanding, and I'll have the city solicitor confirm this here in a second, but I think council members are aware that the RPS plan is an up or down vote. Either vote for the entire plan as presented, or you have to turn down the plan and send it back. And even if it's only a very small change to the plan, you have to do that. And so what we've done here as administration is that we recognize for 2024, the 2024 capital budget impact actually increases the city's financial asset management program, which we see as a good thing because we know we're behind in our investments in our facility asset management program. And so we're recommending that we're comfortable with that as administration. The issue really relates to the 2025 year in the RPS's capital plan, where they would like to proceed with renovations to the second floor of the old RPS building. And to be able to do that, it would require an additional $3.25 million in addition to that from the city's capital plan, which we don't have in our plan. So as a city, we have concern about that because it does impact the long-term capital plan of the city. What we're suggesting here, because we want to try and avoid having to send the RPS budget back on this one small item, recognizing that next year, as part of the 25-26 budget, we're going to have to come back with a new 5-year capital plan, as is the RPS. And I think there's an opportunity between now and then for city administration and the RPS to continue to have conversations about that funding request. And there's an opportunity for council a year from now, depending on how those conversations occur between the RPS and administration, to weigh in and address it next year. Because you're actually not, while you're approving a capital plan, it's approved in principle, you're actually not approving any 25 capital spending. You're only approving the 24 capital spending as part of this budget. I hope that makes sense.
That makes sense. I just also know as part of the recommendation is defunding some of the facilities asset management, and I'm hoping that by making this decision, we don't lock down all debate and that other projects might still have a chance to going forward. So aware of that, alert to it, and want to make sure that the opportunity is not passed by a vote that didn't realize the controls behind. So it sounds like when we get to the next stage, we can still have discussions on facilities asset management. It might impact this decision, but it won't nullify it. It'll be more about the funding of facilities asset management. So it should be safe to go forward if I'm understanding correctly. Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Sorry, Councillor Bresciani, did you want to go?
Oh, no.
Okay, all right. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So my first question is about the proactive policing that was mentioned by both delegations. Maybe I can just start with a clarification. The number that's been put on the table here is that that's decreased since 2021 by 7%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And for clarification, what does the RPS define as proactive patrols and policing?
Well, the definition isn't necessarily cut and dried. So it's the free time that members would have to go out into the community and patrol around, talk to people, interact with our community, and not necessarily be dragged into calls for service.
Okay.
What our challenge right now with our proactive piece is, a lot of the times that we have that are free and are able to do things like that are late at night, 3, 4 in the morning where there's nobody out, and the value of a proactive patrol isn't what it would be at 6 or 5 or 6 in the afternoon. So that's what the challenge is right now. We don't have the free time during the day to be able to do proactive, and it's usually left for the late hours of the night.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, if I could follow up on that, do you have any record of how effective that kind of policing is when it comes to your measurables? So if I'm thinking Ward 3 issues, does that impact the number of garages that are broken into and so on? Like, is there any measurable impact of that proactive model?
You know what, I think the biggest measurable that we have is likely our community perception survey and the visibility questions that we ask our community in regards to that. That is one of the questions that's in the perception survey, and they always talk about wanting police to be more visible and more active in the community and have them interact with youth and things like that. So to have the actual stats, no, we don't, but the community tells us what they want from us, and we try to meet those expectations through the community perception survey. And we always hear sort of the top 3 would be increased visibility by our members in the community, increased interactions with youth, and then just crime reduction in general.
Okay. Maybe to follow up through the chair, so it's mostly, it impacts public perception and opinion of the police, but it doesn't necessarily impact actual safety or well-being, crime, and so on.
I don't have that data,
Okay.
Andrew, so it very well could, but it's very hard to tabulate that.
Okay, thank you. The Saskatoon-Regina comparison, and I understand that you might not have the data to compare 2 cities, but it's been put on the floor. Is there a demonstrated difference in officer well-being, the amount of time spent on proactive policing, any measurables, clearance rates with Saskatoon's officer complement versus our own? So if we went to their ratio, walk me through the outcome.
Well, I think our police to pop numbers we're actually a little bit higher than Saskatoon at this point in time. I do know from our discussions with our HR units, our occupational stress injuries are slightly lower than Saskatoon, so that's a positive news story for us. But I don't know if I can give you much of an answer on the rest of those questions that you posed. It's hard to compare apples to apples when you're looking at that with Saskatoon.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. That helps. Kind of related to the proactive policing question, the RPS worked with the school board to conduct a review, long overdue, much appreciated, really important results. During the pandemic, my understanding is that many of those officers were redeployed to frontline patrol, and it made a big impact on response rates and officer well-being. That being said, what is more important in terms of addressing your top priorities, having those resource officers or potentially redeploying them into the community to do all of the work that actually has to be done? What's more important?
Well, to me, what's more important right now is the school resource officer program itself. If we look at the redeployment when we did that, there was no schools. We had nothing going on at that point in time. So quite frankly, if we redeployed our school resource officers right now and put them back on the front line, it doesn't diminish the demand that the schools have. So we're still going to the schools. It would be a bit different service delivery. The schools would have members showing up there that wouldn't be familiar with their schools, wouldn't be familiar with their problems or their students, or have any background or rapport with the young fellows. So that's the biggest challenge. The workload doesn't change. We would be still there as much as we are now. We wouldn't have any ability, or I would say very little ability, to do any proactive work with the students as well. We do all kinds of presentations within the schools, educating, informing, and helping youth that way. So that would be lost for sure. So I think the school resource officer program is a very valuable tool, not only for our service but for the community, and it pays dividends to us in terms of relations, rapport with the schools and with the staff and students, and just being able to handle the constant barrage of different things, different events that happen at the schools themselves.
Thank you. Maybe I'll turn my questions to some of the in-house work that's being done, and I'm very much supportive of this. So for instance, with the mental health support, I think it's great. I'm curious, what has been the outcome other than it's popular and highly used? Have you noticed any demonstrable outcome? So in other words, it has actually improved by the metrics that Dr. Carlton is using on mental well-being. I'd love to know the outcome of this.
So I'll refer to we're in a PTSD PSP study right now with Dr. Carlton. We're in about year 3 of this now. We have identified 50 sworn members from our service. There's 200 across the province that are included in this. There's also 50 communication officers that are included in this from Regina Police Service, and a number of other ones throughout the province. So in this study, what I can tell you is there's a 12-week training period that goes on at the start of this. At the beginning of the study, they did the first testing, and they noticed some PTSD indicators in our members at that point in time. They did the 12-week study. At the end of the 12-week study, a lot of those indicators had disappeared. They weren't there in the second round of testing. That has been continuing on for a period of time now, and we'll be getting some more results of that work that's going on. But at the end of the day, we're hoping to build resiliency, or have maybe a plan to help build resiliency in our members, or at least have an awareness in the members when they start having some difficulties themselves. And that, I think, is the most beneficial part of that study, is being able to create that awareness in our members to understand what they're going through. And at the end of the day, if we can build resiliency and make them stronger and better and more mentally aware of what's going on and healthier, I think that's the best thing that we could do as a service.
Great, thank you. I know in the past you've also invested in other in-house supports, namely health professionals in the cells, which could decrease the sitting around time of officers in the hospital. How is that going? Do you need additional resources in that area? And what are some of the challenges that perhaps those healthcare practitioners are facing in that situation?
Well, a couple of things have happened there. So we have 24/7 paramedics now in our detention area, and they will check everybody that comes in, mostly on the sort of the physical health part of it, to make sure they're okay. It reduces trips to the hospital, saves our members some of that time. But since, just recently, I think it started in September, the SHA had hired they had implemented peace officer status with their security staff at the hospital. So now not only if we have somebody from our detention center, but somebody suffering from a mental health crisis, we can take them over and turn them over to their staff, and they will sit with them and they will look after them, and they will stay with them until they get seen by a psychologist. So our members aren't there nearly as long. I think they've hired or gave 12 security guards to peace officer status. So this is a trial for us, and I think it's something that hopefully will be successful, and they'll be able to incorporate that across the province to reduce police officer wait time in the hospitals, get us back on the street providing service to our communities.
Okay, thank you. Final line of questioning on issues that I don't think will be a surprise, and usually determines how I vote on this issue, but it's actually the social issues that you respond to. We don't have to go through the details. We know how severe it is. In your work with the PACT unit, mobile crisis, the community safety patrols, can you talk a little bit about what's lacking on that end? We know how the officers are involved, but where are the resources lacking when it comes to actually providing that support and alternatives to calling the police for those issues?
Well, quite frankly, the sports are lacking in terms of health. Likely the biggest health and housing is the biggest challenges that we have right now. So when our members come across somebody who's intoxicated, let's say, our option is essentially to take them into detention. We do our best to try to locate a suitable place for them to go outside of detention, because there is risk when they come into our detention center. Oftentimes, the intoxication could be from drug or alcohol, and we're not sure what's on board. Paramedics will do their thing in detention to make sure they're healthy, but oftentimes we're not sure exactly what we're dealing with. So we'll try to take them somewhere away from our detention center that's safe for them. Could be a family member, etc. But otherwise they're coming to detention. One of the things that we've been told, and we have a presentation coming from government here for the corrections and policing, is they have a 15-bed secure facility that'll be opening up, I think, within about the next 90 days. I don't have the final details yet. That will be beneficial to us. We're able to take individuals who are suffering from some type of, or in some type of intoxicated state there, and they will look after them, and they will keep them for a period of time. And they're going to build in a process where once they're arrested, they can take them to some other facility, whether it's it won't necessarily be a detox, but to see a physician and to try to help them along the way, or maybe it's a counselor to help them along the way with their addiction. So we're hoping that that is going to be a positive step for our service and help individuals in our community who are in dire need of assistance. And hopefully that'll reduce the demand on the front line and help the individuals, like I mentioned before. So.
Thank you. So if we're trying to find alignment between the stresses you're encountering, why people are calling the police, other levels of government, namely the city, so we have a community well-being plan, would it be fair to say that addictions, mental health, and perhaps intimate partner violence would be the main priorities that we should focus on our end to best support the RPS?
I think that would be a definite starting point. Addiction is likely the number one, I would say. Housing will be up there as well. So those are some of the issues that we're always seeing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. So we are 7 minutes past, 8 minutes past our legislated break. So you're going to get a break, and we're going to get a break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 10:51. Council, 10:51. Jura, I'm looking at you. And I'm just going to start from Councillor Stevens and go around the horseshoe. So if you have questions, just be prepared to ask them. Thank you. everyone. Welcome back. I don't have quorum yet, so if my counselors could take their seats, that'd be fantastic. All right. Councillor Mull, I'm going to go to you next, but I see Councillor Hawkins. You have, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a procedural comment to make and something I think I need to put on the record. I want to preface this to say, but this is not unique to the police budget. I approve of the police budget in its entirety. My concern is with the presentation to councillors, the media, and the public of the budget material. And I have two concerns, and generally my concern is the presentation makes it incomprehensible to understand. I have two specific concerns. The first is this is the second year of a two-year budget. Instead of being presented with the complete 2024 budget, we were told, go back to the 2023 budget, and by the way, here's a supplementary report, which if you've got the time, you should interleaf into your 2023 budget and change the numbers and catch it up. Not viable. But then, to make matters worse, if you look down your agenda, perhaps the media has done this, if you look down the agenda for today's meeting, you cannot find in one place CM 23-37, which is on the agenda of today's meeting. And we learned today, partly as a result of Councillor Mancinelli's questioning, that it's chopped up and interleafed into various different sections of the budget. As a presentation, not dealing with content of anything at all, as a presentation, this is completely unworkable. And I think I want to put this on the record because I believe the administration is going to have to deal with this issue. Budgets are never easy. I've been through 12 of them. This is my 13th. And in none of the 12, at the end of the day, have I had to say the presentation has been completely confusing to me. I spent hours on this, and I can say this is a completely confusing format. So my point, Mayor, and thank you for your indulgence in council, is that there has to be a much clearer presentation of the budget so that the councillors, the media, and the public can understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mull, did you have any questions on the police budget?
Yes, I do. First, I just want to thank you all very much for your service to the city. I'm a lifelong resident, and I just appreciate all the hard work that you do and you sacrifice for our city, so thank you. I'm going to make a few comments and a couple simple questions, actually. I assume the plane is only operating at a certain time of the day. I remember that from last budget when we originally approved it. I also heard you say the plane is up in the air 1,200 hours in its first year, and I want to say good job. So my question is, why is it not up in the air more? So there's a lot more hours than that in the entire year.
Well, essentially, when we looked at trying to set this up, we thought 1,200 hours was something that would be achievable based on what we had learned on the air support unit. Yeah, ideally, we'd like it to be up more, and I think at some point in time you will see some additional requests come forward for additional hours, or maybe even an additional pilot to be able to do so. So this was set up more as a trial for us to walk through the first couple of years to see the success of it, and then we'll analyze that and then come back, I think, at a later date with some of that data to support whatever we think we need at that point in time. So you're right in saying we're, like, the air support unit is, the members there are scheduled to work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. But during that time, there's lots of maintenance and other issues that they're required to do. So that's ideally the hours that they would work. They're set up to work peak times, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're working evenings. I think it's 3 to 3 for the most part. And then the other 3 days are day shifts where they get rid of some of the administrative work that they have to do, take care of the maintenance piece, and then get in the air as much as they can. So yeah, this first year was a bit of a trial to see how it goes, but I think once we are able to analyze the data, we're going to be able to put a pretty strong business case together for additional hours going forward.
Okay. And the additional hour request that'll probably come in next year's budget, or will this come throughout the year?
Yeah, it won't come until next year, that's correct. We'll do the analysis. We don't hit our first year anniversary until I think the 20th of January of 24. And then we'll start looking at what it means to us. But I can tell you right now, there will be something coming. It has been a resounding success.
Great, I'm happy to hear that. I know we've approved in the previous budgets many additional officers, a lot more money to the budget. So have you recruited, trained all the officers that were approved in the previous year's budgets?
Yes, I think we're just under strength now, but that includes the retirements and things. Come January, we will be over strength again. So we essentially have 2 recruitment cycles that happen per year. So the first one starts in January, where we send officers to the Saskatchewan Police College for training, and then we have another one that starts in the end of July, roughly, the first part of August, and they will run again. So we try to hire as many as we can at that point in time. This last year, we had space for 16 in both classes. Unfortunately, for the January class, I think we're down to 13 is all we could hire. That's some of the challenges that we have as a service. So we're able to sort of keep up with recruitment, but we're not getting ahead of recruitment. And I can tell you right now, looking at our demographics in the organization, we're starting to see increased retirement numbers. And that's, we look back 25 years ago, we went through this in the late 90s. Unfortunately, some of us have been here a long time. You can remember that. We went through that in the late 90s, and we're about to start that again. We've had some changes to our pension plan, which will slow that retirement numbers down, because we now have to have a rule of 80 instead of 25 years. Yep. So members will stay a little bit longer. We're not exactly sure how much longer yet. I'm assuming it's going to be a couple of years. So that'll delay some of that recruitment needs, but it's still going to happen. So within the next 3 to 5 years, in addition to growth, we will have substantial requirements for officers based on retirements as well.
Okay. Rule of 80, that's a good system to have. I'm a pension trustee, so that's good. I'm glad you guys have that. What's the average age of the police force then?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have that. No, we don't have that. I can tell you, I think it's 37 members eligible to retire at this point in time. Okay. So that number is going to increase, because some of those classes that happened 25 years ago were larger classes, and each year there'll be more and more of them coming through the system here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious about these second floor renovations at the RPS headquarters. If it's not completed in 2024, how's that going to affect you?
Well, the biggest challenge is it's the disruption. It's the lack of efficiencies by having everybody in our building. So the biggest challenge we have right now is we have a number of different offices scattered around. So there's a loss of communication that occurs within the units themselves. The members adapt well, but they still, it's different than walking across the hall or walking down the hall and having a conversation with a unit. You often have to drive or have to meet them and have those conversations. So it's not as efficient. So that is part of it. The other problem is through the delay on those things, it just prolongs things. We're in that state of flux, and we've been doing that now for a little over 3 years, and it does create some, I don't know if it's anxiety, but definitely concern from the membership themselves. I don't know if it translates into lower morale, but they definitely talk about it. Trust me, they're very happy with the Link building and some of the renovations that have been complete, and they look forward to all of this. It's like everybody else. These renovations just take a little bit longer than anybody that's done any renovations in their own house knows that that's part of the realities of these things. It just takes longer. So that would be the biggest challenge is the challenges that we were going to see will be loss of that connectivity with our members, potentially morale stuff, and things like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Hawkins, you're good?
I'm good. I just want to say that not only do I appreciate the work of the Regina Police Service and and the residents of my ward strongly appreciate the work of the Regina Police Service. I appreciate the difficult effort that you must have gone through in the 3 iterations of this budget to try to bring it into line with the difficult tasks that we face on the general city budget. So I want to thank you and your members for going through that exercise. And I'm hoping in future years we can catch up some of what hard times have made us put off this year. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Kiniak, please go ahead.
Okay. So 2 rounds, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. So the first thing I have is Chief, new Chief. Welcome. It's nice to meet you. It's probably a little awkward for you to come here asking for money for your first meeting of council, but it's lovely to meet you. Secondly, okay. So I'm looking for like just I understand for a bit of background about what had occurred with the Board of Police Commissioners prior to coming here. I believe it went that you were sent back several times. So if you can just give an overview of that process again quickly, like how many times and what significant changes were made. Was it all staffing or were there additional changes to the budget?
Okay, so we ended up having 3 separate meetings to talk about the budget request that we had initially. I guess maybe we looked at last year's budget and assumed we would have no problem getting it through because it was a 2-year budget cycle. And as a result, we ended up having to go back and forth a couple times, 3 different times. So what changed was the loss of 6 officers. We had requested 12, which would have completed our growth plan. So we ended up only with 6 in that growth plan. And the other change was the capital carry forward money. So there was about 1.3, or sorry, not capital, the capital money, $1.3 million. So what we did with that is we went back to our senior managers of each division and asked them to revisit the capital requests that they had and see if there was a way that we could maybe push some out to another year or amalgamate some others. And that led to the efficiencies, or well, the finding of about $1.3 million out of our capital that we pushed to the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you. And also, I do want to thank the Board of Police Commissioners for doing, so I'll look at the representatives here today, for doing this work of trying to like get a leaner budget for the police, so I appreciate that. I can also ask questions for administration as well. Okay, so I'm needing from Appendix D, I'm needing more explanation on that chart. Sorry, but it still doesn't make sense to me. So I'm talking about the changes to current contribution portion chart on Appendix D. This might be a question for Mr. Lacey.
Mr. Lacey?
Sorry. My apologies.
You want me to go again? Okay. This chart on Appendix D, if you can explain it to me as apparently a first grader, because I'm still struggling to understand what is being proposed in this chart. Specifically, I guess in general, but also specifically for 2024.
So through you, Mayor Masters, maybe I'll speak to 2024 first.
Is your mic on?
It's on, I believe. I'll speak louder. My apologies. So for 2024, in the proposed 2024 budget that we released as administration on November 17th, there will be a 5-year capital plan in that report. In that report, we will have a number for the RPS. That number was based on their budget that they submitted from last year, because we hadn't received their updated budget yet. Now that we've received their updated budget, their capital plan requirement for 2024 is $1.558 million less than what we had in our proposed budget that we released in November. So when we get to the capital plan, we'll have to reduce that number for 2024 on the RPS line in the capital plan by that amount. And what we're proposing to keep that capital plan whole for 2024 is to increase the amount of funding going to FAM by 1.558. So the net impact is $0 on the city's 5-year capital plan. And then you go out as each year, if the RPS capital needs increase, then we need a corresponding change to the FAM, once again, to net out to 0 change in the capital plan. So all this is, to some extent, is when the RPS budget change is positive or goes up, the FAM amount goes down, and in years where the RPS requirement is less than what they initially had in their budget, then FAM goes up. So it's basically just a corresponding increase or decrease in FAM to ensure at the end of the day the capital budget expenditures remain unchanged and the plan remains fully funded.
Okay, thank you. Now, so that 1.5 is changed to FAM for 2024. Where will that become? Where is that proposed to come from now?
So so that is an increase in FAM.
Right.
So I'll backtrack and maybe just make the statement that FAM funding and RPS funding are both funded out of current contributions to capital. Current contributions are when we move money from the operating budget to the capital budget. So both these programs are funded from monies that we move from the operating budget to the capital budget. So all this is doing is ensuring that the capital plan remains balanced and is fully funded. So in 2024, the RPS is saying they need $1.558 million less in funding from the operating budget that we move to the capital budget. And what we've done is we've increased FAM then because we have additional funding that year in the capital plan because of the move of those funds to the capital budget. So basically it nets the capital budget out to 0. The expenditures in that capital plan remain the same. In 2024, RPS is $1.5 million less, but FAM's $1.5 million more. The net difference is 0 in the capital plan.
Okay. Councillor Sakiniak, I'm just going to interject as a commission member. As it relates to the RPS budget, by legislation within the Police Act, they're not responsible for capital, the city is, this municipality is. So the fact that there's a 5-year chart in the RPS budget is a bit of an error.
Okay.
Really what the police budget are presenting is that based upon being sent back and through negotiations and accommodation and reductions, they're simply saying we're going to ask for 1.558 million less, and so their capital ask to the city is $3.3 million as opposed to 5.8 or 6. And so that's essentially it. Like, I think it's confusing because it's in here, but the 5-year capital plan belongs to the city and the city alone. From the police's perspective, they're simply saying we'll take 1.6 million less.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to park that for now. I can't promise I won't have more questions about that later. Okay, so also, but thank you for the explanation. Okay, my next question then is, where can I find, and if I've missed it, my apologies, in all these materials, where can I find information about money that you have in your reserves?
I'll maybe just ask Tracy Raisin, our financial services manager, to answer that. What particular are you looking for?
Total amounts?
Okay. There's a couple different reserves, but I'll turn it over to Tracy.
Sure. So through the chair, the police reserve currently is sitting at 2.1 million. The minimum in that reserve is 300,000 and the maximum is 4 million. That's set by city council bylaws. The Community Policing Initiative Reserve is currently sitting at $617,000. That's the Community Policing Initiative. Those are for the overtime for community events in our city. That's specifically for those. And then our final reserve is our radio reserve, which we work in conjunction with fire and other units of the city. And that balance is $152,000.
Did you say radio
Yes.
reserve? Okay. Okay. During the PowerPoint presentation, I believe it was mentioned plans to reach out to provincial partners to request more financial support. Has that already occurred, and if not, or what are the plans for that? What has happened and what are the plans?
So that happens on an ongoing basis, a couple of different ways. So we reach out as a service to talk to government on different programs. This year they've actually come up with 2 funded positions for us. One will be an increase in PACT funding for 1 member, and also 1 member for our Internet Child Exploitation Unit as well. So we got 2 funded there. So we have these discussions with government oftentimes at our Saskatchewan Association of Chiefs of Police meetings, where we talk to them about different priorities that policing have within the province of Saskatchewan, and then they will fund that appropriately for the most part. So there's a request coming directly from us and also from the Saskatchewan Association of Chiefs of Police on the priorities of sort of the provincial policing side of things for requests for funding as well. So there's two different ways that I would say the SACP is more of a lobby effort than it is than we would have.
Okay. And on the note of the provincial support, so there was a recent announcement in relation to that. Was that for the new PACT and Child Exploitation Officer, or was there additional supports as well?
So that's an annual announcement. Essentially what they do is they reinforce the commitment to policing throughout the province, and they talk about the amount of money we get on an annual basis from them. They also spoke or highlighted the 2 new positions we got as well. So I'll maybe ask Tracy to give us the numbers of funded positions. I think we're well into the 70s on number of funded positions and the dollar amount as well, just so you're aware.
Sure. Sure, so we currently have 77 funded positions. Almost all of them are from the provincial government. There's 1 from the federal government. And if you wanted the breakdown, so provincial funding is around $1 million. And, sorry, $10 million. I'm looking at the change. I'm sorry. Sorry. Is $10 million. The federal government gives about $150,000 for 1 position. And then the city provides, we have a couple traffic clerks that they fund for about $200,000. But the majority of it is from the provincial government.
Okay. Now, so it sounds like there's an annual announcement from the province, but this year the addition was these 2 new positions, and so that was perhaps not expected from you, like that's new, so.
Yeah. No, we actually knew that was coming.
Okay.
That's been flagged here likely about a year ago, that the funding was coming for those 2 positions, so we knew that was coming.
Okay.
So it wasn't new to us, but it would be new to the community per se.
And so, as those are very specific positions, does that impact what you would request from the city, or no, because those are provincially funded positions?
Right. We add those into our numbers over and above what our requests are to the city, because it is a funded position. So we have 6 that were funded from the city that we requested in this year's budget. There's plus 2, I would say, that are the 2 that we added in from government funding for those 2 roles. So we actually will grow the organization by 8 this year, but 2 of those are already cost recovery.
Okay.
It's not really a concern, but one of the challenges that we have with government oftentimes is they dictate where these positions will go. So we don't necessarily have a lot of control of that in that regard, so we have to make sure that they fit the funding requirements that they send over for us to make sure that we build those units appropriately according to what they want to see.
Okay. This may be, heads up, Mr. Lacey, a request for you too, this next question. The 1.6 mill rate that is being requested, what I want to know is what would be the cost per month for an average resident, and if I need to, I can come back to that, because you may need to calculate that. Do you want me to come back to you?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters. I'm going to ask Mr. Smith if he has that information readily available, or whether we just need a few minutes to calculate it.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. Hopefully you can hear me. Doing a really quick calculation here, but 1.6% mill rate increase would be $3.12 per month.
And that's for an average, like calculated as an average resident, or like what are you using to calculate that?
Yes, through the mayor, that's based on the average house of $315,000.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and there was, during the presentation, it was discussed that social disorders such as calls about intoxicated person, suicide, it was mentioned, you know, things that the police categorize as social disorder calls, that there's nobody but the police available to answer those calls 24/7. And I know that's been the case at least since I've been here and longer. What do you have a concrete suggestion in terms of where you would hope, like what are you hoping to see happen in the community to take the pressure off of police to respond to those calls?
Okay, so I think it's important to understand that we did a bit of work here about 2 years ago and looked at a number of social disorder types of calls, and we analyzed those to determine if a police response was appropriate. When we looked at those, we determined that 96% of those types of calls required a police response initially to go there and ensure that safety needs were met. And then once the safety needs were met and the situation was de-escalated, we could turn that over to somebody else potentially. So I think that's what is important to differentiate. What that looks like, I'm not exactly sure. There's different models out there in different communities where they have response teams that would come in and help people and direct them to services or provide them with services. So I think that's what we would be looking for, to have some type of service provider that we'd be able to call that would be able to come in and help individuals, direct them to service at some point in time. So I still think it's not going to reduce our requirements. We're still going to have to go there. We're still going to have to calm the situation, ensure the safety requirements are there. But then at some point in time, I believe we can turn over some of these to some type of service provider to be able to direct them and provide them with services. What that looks like, I'm not sure. I know there's been lots of discussion with government and they understand that. There's some movement happening there, but I think for all of us, it's not happening fast enough.
Thank you. So, the mention of it's not moving fast enough. So are you all actively involved then in trying to push for what you would see as a better scenario for addressing those types of calls?
Yeah, we're involved with different committees around the city and with the city on that, and we express our opinions at those meetings. So that's where we are working towards. It's more with the collaboration that's happening at the city, letting the government know what we're looking for. So it's not just the police saying this; it's coming from the city.
Okay. Another question that I have is, I recently learned that one of the communities in my ward has hired a private security company to drive through the neighborhood, sort of like a community watch. And this happens during the summer and has been extended into September, and this is paid through residents' community association fees. So this community, so it's Dieppe and West Era that have these private security patrols. So first of all, I don't know if that's something that you personally are aware of or had heard of before. Yeah.
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure if maybe Superintendent Jeff Wagner would be aware of that as the Community Services Division Superintendent?
No, I know our inspector that looks after the north and Dieppe. I know they've been part of many community meetings and such, but yeah, I haven't heard of that, and it's not widespread, obviously, in the city either. So.
Yeah. And so my concern with that is like, so folks living in these neighborhoods are now paying through their community association fees for private security, like not enforcement, but patrols. And then also obviously would pay their regular taxes for the police budget and other city services. Do you have suggestions for, like, I think that's obviously not an ideal situation. What would you suggest? And what they were told is if we have more calls for service in Dieppe and Westera, then obviously we will bump up the amount of patrols, but they don't want to wait till reactively. They want to prevent crime, and mentioned to me that, you know, last year there was a shooting in the community. So aside from like some of the petty theft or vandalism that can occur. So what would you suggest that someone in that position do?
Well, I would suggest that the community association contact our service, talk to the North District Inspector. We would come out and attend a community meeting and talk to the residents on what's going on out there. This is the first I've heard of this, so I would think that's the starting point. As far as what's happening in the community, we do crime analysis on a regular basis, a weekly basis. We also do proactive work as well, where we dedicate resources to come out into areas of high crime, and they will do patrols in there. They will maybe write reports. They will increase the visibility in that area, and hopefully that will help with the reductions in crime that you're seeing. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure what's happening out there, but this is something that, you know, get our North District Inspector hooked into it. They will dig into it. They have the resources that they can dedicate to this. We also have resources that are out there. We're assigned through geographic ownership to work in certain areas within the city, and we can make sure that the members are out in that area and patrolling and helping out as best they can when they have some free time. But I think it starts with communication with our organization, and then we can work through it.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Oh, Councillor Zakiniak, sorry, you got a second left.
oh,
Your
I'll
first item.
just, I have another round. so.
Okay, you got another round. You're right. You can save up. That's very optimistic, positive attitude. Councillor Findura, go ahead.
I like having 2 rounds. It's just like boxing. I know that. I won't be long. Don't worry. I got very short questions here, to the point. First question is about you're talking about reduction in budget, few things, few officers and stuff like that. So, and I noticed there was an increase just slightly to the 11 and under initiative. It's a 6,600. How is that initiative going? Is that something enough or not enough? How does that, because I've asked those questions before over the years as this was brought through. Can you kind of give a little more?
Sure. So the 11 UI and the TRIP program are collaborative efforts by the Regina Police Service. We have both school divisions hooked into that, social services, and we sit and look at individuals in our community, mostly youth that are having some challenges, and we work with the youth and their families to make it better. I would say we're always challenged on the financial front in that regard. We have had numerous presentations from the TRIP committee to government for funding. We support it. I would say all groups support it, but it's on a bit of a shoestring budget. So it's been in existence since 2008, and the funding has always been a bit of a challenge for us. So yeah, increased funding in that area would be beneficial. We've been able to show some value to the work that they do with the individuals and youth in the community, to provide them with different types of programming and supports for both them and their family. And those are I think the individuals most at risk within our community for some of the social disorder challenges within their family structure themselves.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Through you, Mayor. That leads into the next question. You mentioned government. Probably I'm not sure if there's any kind of budgetary implications or monetary involved in this. I know that the Chief of Police CIS all across the country are probably lobbying the federal government on and you're talking about youth, on the Young Offenders Act. Can you give me a little more on that? Because I mean, you just talked about the 11 and under, young offenders. There's a lot of work in the area, and it's complicated work. All different people working on different things. Streamlining that come together with the federal initiative, because that's what it started. Can you give me a little more on that?
Okay, so I think you're referring to the Youth Criminal Justice Act?
That's it, yes.
Yeah, so if we determine that there's a need or for change there, we have a couple, I guess, lobby efforts, for lack of a better word, that we would explore, opportunities to explore. One would be with the Saskatchewan Association of Chiefs of Police. If there's something in there that we would like to have looked at, we can make a motion through the Saskatchewan Association of Chiefs of Police and then move it to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police for them to essentially lobby government for change. Also, on the police association fronts, we have the local associations within our service and Saskatoon. They could lobby the provincial police association, and then they would lobby the National Police Association as well, or the Canadian Police Association, to lobby for change in regards to if it's different laws that they want, or maybe changes to sentences, things like that. That would happen through that lobby effort. But we would often bring forward the concerns from our end on what we're seeing, and then they would take it from there and take it to government.
Okay, just to follow up on it, through your mayor, with the funds coming, or the investment from federal government of funds to support the 11 and under, and support the all the activities within the youth. I don't think I've seen anything in your stating that what level the government of Canada supports, let's say, for instance, Regina Police Service on that.
There's actually very little funding coming from the federal government to these programs. It's been like that for a number of years. We did have a little more funding a few years ago. It was clawed back, but there's not much funding at all coming from the federal government to some of these programs. Everything we have is coming through the provincial government for programs.
Okay, so the province and us are we on our own. Okay, that's good. Not good, but that's okay. Quick next question I will have. I'll start with this one. There was a mention of the officers are in a hospital, spending hours on end, and who's paying for that? Is there any, if you can, because you did say a few things, and I just want to kind of expand on that, because it's a budgetary implication. It's money involved. It's a downtime on officers. You're asking for 6 less. So there's a lot of Legos that are going to fall if we don't watch what we're doing. Can you give a little bit higher review on that one?
This is actually something that's been ongoing for a number of years, where we've tried to get the Saskatchewan Health Authority to have to provide their security officers with peace officer status. Because right now, under the Mental Health Act, we are obligated to stay with our detainee, for lack of a better word, or the person who needs mental health support. As a peace officer, we have to stay with them. And we can't just turn them over to a security guard. We have to turn them over to somebody who has the peace officer status. So now, SHA has identified, I think it's 12 members of their security team at the General Hospital who have peace officer status. These individuals now can take our people, or the individuals that we've arrested or we've detained, and they can sit with them and get them in front of whether it's a psychologist or whoever. So it's now reducing our wait time. This is only just started this fall, so we don't really have a lot of data on it yet, but there is some benefits for our members right now, because we're able to drop them off when they have capacity, and they can get them in front of the psychologist or the psychiatrist and hopefully get them the support that they need. So we're back on the street sooner and quicker, and it's a benefit to us.
Okay, through Mayor, thank you very much for that explanation. So that leads me into, you mentioned special constable, or I've asked for many budgets before. You've heard that before. Have the police service looking into special constable? Because, I mean, there are other things, other jobs that other folks can do, rather than a sworn officer that can do what is there to do. Have you, because we have a new chief here, maybe we can start the conversation again and put on his plate. Any comments on that?
Yes, so it's actually gone past the conversation piece.
Okay. So that's good?
It is good. We just posted alternative response officer sergeant position, so into next year, and we didn't put forward a budget request. We're going to sort of work within what we have. So we have an alternative response officer sergeant position who is going to create a program for us that would allow us to bring in special constables to do other work within our community. So right now, this individual, when she starts in January, will develop the program. It has to go through some approval through the provincial government. It's going to be modeled essentially after what Saskatoon has done. And then at some point in time in the year, budget pending, or variance pending, we will hopefully be able to hire some alternative response officers to work in the downtown area to help with the downtown problems that we do have. So we did receive some government money as well. So the provincial government has anteed up about $100,000 for the 23-24 government budget year, so that ends at the end of March, and then $200,000 per year going forward from there. So in the 24-25 budget, we have $200,000. That money has to be matched by the Regina Police Service. So we're hoping that we have the variance to cover the match, which will be about $300,000, and that $600,000 will help set up an alternative response officer program, likely towards the last half of 2024. Is what we're thinking of. We initially were told that the entire money from the government had to be used for wages, for salaries. We've since been able to work with them, and we're able to use it for equipment as well. So we will begin the process of setting up the unit, and then next year you guys will see the full budget request coming your way on what that'll look like to run the program on an annual basis.
Thank you. Looking forward to that one. That's good. Mayor, how much time? How much time do I have? Minute and 13 seconds? 2 minutes? 2 minutes? Oh my goodness, I got time. Woohoo! I got time. Okay, I tried to look for funds here for graffiti. I know we had in previous, last year I asked the question, we had a sergeant dedicated to the graffiti. I'm not sure if that's still ongoing or going. I know that there's calls coming in for cleanup and all that, and I've witnessed few arrests under a bridge of individuals spray painting. Where are we with that?
Okay, I'll just turn that over to Superintendent Steve Lee. It's in our Investigative Services Division.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. That's where we have a dedicated person who is responsible for monitoring pictures, investigating the graffiti in the city. They have a number of other responsibilities, but there's a dedicated officer that has a graffiti portfolio.
Okay, and then to Mayor, for funds, is there enough in there from the budget that we're talking about, is there enough in there to do the job?
We could always use more money.
You can always use more, I know. It's a loaded question.
Yeah, no, we're always appreciative of any extra funding for that. The responsibility can be heavy at times, given the time of year, but we're able to manage again, just with other responsibilities from other people to help out in those investigations.
Okay, thank you. So one more here. The comments were made that no one else can answer, as we heard from the Sergeant Glass, I believe, that no one can answer the call other than police. So the question I'm pointing towards is, previous budgets would talk about that we could replace police with, let's say, community agencies that can deal with different issues, but yet what I was told is probably the same scenario, is that police still have to go. Regardless who's going to go, police still have to go, because there's issues that could arise from people entering into certain areas. Am I in the right direction?
Yes, you are, and this goes to Councillor Zakindiak's questions as well. We did the research here a couple of years ago. We looked at a vast array of different call types and looked at those and tried to analyze them to see if there was call types that other service providers in the community could go to and take off our hands. Of everything we looked at, 96% of all had some form of safety concern that the police would have to attend to. So 96% of all calls we would have to attend regardless. Once we get there, we can ensure that the safety requirements are there, we can de-escalate the situation, and then we can bring in the service providers to help out. So initially we have to be there. We would be there for a period of time, whatever that is, to calm the situation, but then there's an opportunity for service providers to come in. Let's say it's a domestic type situation. It's high, we're able to de-escalate the situation. Maybe one of the people will leave and go to a different house and they need some support or need somebody else to come in. At that point in time, once it's been de-escalated, somebody could come in and offer supports to individuals in that family and hopefully take some of the responsibility away from the police and put it on other service providers in our community.
Okay, so final question, I think I'm just about out of time. So that leads to my question then, probably partially comment, saying what Councillor Zakindiak was saying is that police department are communicating with the community associations and nonprofit agencies and agencies that provide service, wellness, and all that. You are communicating with the folks on a regular basis and working out some kind of plan as you go into the future. Am I correct?
Absolutely. So oftentimes, well, the only 24/7 service out there is
Correct.
mobile crisis. So we have a great relationship with mobile crisis, and they will come and they will help us with these types of things. We also have our PAC teams, and they would also come in and help. They're not a 24/7 operation, but they will come in and take over for police officers as well. So we have some service providers in the community that'll help. Some are police related like PAC, and others aren't, not-for-profit like Mobile Family. Last year, we implemented a call transfer protocol with mobile crisis. And essentially what that meant is if we had somebody in crisis talking to our communication center, we were able to transfer that call over to the experts, the people that are trained in this, and that was mobile crisis. And they would take that call and work with that individual. We have some stats that we were able to transfer only 23 calls, so it's a relatively small number of calls to mobile crisis, but they're able to take that off our hands and off our communications hands, and they would deal with that individual and help them out.
So what I'm hearing, it's getting better as we go.
We're always looking for innovations and opportunities. That's always a given. Sometimes it happens fairly quick, sometimes it takes a bit longer, but yeah, we're looking for changes to help the community out and take some of the responsibility off us and put it with the experts that are, specifically trained in certain aspects of crisis intervention.
Okay. I think I'm done yet? Not yet, but okay, not cut off yet. Not cut off yet. You, as a police service supports fire department. The fire protective services go to a call, something's going on, you follow. Am I correct?
Yes. Well, yeah, we're there for sure. Oftentimes when fires, because fire is now hooked into a lot of the EMS work with overdoses and things like that, we would go as a result of the safety concerns that are identified. So we would go calm the situation, and then fire and EMS would come in and help people. So that happens on a regular basis. At a fire, yeah, we're there doing like traffic control, things like that, so they can do their job. So yeah, we have a really good relationship with fire. We do a lot of collaborative work with them to help them out. They help us out, so it's a good relationship all around.
Okay, that means you do a lot of work. That's what I was just going to say. You do a lot of work, so thank you for that. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just one question to follow up to your response to Councillor Findura. When you talked about the alternate response officers and that you're going to be, the plan is to focus a lot of work in the downtown. Right now we do have the Downtown Community Support Program. How do you envision, I assume there's been some discussions, how do you envision working together with that team?
You know what, I think there's more than enough work for both teams, and their mandate's a little bit different. So yeah, they'll be able to work collaboratively. I assume the relationship will be enhanced over time, and they will still have separate mandates, but there'll be a lot of collaboration because they're going to be dealing with a lot of the same individuals down there. So my understanding, the support group will be finding supports for these people and working with them in that regard, whereas we're going to go down there. We may end up having to remove people from the downtown that are causing a disturbance or causing some challenges there, but there'll be an enhanced relationship with both parties. Saskatoon has both groups working there, and it's been working quite well there. And again, that's what we've been looking at and examining is what does that relationship, how can we enhance it, and what can we do to make the downtown safer for all?
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, when you say downtown, do you want to define what downtown is for you?
Yeah, so it will be essentially from Sask Drive, I think, to College, and from Albert, I think it might go over to, yeah, I think it's Broad. But it might even it might even include the general hospital. It might go further yet.
Okay.
So, and I would say that's a fluid area as well. So they're going to be in that area, but if there's challenges that are just outside that area or things like that, that would be identified, given to the sergeant in charge, and then they can try to figure out how they want to resource that and deal with those issues. They're going to be working on a Monday to Friday. I think the hours will be up to about 7 or 8 o'clock at night, depending on the day of the week. And yeah, it'll kind of evolve over time as as needed and as the requirements
Okay,
become more prevalent to us.
okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Mancinelli.
Much appreciated. I want to make sure I understand what's going on before me. Through the chair, on the operating side, if I understand correctly, we've gone through a multi-year plan to correct the numbers representing citizens of Regina. It's been pretty active to add to the roster. To correct the funding shortfall, we've staged that over 2 years to add 6 per year for the next 2 years instead of 12 in one. And I think that decision kind of balances off by the extra data you've given about the amount of positions able to train new recruits, as well as the retirement of a generational change going on right now, puts an extra pressure on recruitment. So both monetary as well as implementation kind of balance off in that decision. Am I understanding that pretty close?
Yep, you're not far off there.
Okay. As for the capital plan, the original plan to complete the headquarters was supposed to be completed at the end of 2024?
We were hoping, actually, yeah, end of 24, likely the end of 25 would be more realistic. So we were hoping to have the money in place, so when we're done the main floor and the third floor in 24, then we could go right into the second floor and be done by the end of 25.
Okay. And I think you mentioned a $6.25 million shortfall, which you've seen to completion that you have to cover off. Is that correct?
That was the initial money that was, yeah, that was budgeted for. We are still looking with the city through our facilities renewal committee at other options that we'd be able to implement, maybe at a lower cost, but we don't know that for now.
Okay. That $6.25 estimate, what year was that estimate derived at? Is that current numbers adjusted for the inflation we've experienced in the last number of months?
No. Yeah, it's at least a year old.
Okay.
But I'm not sure exactly when we got that number from that committee.
Okay. Without being rude, then, it's a dated number, and most likely it's grown because of inflation since then. Would be a safe assumption?
That's a fair statement, yes.
Thank you. I notice in the facilities asset management, we account for 3.7. I take it that goes towards the 6.25 that you've already talked about, 3.7 million towards the completion, and that's to feed into the 6.25 million you've identified. Is that correct?
Well, we put in 3 million extra into our budget for next year.
Okay.
For 25, not for 24, for 25. Just 3 million though.
Okay. You also mentioned leases that are going to go on longer than expected. What are the costs of those leases accumulating by stretching out this plan?
Okay, I'll just turn it over to Tracy. She'll be able to pull that up, hopefully.
Hi, so currently the Regina Police Service has around 6 property leases throughout the city. And the last estimate that I had was around $1 million that I pay every year.
Okay. Okay, and so reasonably, by putting this out an extra 2 years, we're incurring an extra $2 million worth of operating cost.
Correct.
So, understood. Was there any look at what plans were put together to try to cover off this in the plan that was put forward on time, even over budget? What kind of considerations were given? And were there any alternatives in that direction that were considered?
Well, there definitely were alternatives. We had talked about different types of solution, from a full renovation to partial renovations to whatever we could complete in order to hopefully bring members back into the building. Mm-hmm. So there's part of the problem with the second floor, as I alluded to, is the middle part of it is all locker room space. So that has to be renovated. So the outer office space can be utilized as is. It just wouldn't be renovated, but it would be office space. But that interior piece has to be done. Otherwise, it's going to be wasted space and we won't be able to utilize it. That's the biggest challenge we have on that second floor is that space itself. So without renovating it, it just sits there.
Okay. Was there any look at a change of plan to control costs or some other useful planning phase that could have been used to offset the leases and bring everyone into one building, even if it wasn't perfection right off the hop?
Well, you know what, I think we would be able to cancel or get out of some of those leases and bring some people back. The problem is, without that middle space, we won't be able to bring everybody back. So we likely will end up keeping 1 or 2 leases or so that are out there in the community, because we just won't have enough office space to bring everybody back into the building.
Understood. I look forward to the second round. Just for a comment, I can't imagine incurring $2 million worth of operating expense on a $6 million debt over 2 years to balance a budget. It's spending out tax money crazily and not getting any output from it. So I just need time to process. Thank you for the information.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I don't have a lot of questions because I had them answered over 3 go-arounds at your budget. I just wanted to clarify a comment that you had made at the beginning of your presentation about 10% of your employees are on stress leave within the city or within your organization. I heard those numbers when we were talking. Can you give me a comparable as to, say, another city, just to put this into context as to what 10% means, through the chair?
Yeah, you know what, the only thing I can tell you, and I don't have the numbers themselves, we believe Saskatoon's numbers are higher than ours, but I don't have what that means, or the actual percentage-wise. So I think they were, on my last discussions with their deputy, they were at about 80 to 90 members. We're at about 45.
Mm-hmm.
So ours was, I think, 9% the last time we did the calculation. But I think the important piece is we'd have to sit down and go through each of the criteria to ensure that we're doing it the same way. Because I think they might include maternity leaves in theirs, or we can include it in. So their 90 members might not be the same, have the same criteria as our 45. So I think we just have to go through that to make sure we are accurate in comparing apples to apples on this.
And thank you for that. I just wanted to put that into context because everybody's like, and I mean, you know, you talk to other employees and large employees and their wage is 15%. So it's just trying to put it into context, especially for the media and for the public right now. I want to clarify this for the media, for the public. You're asking for $623,000 more in the budget for the 2024. Am I correct in that, through the chair?
Tracy?
Hi, so the 620,000 is what's new. That's for those new positions.
Yeah.
But the overall increase from 2023 to 2024 is the 4.6 million.
Okay. But that's for staff, the 630.
Yeah, so like really 4 million would be for maintaining everything that we currently have.
Right.
Our leases, our utilities, and our current staff.
Yeah.
And then 600,000 is just, that's the only thing we're asking new, that we kind of can control.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying that. 1.4% of the ask is to cover employee wages. Is that a correct number? Did I do that right?
That's correct.
So of your ask, 1.4% is just for wages?
It's 1.4, yeah, and that covers the collective agreement, wages, and merit increases, but yeah, 1.4 of the 1.6 is just to pay our current staff. We aren't asking for any new operational, we're not increasing our fuel, we're not increasing our leases, we're not increasing anything. We're trying to maintain what we committed to in our 2-year budget and not making any increases there. Plus, we removed the one lease, we moved some people, so that helped alleviate maybe 300,000. So overall, yeah, 1.4 is just for the current staff.
Thank you. Did everybody get that? Those are wages. That is a cost you cannot not.
That's right.
Cost. The other thing here, so we talked about, and we talked briefly about this the other day, and because I'm new to the board, I'm just trying to understand this a little bit better, and I think it's a great thing that we're doing for our police force and offering the mental health and the wellness and all that stuff. You talked here, and I just want to clarify the numbers here. 645 appointments were made for the physiotherapist in since it started. Am I correct in that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have it. So there were 645 appointments. So this is from the time period of July 12th when it started to November 30th. So there's 645 appointments with the physiotherapist. 195 were occupational or WCB related appointments.
Yeah.
And 450 were non-occupational appointments. And of all of that, the WCB and the benefit plans paid for $42,000 worth of appointments.
Okay, Thank you for that. So I just want to understand, so 645 appointments were made. 200 and some were through WCB, and where are those other 380 or whatever appointments? Those are just made because I'm saying, you know what, my back is sore, can I come see the physios? Is that how that's working through the chair?
Yeah, correct. And through our benefit plans, we have the ability to go to a physiotherapist. I think it's X number of dollars per year for treatment.
Okay.
So that is billed back to the benefit plan on that individual in our service.
Okay, so is it my understanding that all of these, so 645 treatments, are any of them given to the officers for free? It doesn't go through their insurance, or it doesn't go through WCB? Is any of that's free to the officers?
So if
Through the
somebody
chair,
maxes out on their appointment, or their allotted appointment dollars, then that stuff over and above that is free for them. But we also make sure that we keep, I think it's 2 hours a day free for the physiotherapist to help with those ongoing emergent type of situations for members to come in and get some treatments if they need to.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying that. I think that's a wonderful thing. I just have a question here about, so this is talking about the emergency response team. You went from 7 down to 5 officers. Is that correct? In my understanding of that? The call for the emergency. I might be saying this wrong, but is that, do you understand? To the chair.
So every year through our patrol, we do a patrol workload assessment.
Yes.
That examines the workload of our frontline members. And in that assessment, there's a number of criteria that we look at to show whether we're resourced adequately.
Yeah.
One of them is response times to, priority 1, 2, 3, 4 calls, and what that looks like. And the other part is officers available to take calls. So take emergency calls. So our last one we had 7 officers available to take calls. This time when we did it, we have only 5 officers. So there's been a reduction on who's available to take calls for service. And that's calls for service, that they're available to take emergent calls for service at any time throughout the day. So there's a best practice that we're trying to adhere to on this.
Okay, and because of the officers going down from 7 to 5, you had reported that there's a 10-second longer to get to the incident. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a bit longer in our priority ones. We're still hitting our priority 1 dispatch standards. I think it's like 98% of the time, so we're right up there. It's the priority 2s, 3s, and 4s that takes us a bit longer to get through. Sometimes the priority 3s and 4s will be hours and hours delay to get there, but they're not emergent calls, so it's not as serious as our priority 1 and 2s.
Right, so the priority 3 and 4, and I understand this, and I think other people understand this. This is like I get home, my house is broken into, and everybody's gone, and there's nothing. So there's nothing you can do.
You're correct there.
Okay. I have nothing further. I just want to say, and I remember fighting for this with your airplane, and I said, until somebody can put a price on somebody's life, you can't talk to me about an airplane. And today we've shown that with that young lady that tried to commit suicide twice. Those are heart-wrenching stories, and I always see myself, a family member, somebody I love in that situation, and picture that and see what I would feel like, and thank God we have that airplane. Thank you guys all for the work that you do. Very meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Brasciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for, first off, to our council, to my council colleagues. We had some very, very, very tough discussion, and probably some of the toughest that I've had to make in my time when we are talking about community safety. I do want to ask about the workload, additional workload on officers. So if we have many officers that, if we don't take care of our officers, the well-being of our officers, which we're doing, but we have officers off, but then we add on, say, protests. We add on many of these things that police just have to show up to. Can you just, and then we can't get officers. It's not a glorious job anymore. Can you just tell me what we're doing just to fill in the gap as we move forward here? Through the chair.
Sure, I'll start with this, and maybe Liz can help out with some of it as well, but, so we do a lot of, like, we talk about the check-ins with our members. We're adding to our capacity. You've heard us talk about the second psychologist. Once we get the second psychologist, we'll do additional check-ins with our members. Right now, the check-ins that we do with our members are, I wouldn't say isolated, but they're more for the investigative units that have added stress, or we've identified as being areas where there's more concern on the occupational stress injuries. Ideally, we'd like to be able to incorporate that across the organization so we can help everyone. We just don't have the capacity at this point in time. So we're looking to enhance that, to look after the members. As far as workload goes, yeah, there's always challenges addressing some of these protests and things like that. And it requires oftentimes people to come in on overtime and work extra time. And sometimes we have no problem with that. This year, we've seen additional number of protests, and we rely on our crowd control unit to come in. We've used our crowd control unit more this year than we have maybe in my career. We haven't seen them being utilized as much. And fortunate, you know, quite frankly, most of these protests are very peaceful. They're just sheer numbers, and the intelligence that goes into these things have indicated that there is potential for some challenges, and that's why we end up resourcing it the way we do. But their officers are trained to go in and interact with the protesters in a positive way, so we reduce any, you know, potential for some of those challenges. But it is another challenge or another requirement for our teams to come in and take care of these, and that's always the problem. We keep asking for more and more, and at some point in time we worry about the breaking point that we hit with some of the members. And these things, especially when we're calling people in on days off and things like that, is taxing for them, and that's one of the concerns we have. So that's part of it. We have lots of programs within our service, and we're always analyzing and looking at new programs to make sure that we look after the mental health and well-being, not just of our sworn members, but every member that works within our service, sworn and civilian alike. So these programs, and I think you've heard a few of those yesterday when we had the presentation, are having an impact, I believe, on the health and well-being of our members. And we just need to continue to work on that, and we'll get to a point, I believe, where a lot of the members will be able to self-refer when they see or feel themselves reaching a breaking point, and hopefully we'll be able to help them through that sort of that proactive piece on getting them the proper treatment in a timely manner.
Okay, great, thank you. Just one more question, and I think I've learned a lot being on the board. One of the things that I think we don't do well is sharing all the work that police does. How many calls a day? Domestic violence. Until we host in the community, we host meetings, residents then come and say, I didn't realize that, you know, that's how many calls. We talk about addiction, we talk about mental health, those are the first calls. So what other things can we do to ensure that our community understands the calls that we get, but also advocating to the government? I know Mayor Masters has done that. We kind of all do it on our own. But is there any solution that you can see from even across the country, from other chiefs? How do they navigate? Because some of the calls, they're social, right? They're health. They're not criminal in means. So any thoughts on that, how we can kind of think outside the box of how we can take those things forward through you?
You know, this is a question I think likely this council has brought up many, many times over the years. 79% of all calls that we take are social disorder type of calls, right? They're dealing with those who are experiencing challenges within our community. They're non-criminal, so that's part of our challenge. What can we do? You know what? I think we've been doing a pretty good job of selling what we do as a service. Lindsay Holmesons are sitting around here somewhere. She's got strategies in place trying to make sure that we push information out to the community, to let them know what we're doing. We have dashboards, we have information, we have a website. We encourage people to come and look. We're open and transparent. We'll go to meetings, we'll talk to people. We're there for them. In this busy life, I think, for a lot of people, this may not be a priority until crime happens to them, and then they ask the questions, and then we provide the information. So there is lots that we're doing. Can we do more? Absolutely. We need to do more all the time. And I think you talk about like advocating and things. council, we do the Citizens Police Academy, we do lots of proactive work in the community. So we have lots of, I would say, advocates for the Regina Police Service that are out in the community that talk about us. Can we do more and get them more involved? Yes, I think we can. But sometimes it becomes taxing on us to keep that up as well. And we're looking for our community partners to help us out with some of that work, to explore, to let them know, let the community know what we do. Because we are just an offshot of the community, and we work with the community well, and that's our job. I want to do as much as we can, and every member here wants to do as much as they can to improve our community. So, yeah, can we do more? Yes. The advocating piece, yeah, it's all of our jobs. It's everybody within our service. It's everybody within our community to talk and work together, rather than push against each other. Let's try to bring it together so we're all supporting the cause. Because at the end of the day, we all want the same things. We all come from it maybe a bit of a different angle, but the goal is to improve that community safety and make it better for all.
Thank you so much. That's all I have for now. I'll wait to close. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've talked a fair amount about staff recruitment, officer recruitment. On the flip side, how's staff and officer retention at RPS?
You know what? I would say it's really good. We very seldom lose members. In fact, we've lost maybe a couple of years ago where, because of family commitments, they made a decision to go and leave the service. But for the most part, our retention is really good on the sworn side. There's a bit more movement on the civilian side, mostly because there's opportunities out in the community to go to different jobs. And sometimes on our civilian side, there's not as much upward mobility movement for them. So they'll start with our service, but then they'll go take a job at government, almost like a promotion. So we see a bit more on the civilian side, but on the sworn side, we don't see a lot of movement.
Thank you. This may be a question about policing generally, but in particular at RPS. Is it still reasonably common for someone to spend an entire career, 30 years as a police officer, 30 years with RPS?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would say to a large extent that's what most of our members do. If you're going to leave policing, you would leave like in the first 5 to 8 years, and we see a little bit of that. We just hired 2 experienced hires. So one came from highways and one came from the RCMP. They were both in that 3 to 5 year range of employment, and then they came to our service. So yeah, you see for the most part they stick with the service. Part of it is the benefits and the pension plan. We just enhanced our pension plan to allow others coming from outside services to buy pensionable time within our service. That's only been in existence for about a year now. So if a member of the RCP comes over, they could take their 4 or 5 years, take it over to Mobius and do a calculation and figure out exactly what they could buy. They likely can buy about 4 or 5 years, and then they would carry on so they can retire at the same time frame as they would have in the other service. So that's definitely a benefit for us. And hopefully we'll see maybe even more experienced hires, but I guess the ultimate challenge on the recruiting side, if we pull from Saskatoon or we pull from the RCMP, they got to replace them. And it's still the same pool of people applying for these jobs, so it's tough that way.
Absolutely. I want to just ask a little bit about, if I can put it this way, indicators of success of public safety in Regina. So we've heard talk, and I take it, policing is difficult in Regina, members are stretched and so on. That on one side. Is it accurate that our crime severity index over the last several years has either been consistent or decreased slightly?
Yeah, I think it's been high. It's always in the top, 5 to 10 at the outset. So that's been fairly consistent for, well, as long as I can remember now.
Yeah, but it's fair to say it's not going up over recent years.
No, I think it's fairly stable. I don't have the numbers if it's going up at all, but. Okay, so yeah, according to this, it's dropped from 134 to 116. So it's dropped a little bit, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll ask a little bit about 2 of the slides in the slideshow, okay, if I can. One of them, as I understood it, spoke about calls or numbers associated with the aerial support unit by month in 2023, and I saw a fair amount of variability within that, so I had it April and May were around 60 calls. May and June were around 400 calls, so, 5 times as much. My question is, am I right in understanding that, and what accounts for the variability in the efficacy by month, if I can put it that way?
Okay. So I think part of the problem was, in some of these, so I think it was the month of April, we had an engine swap that happened. So the plane was down for, I think, between 2 and 3 weeks where they had to swap out the engine. And that's one of the, I guess, the maintenance requirements. Every 2,000 hours, you have to swap out the engine. We got the plane, it was at, I think it was like 1,500 or 1,600 hours. They ran it for a period of time, then they had to swap out the engine. So that would account for April being as low as it was. And then, yeah, May and June, we're up in the air. A lot of the time, we're up. We have to factor in the weather. So there's weather variables. So when it's smoky and things like that, or heavy cloud, we can't be up. So that has an impact on the numbers. And I would think maybe even some holiday things may have factored into this. But for the most part, because we have 2 tactical flight officers, we're able to counteract that. It's the pilots that's the problem. So if a pilot is on holidays, they may not be up in the air. So 2 tactical flight guys that are assigned to that plane will be just taking patrol calls. So that'll help with, or that'll be part of the explanation on the variable on the numbers.
Thank you. Well, fair enough. I'm just trying to, that's interesting data. I'm just trying to dig into it a little bit more. So is it fair to say, put it this way, something like the variability in the numbers month to month isn't so much indicative of the type of crime that the plane is responsive to going up and down? It's about ability to utilize the plane to
Yeah, I
observe
would say
the
so.
crime.
The plane is up, so the plane doesn't just wait for a crime to happen. It's up there because it's not, by the time it gets airborne, whatever's going on, they will have missed. So they are up in the air when they can, as much as they can, dependent on weather and other situations like the maintenance pieces. So as much as they can be up there, they're up. And that allows them to respond to things. It allows them to, quite frankly, they're looking at our CAD system, which is our computer-aided dispatch, to see different types of calls that are there. They will actually go in and zoom in on a call for service if it's something that's going on that they can offer assistance to. They'll do that without even being called. They will monitor traffic stops. A vehicle is stopping or a police officer is stopping a vehicle, they'll go to that traffic stop with the camera and watch it. If something happens, they're already on it and they can go. So yeah, it's the proactive work that they do by being up there as much as they can that allows us to be as successful and be engaged in as many calls as they are.
Thank you. I just want to dig a little bit more into 2 numbers I heard presented today and get a better understanding of them. So one of the numbers was a study, 96% of calls which the police do receive do require police attention, to some extent at least. And the other was 79% of all calls that we take are social disorder type of calls. I might ask a third question if we have the data, or if you have thoughts on it through the chair, is do you have any information about what percentage of staff hours, so time that police are in the community working on the front lines, is time that in fact requires police presence, as opposed to, I might put the alternative as, time that you simply must attend because you're among the only organizations that will attend every call?
Well, I don't have it, but I might look back. We don't track that? Okay. I'll just look back at Karen Williams, who are from Strategic Services. We don't have that information. So.
Okay. No, fair enough.
Okay.
Maybe I would ask you to elaborate through the chair, if you can, in that the 96% of calls require some police presence and 79% are social disorder type of calls. I guess I'd ask you to expand. I take it from that data, most social disorder type of calls require some level of police presence. Can you talk about what that presence is and what it is?
Sure.
What role you have in social disorder type of calls?
So I'll maybe throw out examples to help with the explanation. So oftentimes we'll get a call for service. Let's say it's an intoxicated individual at an address. party going on, 10 people in the house. So, yeah, the call comes in, we get it, we're gonna have to go. This isn't something anybody else can do. We have 10 people there, there's alcohol involved, we're not sure exactly what's going on. So we can go there, we can de-escalate the situation, calm it down, remove a couple of people that may not supposedly be there. But let's say there's challenges there. Let's say there's 10 people there and there's maybe a couple of young individuals that need to be looked after. Kids that are in a house and it's not safe for them to be there. So we would call Family Mobile. They could come in and take care of these kids, maybe take them over to a grandparent's place or somewhere else to help them out. But we need to go there to de-escalate and look at what's there. But then there's service providers that could come in. So that's the situation I'm talking about. So there's lots of those types of calls where police have to go, and then once it's de-escalated, others can come in and offer services. The same thing could happen with a domestic dispute type of situation where mom and dad are having a dispute over something. It's not going well. There's no violence. It's just an argument, let's say. But we are still required to go there to de-escalate it, to separate the two, to understand what's going on. And if everything's good, maybe there's services that can come in and help mom or help dad, help the family. And those are the types of calls that we were talking about. We were looking at a vast array of calls within our service, and I don't have all those, but every one of those calls that we looked at, of all of those, 96% still responded, still required that initial response from us, and then once that was done, then service providers could come in and offer assistance and help out. Does that help with the explanation?
That is useful, yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then maybe just one more data point to get my head around it, if you have it, is do you have data or an estimate of the percentage of calls RPS responds to which involve violent crime as categorized under Crime Severity Index?
We should have that, but yeah. So do you have our crime stats? We have crimes against person versus crimes against property. So we know our crimes against person this year have gone up fairly substantial. We were just talking about this yesterday. So they're up about 23% over last year, year to date. This is the October stats. Mostly driven by our level 1, level 2, level 3 assaults and robberies were the two main areas that are driving this for now.
Okay. Yeah, so that's useful to know. So 23% up over last year at this time. Do you know what percentage of total calls that accounts for then this year?
I don't have that number, no.
Okay.
Because that's just what we're seeing as, from our monthly extract. So we have to go down and break down the actual calls. These are the incidents that we attend. So it's different than calls for service. Calls for service don't necessarily reflect as an incident later.
Right, okay, I see. Great, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thanks.
So in round one, I still have to answer questions, but we're at a legislative break. We're going to break for lunch. Folks, are you okay with half an hour as opposed to 45 minutes? Is that okay? Half an hour. Clearly, you're welcome to join.
Thank you.
I'll see you back here at 1:45. That's make 6. We're good. Elaine, would you close the side door, please? Okie dokie. Here we go. Welcome back. Deputy Chief, your microphone is on.
Thank you.
I had asked the question about the calls for service in 2019 compared to this year. Do we know the calls for service? And the reason I'm asking is because we know that 2020 and 2021 and 2022 were lower, but increasing as we opened up. We shut down for COVID and then we opened up. So 2019 seems to be more of a baseline year. Do you know the calls for service in 2019?
64,907.
And the calls so far this year? Or, sorry, 2023 so far?
52,765.
Okay. All right. In 2019, we were minus a whole bunch of police officers, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But we also added a couple of units to help with some of the service delivery.
Yep.
So we have our virtual reporting, we have our frontline frontline support units as well. So that they've been helping with some of that.
Okay, that's
I
fantastic.
just don't have the numbers on those.
Yeah, that's okay. And so in the aerial support unit, what was in that dashboard was there's 312 ground units trips saved. I wrote it down. I'm fairly certain it's right.
Yeah, 301, yeah.
301, okay. So the ground unit trip saved, and if I heard correctly, a ground trip is anywhere between 2 to 10 hours, right? In terms of the response time for, what I'm trying to get at is, from the aerial support unit perspective, when you're able to wave off ground units, that's at least 312 hours saved?
Yeah, I don't know what the time frame would be. I don't know if we have any data on ground trips like that.
Okay.
Because it could be anything from just a couple of minutes to, yeah, a longer period of time. So we haven't tracked that.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question about headquarter budget. What was the original budget for all of the the new headquarter as well as headquarter east? Do you know the original budget numbers?
I don't.
When it was
have-
approved?
no,
Okay,
I
that's all right.
don't.
I can ask administration.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure it out.
Okay.
Because we did go back and get an increase at one point in time, but there's different aspects of it, because there's the purchase of the STC building, plus some money for renovations there. Then there was the MJB building, the funding that came with that, and then there's at least one other request that we had put in for additional funding.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the MJB building, what is the contribution, do you know that, for the third floor for the police gym?
We put in, I think it was $350,000 to do the, sort of the drywall electrical stuff on MJB third floor.
Okay. So in terms of the reduction of 1558 and then that transfer, not getting essentially, how much money do you need to finish the second floor?
Well, to do the full renovation, we were told it was 6.25 million.
And any of that portion proceeding?
Well, we have, I think there's about $800,000 right now that's been set aside. That's, if it's not utilized on the first and third floor, that could be utilized for some of that second floor.
Okay, and tell me again, there was a question asked, and I apologize. In terms of the lease space, we have 5 leases still, 6 leases elsewhere?
I'll just ask Tracy to.
Ms. Raisin, there you go.
Yep.
Yeah, we have 6 leases right now.
How many of those end without the second floor being done?
How many of them will end?
Yeah, are we gonna maintain those past opening up HQ and whatnot?
No, so all of these leases will continue.
Well,
Is that what you're asking? The Crossroads basement is the only one that will end this year.
Okay.
once we get all the renovations done, like on the main floor and the third floor, I think there's likely an opportunity to at least get rid of one lease for sure, maybe 2.
Okay.
But that, it'll be the rest of it, because that inside piece won't be developed to allow for everybody to come back.
Okay, so I guess my question is, if the renovations were complete, including the second floor, how many leases could you end?
All but 2.
Yeah.
The one would be the fleet services with the garage off-site, and the other one would be the Regina Children's Justice Center,
Got it.
which has been an off-site
For a long
unit
time.
for a long time.
Yeah, and partly policy.
Yeah, that's with us and with social services and the work that we do.
Of those 4 leases that could end, what's the value of those, what's the annual value of those 4 leases?
$700,000?
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. My retention question got asked and answered. In terms of the work that you do with mobile crisis, can you explain that a little bit further?
So there's 2 different aspects of things we do with mobile crisis. The first is sort of our general duties. So if we're out at a call for service and there's something that mobile crisis could do, and oftentimes it's around young children, where they will come and help us arrange for proper care for those. So we would make a call to mobile crisis. They have a mobile unit that would come out and help us, and they would do that work. And most of that's occurring after hours, because we could call social services or others to help us out during the day. The other piece is the call transfer piece. So this was people in crisis that phone us, and oftentimes our communication center would spend a long period of time, sometimes hours, with the individuals on the phone and try to help them. And these types of calls are like a suicidal person or somebody with suicidal ideation and things like that. We'll move that over to mobile, who have the expertise to handle those types of calls. But that, I would say, it's been limited in the success. We've only had, I think, 23 calls for service, and it's been in existence for about a year at this point.
Is there a reason why, in terms of limited success, in terms of those 23 calls transferred?
I think it's just the amount of calls that are coming in and their capacity as well. So I don't know, we haven't done an annual assessment on this to determine exactly what's going on here, but we will have to do that to see. I'm hoping that there's more of an ability for them to take on some of the work, but sometimes people in this situation wouldn't phone us anyways. They're going to phone a crisis line, which could be mobile to begin with. So we don't have, I wouldn't say we'd have a lot, but I'm guessing we have more than what we've transferred over.
Okay, and so I think Superintendent Steve Lee had highlighted in terms of the amount of suicide calls per week. And the police are responding to that because the requests are coming in from loved ones and family then, not the individual.
I would say it's coming in from all. It'd be the loved ones plus the individual in crisis.
Okay, thank you. There's a comment made about the domestic violence when it was highlighted in your stats. Police reported domestic violence. And so I think we've had this conversation before in terms of even incidents when it comes to how Stats Canada is collecting information, because if it's not police reported, then it's just basically happening in the dark or behind closed doors. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say so.
If you had to guess, how many of those are repeat calls? To the same couple, the same family, the same issues?
Well, I would say there's a high probability there'd be many repeat calls.
Thank you. You had brought up, someone had brought up in terms of provincial funding, there's expansion coming to the PAC team. Can you describe that?
Correct. So they've added an extra police officer on our end. The Ministry of Health has added an extra mental health social worker as well. So we will have 3 PAC teams. We're hoping they're going to be able to give us about 18 hours of coverage per day, 7 days a week. So they'll start, I think, about 8 in the morning and run till about midnight, if I'm correct on the hours. And will give us sort of the peak call times when we receive these types of crisis calls from individuals. Oftentimes later in the night, we're not getting many calls, but that peak time, 18 hours, is I think that's the hours that we need the teams available. So it should help our frontline members as well.
Okay, that's fantastic. And I just want to clarify, you're doing the scheduling according to the analysis of the data as to when those calls are coming in?
Correct, yeah. And they need some admin time because there's some callback work that they do as well. So they need some day shift hours to do some of that, and then the night shift hours to respond to the calls.
Okay,
It's a
perfect.
bit of a blend.
So that's good news in terms of what we've been asking for. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's additional officer coming to the ICE unit,
Correct.
also what we're asking for. And I believe, as it January 1, that the security and emergency rooms will be sworn in as peace officers, so there can be a handoff.
That's already happened. That started in, I believe it was September.
Have you noticed a decrease in the amount of time?
October.
Sorry?
Yeah, it happened in October.
In October?
Yeah.
And have you noticed a decrease in the time that patrols having to spend in the hospitals?
We have a number of, I think they've been there a number of times and they've helped out. So yeah, we're not really seeing, I don't think yet, the full ramifications of that work, but there are some positives happening.
Is it you? All right, go ahead.
Yes, I think the 6 weeks, 6-week data shows that I think they've taken over 24 apprehensions. So we average, depending on 2 to 4 hours. So, it's significant, 200 hours, just depending on average how many hours we're actually there. But so it's been a good addition so far, but it's just been 6 weeks. So.
Okay. And in terms of the urgent care center that'll be opening up sometime in early 2024, which will have a mental health and addiction wing to it, do you see that? I know there was a question asked about, and you had answered about the 15 medical units, medically supervised units for intoxicated persons. Do you see that as additionally helping to alleviate some of what you do?
Absolutely. Any of those services that are there, as long as they have capacity, will help us. We can go there. Part of the challenge is, like, we look at our brief detox center, oftentimes there is no capacity. Yeah. So hopefully they will have capacity to help us with some of these calls.
Okay. Okay. That will help as well. And I just wanted, how many of the approved positions over the last few years have been hired? Have they all been hired? And they may
Yes.
not be trained yet, but have they all been hired?
I believe we have hired all of the approval from the last 2 years.
Fantastic. I know I had another question. Oh, the school resource officers. This was brought up and you had answered earlier, and I got the sense from you that you think there's significant importance there. What is your general summation of, because I know it has been, in a joint effort to investigate this with the school boards, they wanted a review of it. What's the summation of what that review resulted in?
Well, the review was, I would say, a positive reflection of the program and the way it is now, and came forth with a couple of recommendations, or a number of recommendations for us. One of the challenges we had with the school resource officer program, and the school boards had with it, is we had never done an evaluation on it, and we had never really showed the true value of it. So one of the recommendations is to do a review of these things on a regular basis going forward, and make sure that we're able to meet the needs of not only the school board, but the community and the families alike. So from that, we've set up a working group within our service and within the school boards, and we're going to meet on a regular basis to make sure that we are hitting the mark. We've done a lot of work on the curriculum components of it, again, looking at it from a police perspective. Now we're going to have a different perspective and bring in the school board to help us look at the curriculum that we're delivering, or the presentations that we're delivering, to make sure that we're in alignment with what they want. Because a lot of the times we've been doing this, but again, they're going to be sitting at the table, they're going to help us make sure that we're meeting all their needs. And then at some point in time, we'll likely bring in some student bodies, some students, to be part of the concerns that were expressed. So in the report, it talks about some individuals within the schools, some students, being fearful of police. We hear this quite often in our community. So we want to engage the student body to figure out ways to try to mitigate some of those fears and work closer with the student body, the teachers, and everybody to show that we're there to help them and we're there to work with them. So hopefully, by bringing in some of the student bodies and listening to some of their concerns, we'll be able to address those, and then ultimately address some of the concerns that were brought forward from the school trustees that were bringing the issues forward to begin with, prior to the report being done.
Thank you for that. Just going back to positives coming out, I guess, between the peace officers in hospitals, the expansion of the PACT team, additional ICE work, 15 secure medical facilities, urgent care center. opening, we have a proposal before council to consider in the budget from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Program as well, that they're going to do a pilot project for a few years, expanding the downtown safety patrol program in street outreach to 24/7. Do you see that as potentially assisting as well?
Yes, I would think anytime we can add more bodies to do some of that work, it will help. It's just making sure that we have support systems available that we can access 24/7. It's great to have people out there, but if there's no place to move people to or get them the supports, some of the work may not get done, or there's just nowhere to take them to.
Right, identifying capacity.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go back to Councillor Stevens.
Got nothing else.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Moule.
All done, thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, have you been inspired to ask any questions?
Not yet.
I realize the turkey makes us all sleepy, but okay. Councillor Zakiniak.
I have some, sorry. Okay. And Councillor Fandura told me I could have his 5 minutes too, so that's
Not happening. He doesn't get to decide.
So my recollection of the 2023, the budget process for this year is initially, with your initial 2024 budget requests, you would have been caught up on your staffing levels, and the rate requests would drop significantly after that. I know that's no longer the case, but is that accurate, that that would have been the case?
So flashing here. Yes, ultimately that would have been the case. So we have our patrol workload assessment that we would do annually, and I guess if we were at the optimum staffing levels, then that patrol workload assessment would be able to give us an indication of where we were as far as resources required going forward based on the criteria we use and the growth of the city. So yeah, there would obviously be growth that would happen, but it would be incremental and it would be considerably less than what we've done through our growth plan.
And so with this revised budget request, is the anticipation that in 2025 budget would now be when you would hope to be caught up to where you wish to be, or to be determined?
Yeah, I would say from our perspective, yes. I guess we'll wait and see what the board says. But we would ask for the additional 6 members that we didn't get this year. We'd move that into our 25 budget.
Okay. So we've, council and I believe the media has heard some concerns from the Cathedral neighborhood about increased crime there, and sort of like a desire for more either community support officers or and potentially police presence. My question is, has RPS increased their presence in recent years in Cathedral, and do you have plans to continue to do so in that neighborhood?
Well, I can tell you that we're working with the Cathedral Village, or the Cathedral Community Association, but I know Jeff Wagner's been working with that a lot closer than I have, so I'll turn it over to him to provide that response.
Yeah, we've been meeting with the Cathedral Area Community Association. I think we had a few different meetings, and yeah, so we're working with the city on that one too. There's I want to say Mr. MacArthur and Audrey Young are part of this committee. So just working together to deal with some of the issues that are happening there. As the deputy said earlier, we always have our proactive. So every week we have our crime analysts that are monitoring crimes and what's going on. And then when that's reflective of increased calls or issues that are happening in a community, much like the Cathedral, then we'll direct our efforts or our proactive efforts to that community or that area to try and deal with some of the problems that we're having there. So it's an ongoing kind of multi-pronged approach. We're dealing with the community and trying to come to some solutions together. You know, I've previously, you know, Evan Bray's always had that, the comment that we can't arrest ourselves out of certain problems, so it has to be a collaborative approach with the police and the community. So.
Okay, and just can you just give a quick overview of any investments in your 2024 budget in support of our energy and sustainability framework?
The only thing that I think we have left, because we did remove the infrastructure for the EVs as part of our capital carry forward, or capital movement forward, because we're not in a position for that.
Okay.
We are hoping to replace our school resource officer vehicles this year, and we are looking at either a hybrid or full electric. Part of our challenge right now is the full electric vehicles are very difficult to get for us, and the other part is we got to have the infrastructure to be able to charge them. So the hybrid might be a better option for now until we can get to a full electric version the next lease cycle that comes forward for us.
Okay. And in relation, I had asked about the reserves previously. Did you draw from your reserves at all this year, or are you planning to in future years to help with, to address the growing expenses that you're having?
So this year, I think it was 800, did we take 800 for the facilities? Or was that from 2 years ago? Okay. So we didn't draw, we had put money into our reserves here a couple years ago, and that went into facilities renewal. There was $950,000 that went into facilities renewal. But this year, we had discussion with our board about utilizing some of that money, and at the end of the day, we decided not to. We didn't think it was sustainable to add it in, especially on the operating side, because at the end of the day, we'd have to come back with a higher ask next year. So there is that aspect of it. We like to keep some in the reserve. We have a collective bargaining coming up next year. We anticipate it's going to be higher based on what we're seeing in other jurisdictions as far as the settlements go. So we may have to potentially draw on that depending on how that goes. But we're not making any plans to utilize it for anything else at this point in time.
Okay. Okay, and I think this next question is for someone in administration, and it is, why is the city recommending that any changes to the RPS capital plan be offset by increases or decreases to facilities asset management program if it'll put additional pressure and is already under the recommended funding amount? Am I going to have to repeat that?
Mr. Lacey?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'd say this for two reasons. One, for 2024, which is the capital budget being approved, FAM actually goes up as a result of the changes, and so FAM is actually in a better position. Secondly, when you look at taking out the $3 million with respect to the second floor renovation over the 5 years, the change is only about $800,000 in FAM over the 5 years. And I think for simplicity purposes, it just seemed reasonable that we focused on FAM to be that adjusting factor to balance the capital plan.
Okay. Okay, and another question. There's $3.8 million earmarked for the RPS campus development, funded through our capital plan. And so some of this may have already been addressed, but I'm wondering why it wouldn't be funded partially or in whole through the police budget. And Mayor Masters, I don't know if your answer that you previously gave me is the answer to that, or if there's more.
Actually, I think I'll have you, maybe Ms. Raisin, explain the capital ask that's currently in the budget.
Okay, so in 2024, that budget request, as we've already mentioned, has come down, and I think that's clear, right? So for 2025, we did earmark that $3 million. That was our portion of that 6.25. So the plan was we would put $3 million in our 25 budget, and city administration would put 3.25 in theirs.
Okay. Okay. I do have some just general comments now. How much time do I have left? 2.5 minutes. I can say lots in 2.5 minutes. So just that, in my mind, so in the presentation, it was noted that 4.7 is in the mid-range of the mill rate requests that you folks have made in the past several years. I appreciate the work that's been done to bring the request down. in my mind, like, that's still fairly high. And I think, as you noted, we are getting to now, potentially next year, the end, you'll be able to reach the staffing levels that are part of your strategic plan, and then the requests, mill rate requests should come down. So I think that would be obviously beneficial. I regularly hear from residents in my ward who do have concerns about the continued elevated asks of the police budget. I've also continued to hear and see questions and concerns from residents about the police plane, like whether that's noise or privacy concerns or just not understanding what all is visible from that plane and what all is under surveillance and that sort of thing. And so I am wondering, are there plans does RPS see any need for additional community engagement to further explain what the plane's purpose is and how it operates and that sort of thing in the community?
Well, we get the odd concern coming in mostly about the noise from the plane, and we address those through our support services division. I haven't heard anything about the surveillance discussion in the last while. It hasn't come up.
Okay.
Quite frankly, we're not utilizing it for that purpose, but maybe there is some messaging that we can put out to the community on some of that, but it's not utilized for that purpose at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if there's requests to go to community associations and speak to it, absolutely.
Yeah.
But we're not hearing a great deal of concerns coming from the community overall, other than the odd noise complaint. And a lot of those noise complaints are coming from, I would say, a handful of people that are putting those out on a fairly regular basis. Is that
Okay.
correct, Darcy? Okay, thanks.
Okay. And we did receive this budget request later than previously, and I believe that's because it did go through multiple rounds with the Board of Police Commissioners. So it was more difficult to give it the attention it deserved prior to today. But I do appreciate all the work that the Board of Police Commissioners did in trying to refine and reduce this request. And for that reason, for the first time since I've been in this seat, I'm going to be able to support the police budget ask. So I appreciate that, like, the Board of Police Commissioners, I think, did their job quite well and has made it easier for me this year to respond to resident concerns that the ask is too high, but and also recognize that it's been reduced. Has it been reduced enough? I don't know, but it's a step in the right direction in my mind. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Councillor Zakinia. Councillor Fundura.
I gave my time away. I'm good.
Just going to sit and enjoy this moment for a moment, John. Councillor Stadenchuk, go ahead.
I'm fine.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yeah, I think I'm stuck on a loop still. Still super happy understanding of the operating decisions. I'm stuck on that facility and the efficiency you guys need as a force. Was there any like 4 or 5 year modeling looking at this decision from the amount of money saved towards servicing the debt quicker compared to putting it off, and effects on operation, costing of operation, as well as the extra cost of that leases? Is that kind of any analysis you can share or anything in that line of information?
Yeah, we haven't done the analysis on it or put together any information. We are going to be working with our facilities renewal committee with the city, and we are putting together a business case on that, so we could incorporate some of that into that business case, which I think you guys will end up seeing here at some point in time.
Yeah, just making sure I understand the entirety of the issue as well. I see you have $3.6 million set aside next year towards this project. This is the year that it's getting kicked down the road that we're not initiating on. Yeah, were there any comments on debt financing to get this going? Not at all?
No. Yeah, so when it comes to facilities, it is the city's responsibility to provide them to the police service. So we don't have any conversations regarding debt financing. That's not something the police service would take on. It would have to be something that the city, through discussions with the city, that they would do.
Just to make sure I understand that, if we were to take on the debt as the city through facilities and provide our 3.8 and you guys put your 3.8 next year, that would mean in years 26 and 27, we could probably see a savings of $700,000 per year on leases, which is $1.4 million on a $3 million loan. Is that true?
I think your numbers are fairly close, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that 700,000 in leases, that doesn't include all the operating expenses as well.
Okay.
So I pay all the utilities and power, all of that stuff with those facilities, cleaning and so forth. Those at the 700,000 would just be the actual leased.
Okay.
So there would be even more.
Would I also be wrong in assuming there'd be internal efficiencies that could be calculated as well?
Absolutely.
Would I be too much to ask if this was to be corrected as we go through the second part of our debate today, of course, because this is all tied to facilities under capital and operating. Would you be able to earmark that and use that for debt servicing if we were able to free that money up to help put the city in the right size position if that was to go?
We'd have to do some work and gather the
could.
numbers and figure it out, but.
Yeah.
It's a feasible ask, though?
Mhm.
Okay.
The problem with that, my only concern is I can't move the people out tomorrow.
No, I
Right,
understand.
so just looking forward, yeah, if we were able to finish the renovations and move the people out of those locations, yes, I can give you how much we would save per location, that would come back towards the city.
Okay. I
Yeah.
think you've given me enough to know that I'm actually asking a verified line of questioning that is not just imaginary. So thank you. That's all I need.
Imagination fairies haven't set in, okay. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Just a follow-up from the school resource officer. I've been in nonprofit organizations for a long time, and I always have measurables. So what am I doing, and what is the outcome for the kids, and what are the benefits? Now, with the school resource officer, I worked closely with the school resource officer in Estevan and some of the work that we did together as just as a volunteer and the police officer. The measurable is not just to have police be our friends. Because technically, I wanted my children to be scared of police because that would help them to make sure they make better choices possibly. Is there any other measurables that you have for these school resource officers? So say these kids now, their attendance in school is up higher, or graduate, anything like that? Any other measurables that you have for these police officers that go into the school through the chair?
No, we don't, and that's part of the reason why we set up the committee, to work with our school resource officers and representatives from the school boards and the teachers themselves to come up with some of those measurables. That's what we were asked to do, and that's what we want to be able to show back so the trustees will see the true value, because we've been doing this for years, and anecdotally, we say we're doing great things. We have increased trust and rapport. We're able to mediate a lot of the problems that are in the schools without laying criminal charges and do a lot of positive work, but we don't have the statistics to show that. And some of the trustees were asking those questions. How come you don't have the evaluation? What data should you have? Excuse me. That's one of the things we're working towards through that committee work, is to set some of that up, and then we will have an annual review, whether it's, biannual or every 3 years or whatever the case may be. We'll do that and then be able to show what those data points are and the benefits to the program for the school boards, for the community, for our board, and for our service.
Because, and I will tell you, just from experience, I know with some of the kids, when Chief Ray came into our organization, a lot of the kids just could never see themselves in the police force because they had criminal records, or they had this or they had that. And what really, and I know that 2 have been hired within the police service, and I know that 1 child or young boy went on to the Army, was they were told and they were given the fact that just because you have a criminal record doesn't mean you can't work for our police system. So it was getting that little seed planted in their head, and then it turned out to be something better. And I know with young kids that I talk to, I want to be a police officer, and then you talk to them years later when they're in high school, and it's like not a chance in hell, because I'll get, social media and this and that, and the kind of, so having that maybe talked about within these kids and going, so just a thought, and just something that I've learned. So thank you very much for that anyway. And if you have anything to add to that, that's fine. Sure.
I think the only thing I would add is the reasons we're in the school is to increase trust with the student body, try to mediate some of the challenges that are there, and build relationships like we do anywhere we go.
Mhm.
So the school, the students there will see us and potentially see themselves in us, is what we want. And they'll see themselves in us when we earn their trust, and they see the uniform, and they see past the uniform to the individual sitting behind it. And once they've been able to do that, the hope is that maybe they actually want this profession. And that's what we hope to accomplish, is break down some of those barriers, have individuals see us as who we are, and hopefully maybe someday become part of that, or at least part of the solution, and help us with what's going on in the community.
Absolutely, and you know, even for them feeling safer to come to you and say, you know, my mom did this, or my dad did this, or any kind of thing. And those kind of little stories and those kind of data is really beneficial and shows the kind of work that you're doing, so thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Brashear, I believe you'll close off debate. Councillor LeBlanc.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right. I found my other questions before you go. Councillor Brasciani, in response, the aerial support unit, can you just say here publicly what it can see from the air? Can it see inside houses?
No, it can't.
Okay,
But
thanks.
it can see it can see a front yard, it can see the backyard, like it really is like watching TV almost. It's that, the camera system is that good, but it cannot see in houses.
Thank you. In terms of, I want to circle back to mobile crisis, because I understand they're funded by social services, because they're, in essence, social services after dark, or after regular office hours, and your TRIP program, and I think your answer was it's on a bit of a shoestring budget. Can you say what TRIP stands for the public here?
The Regina Intersectoral Partnership.
Right. And it's about intervening 11 under and I think 17 under, is that correct?
Yeah,
There's
there's
age
two
groups?
different portions, the 11 under and the 12 and up.
Has the Regina Police Service ever thought about creating a charity like some other police services have to collect money for different programs that folks want? A police foundation?
We've had some discussions. I can tell you right now, through the Saskatchewan Police Commission, there is a policy that prohibits us from that, but we're having some discussions just recently on whether they are going to maybe loosen up some of that to allow for some other funding outside of that. Now, I don't know if it would be, I would say the Regina Police Service shouldn't be the one that would create a foundation like that.
Agreed.
I would say it should be somebody within the community, and then it could support something like the 12 and under or the TRIP program, or 12 and up in the TRIP. But it shouldn't be the police service, it should be some community organization that sets that up away from the police, so there's no perception of impropriety or anything like that. Maintains objectivity.
I appreciate that, sir. Well, it turns out the South Saskatchewan Community Foundation actually has a category called the City of Regina Foundation, which was created a number of years ago. And so I think it's an intriguing option for some of these programs from a philanthropic perspective, if folks are interested in assisting with youth at risk or helping folks through that TRIP program, which is pretty, I mean, it's amazing the work that they do with families and with intervening. It's the prevention as well as the intervention, which can kind of change the trajectory of people's lives. So maybe more on that later. I just wanted to ask that question to make you smile. And, you know, Councillor Zakiniak had brought up basically private security investment and from a neighborhood perspective. And we know, we've heard from downtown, from the Business Improvement District representing businesses downtown, that hundreds of thousands, if not into the millions of dollars, has been invested in private security to protect both workers as well as physical property. What do you think of neighborhood watch programs?
You know what, there's a number of them around, Citizens on Patrol in a couple different areas of the city, where, yeah, everyday citizens are out there and they do some walk-arounds in their area just to see what's happening, and then they just report back amongst their, I think it's amongst their community association. It used to be more prevalent a number of years ago. I would say, for the most part, a lot of the individuals involved are they're active in their community, but there's not all communities are necessarily active. So if there's a way to do it safely, and a way to do it with maybe some additional training or support from us, I think that would be beneficial. But the only thing I do worry about is if they're not properly trained, do they engage when they shouldn't engage? Should they call when they see something? That's the only concern I have, but we would be supportive of a program of an enhanced program like that.
I appreciate you bringing up that training piece. Would something like the community engagement unit or something like that be, if a group came forward in a particular neighborhood that wanted to start a little bit of citizens on patrol perhaps, and I'm thinking about kids getting to programming safely during the warmer months, if that's something that the RPS would work with a group just to for some training exactly at what you referred to.
I think that would be something we would very much be engaged in. It would just take a bit of work to figure out what that looks like, because I don't know if we have a program like that, but yes, we would do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And finally, in terms of the growth plan, let's hypothetically say it's 6 this year and 6 next year. And I apologize, because Lord knows I've read a lot of these reports. What on average is the number of police officers that need to be hired every year to keep up with our, average rate of growth? Do we have a number identified?
No, we don't. So that's part of the patrol workload assessment that would happen. So we punch the numbers into there, it just runs the program, and then they would punch out the criteria and would look at our call response times, a number of different criteria like that, and then give us an idea what the number that we need on the street to respond to those types of calls are. That doesn't necessarily take into account the growth of the city. So that just on what we have as data points, and then we would look at that for growth. There is no, I would say there is no, set number that we would ask for. It would be dependent on what that patrol workload assessment looked like and potentially the growth of the city. I think it's a combination of a number of factors that would show what we would be required to continue on. But I don't think you'll see us asking for 16 bodies for a couple of years like we have had. It'll likely be more of the, the 4 to 6 to 8 bodies, depending on what the workload tells us, that would be required and be more consistent requests rather than just a feast or famine type thing.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. If we approve 6 this year, how many sworn officers have been approved in the last few years?
So 23, you got it, Tracy? Go ahead.
So in 2023, 21 sworn were approved. 2022, 16. 2021, 8. 2024, and 2019, 1.
I think my concern is this, is that we don't ever ask council to try and catch up like this again. I mean, you were in a massive deficit, and that is a significant increase to the force. I think that whatever your next patrol assessment comes forward with, it's reasonable growth at a reasonable pace to ensure that that the force is, as you say, maintaining what it needs to. But I don't want a workload assessment to say, be done in 5 years, and then in 5 years going, okay, now we have to play catch up again. It's not fair to the service. I don't think it's necessarily fair to whatever council is sitting here, and that's not your fault. I know that's not your fault. I'm fully cognizant of what happened previous, and so I think that education piece around you're a human service and are responding to what you respond to. So just that level of modest asks makes far more sense, I can tell you, sitting where I'm sitting. So happy to catch you up. A little disappointing that we can't get you that this year, but we'll keep plugging away at it, and then would hope by budget next year that you would have an indication about this is, in general, this is what we should be looking at, because I think that's good and wise advice moving forward.
And I think that's the same thing we want.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it creates its own challenges when you have to hire as many as we have. So if we can lower that number, it makes it much more feasible for all of us.
Yeah, I completely agree. Okay, I'm good. Thank you. Oh, no, I'm going to do this to you, Ms. Raisin. I knew I had something stuck in my head. This may sound familiar to you. In terms of the budget, by and large, RPS hits their budget every year, sometimes with a bit of a small surplus, which we know is mostly due to lag, whether in terms of hiring or projects being completed or whatnot. And my question, I think, is how does the Regina Police Service, when we're looking at budgeted line items by department, how does the Regina Police Service ensure that we don't have any department panicking going, oh gosh, I asked for $1 million and it's November and I have $300,000 left, I have to spend it or I'm going to lose it. Could you please respond to that?
Sure. So at the Regina Police Service, every single month I run our budget variance line by line of every account code we have, which then rolls up by department. So then also every month I present this to executives so then we can identify certain budget line items are going to be over budget. For example, fuel or the cost of utilities have come up, things that we can't control. This way, by looking at the whole service with one big umbrella, looking at it all together, we can see we need to save in other areas. We try to not have that concept of just because you have the budget, try to spend it all or you'll lose it. The mentality and the culture at the RPS, I think based on the monthly reporting, which as a side note, not every police service provides their executive monthly reporting. It is an extensive amount of work. But for me and for the organization, that's the only way to really truly see where our costs are. So I feel like it's more if there was a cost reduction or an officer will come and say we've canceled this project or we have to delay the rollout of firearms, things like that. Then we seek and see where we had to cut in previous budgets or something that's falling behind.
Thank you, it's a great answer. And I do have 20 seconds left, so I'm going to blow them. There was a question asked about engaging on the aerial support unit. I'm going to tell you that when the fire people show up, when the fire service shows up with that fire truck, the kids go crazy for it. I'm not sure you shouldn't show up with a plane. I'm just saying. Anyway. Councillor Bresciani, please close off.
Thank you very much. So thank you so much for the presentation. I want to say that, again, and for your service to our city. As I indicated earlier in the remarks, we did have 3 budget discussions in regards to finding a way forward. And we did come up with reducing the capital by 32%, the operating by 19%. And we know, and I think as Mayor Masters has said, we know that we don't want to look at finding us in a resource deficit as we did last term, and we had to really pay for it this term. And so I think that's a key. But I want to also really point out a couple things. What we're facing here in our city, every other city in Canada is facing as well. When I sit on the board for the police governance across Canada, these are the same conversations they're having. If it's resources, infrastructure, all of that. But the other piece is the community safety piece falls with being a livable city, being a safe city. And I think that's one of the biggest things that comes forward as we speak about, we'll always find a way forward. If we have to move resources to mobilize, if it's for a protest. I think we heard from Dean Ray that this is kind of always kind of the way that we've moved it forward. Being short on resources, we were very, very short on resources. But I also think we're seeing that in our mental health in our officers. So I think we've learned, and now as we move forward, we do have to keep up pace. The last thing, and we didn't really touch on it today, but our board has asked that we also ensure that we look at civilians in a way that maybe we don't have to have an officer hired. Maybe it is looking for forensic science or someone who comes out of university to be able to work in those positions. And I know that they've already done some hiring in that area, but again, these are kind of some of the things that are happening across the country that are very, very important. It's kind of the thinking outside the box. I don't know if it's thinking outside the box, but instead of just retraining officers, they're actually looking, and I think we do have an example of that, do we not?
Yes. Yes, we do. We've got a couple examples of that this year.
Okay. Do you want to share them, or no? Okay.
Well, I did as part of the presentation,
okay.
But I can go back to it if
no,
you want.
that's fine. So I guess my point is, I think I want to say, if you can support it, I think it's vitally important to our city. And I think, as Councillor Skidniak indicated, that we did our due diligence in working with the board to find out, to really come out away with something that I think is still feasible and will provide high standard of community safety. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, folks. Whew. Yeah. All right, council, we're going to ask the clerks to call the vote on the recommendations within the report.
Mayor Masters, the report has been carried in a vote of 9 in favor, 2 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Stevens and LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. You're good to go. Thank you. Council, I'm just going to give this about 30 seconds because I'm not going to say you make a lot of noise, but kind of you make a lot of noise.
Just give us a moment.
Actually, we're going to take a minute while we reset everything, so you got a couple. So many options. Oh. All right, welcome back, council. We now move on to CM 23-33, which is the 2024 general and utility budget. Do you think if I clear my throat, they'll sit down? And the Italian comes out. Okay. CM 23-33, the 2024 general and utility operating budget, and the 2024 to 2028 general and utility capital plan. I'm going to ask someone to move the report on the floor. Thanks, Councilor Mancinelli. And can I? Okay, and Councilor Hawkins will second. Prior to having delegations, Councilor Mancinelli.
Happy to put the report on the floor. Happy to get the delegates going and working through the debate. In opening remarks, I just wanted to mention that I am strongly in favor of referring this back at some point. I believe I don't want to stifle any debate or anyone's chance to speak to the budget, so I don't want to do that as a motion right now at all. But maybe, depending on how the meeting progresses after the first round of questioning, it is my intent to refer it back and hopefully gather some points of referral from fellow councillors if they agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. We have some delegations to appear in person, and I believe one communication to move and accept. So let's do the communication first. Can I have a member of council move to receive and file the following communication, CP 23-90 from Pavasara Disayanakyake Mudayans from Regina, Saskatchewan. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. I'll call the question. Any opposed to receive and file? Seeing none, filed. I would call upon Delegation Ellen McLaughlin. McLaughlin? Did I get it right the first time? Ah, well, I appreciate that. We have, I appreciate your famous cousin too. Ellen McLaughlin, I'm going to ask that you can stand, you can sit, you can do whatever you like. Oh, she might lower it so you can have a sit down. No one needs to stand for 5 minutes, except for the police. We make them do it. So I'll go through the spiel while they're working their magic. I'll ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which we may have some questions for you. So welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. My name is Ellen McLaughlin. I am representing Bike Regina here today, and I live in Regina. And that is the first half of this paragraph. So we at Bike Regina are a stakeholder with the city in terms of the budget decision around infrastructure. We are a volunteer-run, not-for-profit organization, and we wish to voice our ongoing support for citywide active transportation funding and request that the council review the proposed 2024 budget with respect to active transportation. From the proposed 2024 budget report, the Prince of Wales Drive Pathway is a new project with capital plan totaling $1.45 million in 2024. This project is considered a priority in order to pave the current unpaved section of the pathway. In order to fund this project, 3 budget items would be put on pause for the year, and that is the pedestrian connectivity program, the on-street bikeway and multi-use path program, and the multi-use pathway and asphalt recapping and repair program. These changes came as a bit of a surprise for Bike Regina. We do have ongoing meetings with the city Sustainability and Infrastructure Department discussing the upcoming plan and just understanding the experiences of cyclists. And so this project wasn't originally part of that discussion. As well, it wasn't previously included in the capital 5-year plan posted online in previous years. That being said, the Prince of Wales Drive project is still a merit to the city. It would provide a very long length of off-street pathway that isn't limited to dry weather like it currently is, and has a lot of opportunities. However, it does come with some concerns, and so those three concerns are the proposed budget reallocation prioritizes a single corridor in a relatively well-to-do neighborhoods over other pedestrian and cyclist improvement projects throughout the city. If we are looking at spending with a focus on equity, this doesn't quite pass muster. It's hard to rationalize this amount of money spent to improve an existing link, even though it is not all year round. It does still exist in some capacity when there are neighborhoods in Regina that don't have any infrastructure for good, safe, accessible cycling and walking. And in the original delegation brief I provided, there was a little map of the city of Regina with an overlay of the cycling map on Google, and you can see a very clear gap in our infrastructure that overlays socioeconomic areas with access to bike infrastructure. The second issue, citywide path maintenance is fairly essential to maintaining our existing level of service expected of our path network. As it stands, there are large cracks and heaves on our path network. These do need continual maintenance. I watched a child thrown from their bike while on a group ride with Bike Regina at a particularly bad path at Les Sherman, and have also responded to a concussion incident on the path. So if we leave path maintenance off, I worry that existing paths will just continue to deteriorate, which can occur at an exponential scale. Additionally, there is no plan in the budget to make up for this year without maintenance going forward. And the third point is the proposed 2024 budget doesn't currently reflect the travel patterns of existing cyclists in Regina. Bike Regina hosted a community survey earlier this year, and it shows that most cyclists that responded to our survey travel either within the central districts or between the south wards and the central zones. There are cyclists that travel between every zone in the city, but this makes up the bulk of folks who cycle as a commuter in Regina. And I do have a map of that as well. So we believe that the importance of the budget items proposed to be put on hold is great enough that they should continue to be included in the 2024 budget. The current budget reallocation of $1.45 million represents a very small amount of the overall budget, about 1%, and about 3% of the combined roadways and sustainable infrastructure budgets. Surely there's some way to accommodate both the paving of this pathway and the original three budget items. It is also our hope that the city can align their decisions around infrastructure and budgeting with their policy goals. The City of Regina has committed to improving active transportation on a citywide scale for safe commuting and recreational cycling, and increasing the mode split of active transportation in numerous policy documents, including the official community plan, the transportation master plan, and the energy and sustainability framework. So it would be nice to have these actions to back up our policy goals. And we as a city need to commit to these actions. In closing, Bike Regina encourages council to strongly consider amending the 2024 budget to reflect both the Prince of Wales Drive pathway paving project without sacrificing the pedestrian connectivity, the on-street and multi-use bikeway programs, and the asphalt capping repair programs. We respectfully leave this in your hands.
Thank you very much. There are questions. There we go. Councilor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just wanted to check in. Did you hear that just before you came up, there was a desire expressed to refer this budget back for additional work?
Yes.
And so just to make sure, so with that in mind, it sounds like what you would be, like what Bike Regina is interested in seeing is adding the original 2024 plans back into the budget for the pedestrian connectivity, on-street bikeway, multi-use pathway, and pathway asphalt recapping and repair programs. Does that sum up what your interest would be for your group?
Yes. I don't necessarily have the background on the Prince of Wales Pathway project. It obviously has some desire. It came from somewhere. There are users who clearly need this pathway. So I'm not saying that it should be removed or sacrificed. I'm hoping there's a way to meet both needs.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters. I'm hoping that you can give a little more information about your third point in your presentation, about that what's being proposed doesn't reflect the current travel patterns. Did your community survey look at the travel patterns of commuters, people who commute by bike, or recreation, or both?
Our organization only represents commuter cyclists, and so that was our focus.
That was the focus, okay. And in terms of what you see as where the biggest gaps in terms of having a good commuter cycling network in Regina, where are the biggest gaps through the chair?
I know that the city is currently working towards the crosstown bikeway, so that is obviously one. Good, safe connections across the rail line would be another. It's currently very difficult to...
Could you repeat that last one? I didn't catch it.
Good, safe mobility across the rail line.
A rail, okay.
Yeah. Currently, your opportunities to cross are very limited at extremely busy roadways. It's unsafe to bike on the road at Albert and Broad and Winnipeg, and Elphinstone is pretty dicey sometimes, but it's the only one that's at grade instead of an underpass, so it comes with its own challenges.
In terms of cycling safety in the city, I know that it's been a big issue in Saskatoon because there's been fatalities. I think we've had fatalities too, but I don't know, and I don't have any of the stats. Is this critical? Do you see improving the network critical for bike safety?
Yes.
Through the chair?
Bike infrastructure is directly tied to bike safety. In the hierarchy of work safety, the last line of defense is PPE, such as helmets, and the very first line of defense is eliminating the conflicts entirely. So if we can design protected intersections, which is standard intersection design, capital P, capital I, that eliminates a lot of the conflict between cyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles, thus eliminating or greatly reducing the chance of being in a collision.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Ellen, thanks for your presentation. Often community groups like yours will work directly with the city staff on terms of how do we incorporate your interest into planning. Did you get any sense as to why there was a shifting around of budget priorities in terms of capital planning?
We didn't get a sense. I imagine community members near Prince of Wales Drive have expressed a desire for this pathway, but there hasn't been a desire expressed from our direct membership or the folks that interact with Bike Regina directly.
Right. So in your opinion, it could be a result of just levels of advocacy versus what is actually more of a priority for improving safety?
You could, yeah.
And in your mind, does it have to be an either or?
It doesn't, no. The addition of Prince of Wales Drive is still a valuable one. It's still within the priority cycling network in the TMP. So it should be built soon, regardless. It just wasn't previously earmarked, and surprise.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your emphasis on bicycle safety. I understood your point that pathways are an important component. You also mentioned bicycle helmets. Can you say a little more about the use of bike helmets and safety, especially related to children?
I will. It's not directly related to the points we're making here. Bike helmets are important to wear. I wear one whenever I bike. However, the relationship between bike helmets and bike safety is not a clean line. If you get hit by a car, you are more likely to be in a torsional collision rather than a direct head-on collision at the top of your head, which is what bike helmets protect you against. So bike helmets will reduce the severity of head trauma, but wouldn't it be better to not have to have head trauma by having a bike lane?
And would you agree with me that good bike lanes and bike helmets are an ideal combination?
Yeah, everyone should always wear a bike helmet when they bike, but it shouldn't be the law. We've found that throughout, like Australia and New Zealand are forerunners in road safety. They have found that laws that regulate bike helmets reduce the number of people biking, and the number of people biking, safety in numbers on the road, is actually more important and has a larger outcome with cyclist safety.
Contrary to findings in Vancouver, correct?
Perhaps I'm not familiar with the Vancouver study.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Ellen, for coming today. You indicated, how many members does Bike Regina have? Through the chair?
Bike Regina doesn't maintain a membership database. We do simply represent all cyclists in the city. However, in our survey, we had over 500 responses, of which 300 were full-time cyclists.
How many in the East End, through the chair?
Let me see. I don't know if I have that exact information.
Approximately.
I know I did collect where everyone lived, but I don't know if I have that information on me right now. The East End represented a fairly small portion of folks. The East, North, and Northwest are about the same portion of folks. Cyclist numbers were dominated by people that lived within Ring Road, though.
So a small amount in the east is what you've indicated?
Yes.
Thank you. So from your data collection, you've indicated that the feedback that you received was very little from the east, but more from the south and the inner city. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yeah, and
Thank you.
we do acknowledge that the community survey is simply a community survey. It is not perfect. It's not as scientific as a travel demand survey. It's who saw it on social media or the news and had the time to take it. So folks who don't have spare time, who don't have access to quality internet or computers, may not have taken the survey, so there are definitely gaps in the demographics of the people we collect from.
Thank you. You mentioned socioeconomic pieces. What does that have to do with looking at a bike path that needs to be replaced in any area of the city when you look at accessibility? How does that come into play? Through the chair.
Socioeconomics come into play when you look at who is more likely to have to bike out of necessity rather than biking out of willingness or a desire to bike. If cycling is the only way for you to reliably get around the city on time, because maybe the buses only run every hour through your neighborhood, or reliably because you don't have or can't afford a car. So cycling is often folks' only way of independently moving around.
Have you seen the transit in the East End going down Prince of Wales? Slim and none, nothing there. Okay, just last question. You indicated that you've indicated that there's I don't know if you know the area, but there is the Sander Schmerler right there, which is a major, major center for the whole East End and of the city, of course. But the question that has come around for many, many years is the accessibility piece of we have many people that cannot access that. Would you understand that from that perspective through the chair?
Yes. So while I haven't ever gone to the Sander Schmerler, I did live in the East End for 5 years. So I am familiar with the neighborhood, and I do want to reiterate, like, paving this pathway is still important, just maybe not at the cost of the improvements that could be made throughout the rest of the city. So is there a way that we can accommodate both of these things?
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Nelson.
I have a question that has been eating away at my soul for a very long time. And I asked the city, I'm trying to find it now, and I think it was $1.7 million that the bike lane along Pasqua, that we built that there. Why do people drive south on Pasqua Street when there is a beautiful bike lane right beside Pasqua Street through Madam Mayor, if you would ever happen to know why they do this?
When you say drive, do you mean bike or like drive in a vehicle?
I'm driving a car and they are biking south on Pasqua Street instead of using the beautiful bike lane that we built for $1.7 million on the east side of Pasqua.
Pretty complex. Part of it could be the number of driveways you need to cross. There are no driveways
No
on
driveways.
one side.
No. Well, they're not into houses, but into
No,
buildings.
driveway
But yeah, but it's all
access
pavement, it's all
to-
pavement, yeah.
It is pavement, but you are crossing vehicles, and vehicles turning out of private accesses are less likely to see a cyclist than when a cyclist is in their own lane. I know that I personally would be in the bike lane, but I'm not going to speak for everyone here. The other factors may include an unfamiliarity with it and not realizing it was there until it was too
I
late.
rolled down the window and told them there's a bike lane right there. No, I'm not arguing, I'm just saying that they're aware of it.
Okay. I don't know what goes through their head. Often getting talked to by a driver as you're cycling is perceived as threatening rather than helpful. So I don't know what the experience was like.
Signage, okay. Maybe signage that we can say bike lane right there?
Maybe signage.
Okay.
But designing bike lanes, you can design a bike lane in a perfect box and it might not get used unless it's designed for how people use that street. A bike lane on paper doesn't necessarily match how it will function in reality.
So that's what I was hoping you'd say, and that's what I was thinking. So when we designed that bike lane, it might not have been a good idea because there's so many approaches to businesses going in there?
And I believe the folks that work at the Sustainable Infrastructure Branch would agree with me. It would have been better to build on the other side of the roadway. At the time they were designing and building that, there was a large greenhouse there and they couldn't acquire that property. So they did the best that they could do, but rehabs and retrofits always come at a cost.
Okay, because it's been bothering me, and I've asked everybody, and I'm just, I don't get it. So it's like, so we just invested all this money into a bike lane that it's not safe for people to use in some way.
Yeah, it might be safer than nothing, but you are still crossing a large number of private accesses.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Just one.
Happy to indulge you on that one. Thank you so much for being here today. I actually want to pick away a little bit at something that I think Councillor Stevens asked you. In your presentation, you said that the change comes as a surprise to the cycling community given that the paving of the Prince of Wales pathway was not identified in previous 5-year capital plans and does not reflect the short-term 1 to 2 year look ahead. Project planning discussed in regular engagement, nor are these projects replaced in the current 5-year plan. You're a stakeholder, so I want to drill a little bit more into that. How often would you engage with the City of Regina?
We meet with the Sustainable Infrastructure Branch quarterly.
Quarterly?
Yeah.
And this has never been brought to your attention before?
It was brought to our attention at the meeting immediately prior to me submitting this delegation. So 2 days, 1 week.
Okay.
So as this budget was being prepared, this is when we heard about it. But typically, our discussions are about pathway projects years out so that they have a chance to design and workshop their pathways with advance notice.
Okay, and so in terms of what has been removed here, multi-use pathway asphalt recapping repair on-street bikeways multi-use pathway program and the pedestrian, I'll leave pedestrians out of it for right now. In terms of those two that would affect biking, you have been working on these two particular issues for some time with the City of Regina?
Yes, so less about the asphalt capping. We will submit our feedback when our membership notices an issue, and we just want to reiterate that if there hasn't been a service request, we'll raise the issue at the meetings. But on the design and implementation of bike lanes, that's primarily our focus.
Okay. So I know that Councillor Stevens asked you either or, and you're saying wouldn't both be grand. If you had to choose one, there's only $1.5 million available.
If there's only $1.45 million available, I would hope to proceed with the original budget items and work towards all of the TMP priority network identified in the TMP map should be built out. I would hope that it would be built out in, I don't want to say it not with forethought, because there is forethought to this, but there was a plan by the Sustainable Infrastructure Branch about what projects they were going to do next year, what they would be able to accomplish with their budget, and suddenly all of that is on hold. So I would hope that, it could be slotted in for, that's next year's, or not next year, 2025's key project, where the city would be able to continue with their key project for 2024 that they had planned, and still be able to deliver that in 2024.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much for presenting this afternoon. I
Thank
asked
you.
that you, I apologize, Councillor Hawkins, go again.
Oh, this doesn't relate to the delegate. Perhaps if you were,
All right, thank you. You can return to the gallery.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Thanks.
Mayor, it's a procedural point. We're in the middle of a budget debate. Delegations are coming forward. These are citizens that have concerns on their mind, offering advice. I note that neither the city manager nor the deputy manager of finance, nor indeed anybody except someone from the solicitor's office and someone from the clerk's office is here. I wonder if we shouldn't adjourn until we can get a member of the administration here.
Thank you for raising that. I think that we can call up. We do have a legislative break in 10 minutes, and so I'm wondering, because we have delegations here, if we could hear from the next delegation, and then at the break, do the ask to come back for when we reconvene.
I think it's a good solution, but I do want to express my concern that I've had to raise this point at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Council. The next delegation is appearing virtually. I would call upon Danielle Liebman. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which time they may have questions for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello. My name is Daniel Liebman. I'm 17 years old and I live in Ward 6. I'm here to speak on behalf of a youth-made community organization that I lead called Better Bus Youth. Better Bus Youth strives to make Regina more accessible and sustainable city for all through advocating for better public transit and empowering youth to be a part of that change. Right now, that comes in the form of speaking in support of accelerating the Regina Transit Master Plan. While the city has been making progress in implementing the Regina Transit Master Plan through steps, such as making transit free for those 13 and under, it is made clear by a point in Appendix F, Renewable Regina 2050, page 2, that this is simply not enough. That point states significant increases, quote, significant increases in transit service hours and acceleration of the Regina Transit Master Plan service model will be needed to shift transit mode shares. Making meaningful progress towards our 2025 interim target is important for reducing dependence on single occupancy vehicles. The city is taking a staged approach to the implementation of the RTMP, which may impact the city's ability to achieve its greenhouse gas emissions target, end quote. This makes it clear that if the city is to keep several of its promises and targets, it needs to focus more on the public transit system of the city. Firstly, As part of the city's energy and sustainability framework, Regina aims to increase its transit mode share to 25% by 2025. Yet, as of April 2022, only 5.1% of Regina residents were using public transit as their primary mode of transportation. To achieve this 20% increase, the Council needs to accelerate its implementation of the Regina Transit Master Plan and to start and continue working towards actions set out by it. Actions such as enhanced service coverage, expanded hours of operation, significantly improved service frequency, and shorter journey times, to name a few. Additionally, the number of students using the Regina public transit system has increased by 40% between 2018 and 2019 alone, and it continues to rise. This shows that many students rely on public transit to access their city and schools, and that it is an integral part of their success. I hope that the Council continues to explore the feasibility of a fare-free transit pilot project for high school students and recognizes the importance of such a program in building lifelong transit use. This increased transit use is likely to reflect an increased adult ridership, recouping a portion of the cost of this project. This was something seen in the adult ridership increase upon the implementation of fare-free transit for those 13 and under. And finally, such a program would contribute to building a more equitable and accessible Regina where all youth can succeed. Now, on a separate note, the statement in Appendix F also clearly highlights that if the city is to achieve its larger goal of zero net carbon emissions by 2050, it must see transit as a larger part of the solution. I also, of course, am personally invested in the topic, as with the winter season arriving and the temperature continuously dropping, several hour-long walks become less and less appealing. This means that I find myself relying on public transit to get around the city. While this typically works out great for me, it doesn't so much if I happen to be late and miss my bus. This results in me waiting as long as half an hour exposed to the cold. While the addition of more bus shelters helps mitigate this problem, not every stop has a shelter, much less a heated shelter. I know that personally, more frequent buses would make transit a more attractive transportation method for me. Additionally, where I'm trying to get to doesn't always have the most direct route. It requires a transfer or two, severely extending my travel time. I sometimes find myself wishing I just walked rather than taking the bus. The city needs shorter journeys if it wants public transit to be the preferred method of transportation for more of its citizens. Lastly, I also run the Miller Permaculture Club, which strives to promote a more sustainable way of living by growing our own food, relying on solar panels for power, and collecting rainwater for irrigation, as well as learning how to work alongside our environment rather than against it. I care deeply about a green Regina and about a sustainable world. On a closing note, I want a future that I can enjoy, not fight for, and I look forward to the Council taking strides, not steps, in achieving the Regina Transit Master Plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Daniel Liebman. I will wait and see if the council has any questions. I do have a question. I believe that Kimberly Colliday-Watt is calling in from the same number. Will she be calling in separately or just staying on the line?
Staying on the line.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dan. I'm just going to wait and see if my council colleagues have any questions. I don't see any at this point in time. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, and maybe we can hand the phone to Kimberly.
She's not actually with me right now, so I'm not sure if she's available, but thank you for your time. And I don't believe she's available at the moment, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll call upon Delegation Andrea Sosbergen. How did I do on the name? Do you want to give it to me? So you'll state your name for the record and the organization you represent, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time they may have questions for you. Good afternoon and welcome.
Hello, my name is Andrea Sosbergen, and I'm here representing myself, and I'm a resident of Regina. So thank you for hearing me today. I'm here to express my opposition to approving the general operating budget as presented. Specifically, I have serious concerns with item number 18E under this agenda, which proposes that the homeless emergency motion be removed from the list of outstanding items for the budget. I do not feel that these items have been dealt with in an adequate and transparent manner in the proposed 2024 budget. Given that the last point in time calculation found that at least 488 Regina residents were experiencing houselessness, the reassurances that the city is spending up to $10 million on addressing homelessness is clearly inadequate. The items from the homeless emergency motion that were referred to this meeting from the September 13th City Council meeting are not nearly sufficiently addressed to consider them no longer outstanding items. Item number 3 of that motion directed administration to create a plan to ensure all residents have access to safe temporary shelter or a warming space during the winter months. While I do appreciate the investments the city has made to date in this area, the services that are currently available do not meet the community's needs, and there is no indication that funds are being allocated to meet this need. Item number 4 called on the city to make a long-term commitment to addressing homelessness and to call on other levels of government to collaborate in this area. This also appears to be absent from the documents included in the agenda packet for this meeting. In addition, the plan to end homelessness, which the city insists is guiding the homelessness strategy, is over 4 years old. Moreover, the system planning organization, which is tasked with monitoring, evaluating, and reporting on progress on this plan, known as End Homelessness Regina, no longer exists. Administration admits that there are no current plans to establish a replacement formal governance structure. Appendix H in the agenda packet states that funds were never allocated as recommended in the plan to end homelessness. So given all the assurances that administration gave at the September 13 meeting that they would provide an update on the plan, how does this indicate that this item is no longer outstanding? This area lacks proper oversight and lacks a demonstrable progress on outcomes. As a resident, I would like to see a breakdown showing our return on investment for this area. For every dollar spent on addressing homelessness, how many people are we able to help access stable housing? How many people are kept warm due to these efforts? How has the incidence of conditions like frostbite, overdose, and death been reduced as a result of these investments? This is the kind of transparency and progress monitoring that the public needs to see from this council and administration. This is data that should be readily available to the public. At the September 13th council meeting, the number of Regina residents in attendance to support the approval of the homelessness emergency motion was a sight to behold. The number of residents who came forward as delegations was inspiring. After the outcome of that meeting, and given how this item was presented in the agenda packet for this meeting, it feels like the city is trying to sweep the issue of homelessness in our city under the rug. This summer, Regina residents made it clear to the city that they expect to see concrete action so that all of our neighbors can live in safety and dignity. People are losing their lives on the street, and more will die this winter if we don't take serious and deliberate action today. After Camp Hope was dismantled in 2021, some residents were lucky to access a temporary 40-bed shelter. Out of those who were left behind, nearly 1 in 5 died. So we need to acknowledge that despite the funding put towards measures that tackle this problem, there are still people being left behind. And these are the people who are sleeping rough, fighting the cold, and hoping they make it through the night. When will the city be accountable to the will of residents and take care of our most vulnerable citizens? It is absolutely unacceptable to consider that this item has been sufficiently addressed and that it should no longer be considered outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you through the chair. I understand the financial element, but maybe I could seek your advice on the role of the city in forming a organization, a board, or some kind of agency that would basically be a leadership platform for provincial, federal, community dollars to come through. Maybe could you expand on that a little bit? What do you envision the city doing besides the financial investment?
Sure. I can give my opinion with the caveat that I'm not an expert in this area, so I'll probably lack some nuance. And I also don't know the exact role. I know that the Appendix H stated that there's already a community entity that's kind of overseeing some of it, so I don't know how much they're already doing that needs to be complemented by the work of whatever's missing by the system planning organization. But to me, what I think is lacking is that, really that measurement piece, the progress on outcomes, being able to show year over year how much are we reducing the problem, or key measures that indicate how severe the problem is. I think right now we just are given assurances that there's money being put towards it and it's being taken care of, but we as residents aren't seeing the outcomes of that difference on the street, and we're not seeing any data that shows us that we can be relieved. So until then, I think you're going to see people like me continue to show up here.
Okay, that's helpful. So just to be clear on that last point, and I think that's doable, basically we just, to start with, we need to account for, we're spending X amount of dollars, here's what it's doing. We just need to communicate and educate ourselves and the public about the effectiveness of those dollars. Is that correct? Like, that's an easy starting point you're asking for?
Yeah, I think that that's the starting point, and then I think year over year, it would be about making sure that that the outcomes, the measurements are going in the right direction and putting the necessary funding to get us there.
Okay, thank you, that was helpful.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. I don't see any other questions from Council right now. Thank you very much for presenting this afternoon. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you.
Ask you to return to the gallery. Council, we have a mandatory 15-minute break at this particular point in time. I'll see you back here at 2:50. Welcome back, Council. I would like to call upon delegation. Oh, of course you can. Please go ahead.
I just want to say, it's a point of order, really. I just want to comment that we heard earlier from Councillor Hawkins that indicated that he wanted administration here. And I really want to make it very, very clear. Administration can be here in the room, just like we can also be away virtually in the building still, or even outside. So I just want to make that point, because I think it's disrespectful to call staff out when they can't even, you know, they were here. So I just want to make that very, very clear. Thank you.
I think we were looking at a situation which there were no administration in the room, public was here, it's a public perception, and there should be someone here.
Thank you. No. I think we're done.
No, I don't think we're done. City administration was in the room. The city solicitor was here. So if you're going to make a floor.
Thank you. We're going to call delegations now.
The truth.
All right. Can we call upon delegation Florence Stratton? Please come on down. I think you know the drill, but you'll have, please state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time there may be some questions for you. Welcome.
Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. The value promoted repeatedly in Regina's 2024 budget document is, quote, community safety and well-being. But who makes up this community whose safety and well-being is to be served? Are unhoused people included? Appendix X of the budget document is devoted to houselessness. It begins with a motion made at the September 13th meeting of City Council that 2 of the clauses of the houselessness emergency motion be referred to 2024 budget deliberations. The Council directed administration to create a plan by the end of Q3 to ensure that all residents have access to safe temporary shelter space during the winter months, and that the City of Regina makes a long-term commitment to addressing houselessness as part of the 2024 budget process. The rest of Appendix H is dedicated to administration's response. It includes 2 of the most crucial statements in the whole budget document. Quote, administration acknowledges that houselessness is a significant issue in Regina, and a reminder of the overrepresentation of Indigenous people within the houseless population. What it consists mostly of, however, is a dizzying list of committees or documents which, after first mention, are only identified by their initials. For example, RHCAB, CE, SPO, EHR, P2EH. This makes it difficult to follow. Nor is perseverance rewarded. 2 pages later, it is revealed that one of these entities, EHR, which had been selected as the SPO, no longer exists. So nothing much, if anything, has happened. Appendix H concludes with a statement. Quote, the city currently invests up to $10 million annually towards programs and initiatives to support houselessness, social development, and well-being. Up to are not encouraging words. Why not a straight $10 million? Plus, several of the items listed as investments in homelessness, social development, and well-being have little or nothing to do with the 2 clauses from the houselessness emergency motion. To return to the question with which I began, are unhoused people included in the community whose safety and well-being is to be served by the budget? It doesn't look like it. It seems that unhoused people are disposable people. And so houseless people will continue to suffer and die in the streets of Regina. How can this be? Regina is a rich city. It is also founded on land stolen from Indigenous peoples, in which Indigenous people constitute the vast majority of the unhoused. Currently, our city's main and most consistent response to houselessness is to use the police to chase unhoused people from one tent encampment to another. Where are they supposed to go? The colonial clearing of the plains continues. The taking down of the City Hall encampment, which was a place of relative safety and well-being, is one of the most shameful events in Regina history. Returning to the two clauses of the houselessness emergency motion with which Appendix H began, please include funding in the 2024 budget to meet these requirements. Where might the money come from? I have two suggestions. First, the police service budget, and thank you to Mayor Masters for reading this section of my presentation out. So I'll move on to my second suggestion. My second suggestion is in reference to the following statement in the proposed budget. Quote, as a result of cost pressures and increased costs to maintain services, the mill rate increase would have been 5.544%. However, administration took proposed actions to lower the mill rate increase to 2.2%. Please stick with the mill rate increase of 5.54%, but put the additional revenue into ending houselessness. The City of Regina can't solve its houselessness crisis all on its own. That will require input from both the provincial and federal governments. But we can do something substantial, and by so doing provide a model for the other levels of government. As things stand, unhoused people get lost in the jurisdictional wrangling and continue to suffer and die on the streets of Regina. The lives of unhoused people matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence Stratton. Any member of council have any questions for the delegation? Not seeing any. I'll thank you very much for presenting this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery. I will call upon delegation Colleen Taylor. Colleen Taylor. One more time, Colleen Taylor. Doesn't appear to be present. All right. Could I call upon delegation Beverly McDougald? Oh, there we go. I'll do this while you're walking up. I'll have you state your name for the record, an organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time there may be questions for you. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm representing myself. And through the chair, I have 3 different topics. And first is lead in the water. And I noticed that Saskatoon is getting their lead pipes replaced by 2026, and we're waiting till 2036. I don't exactly know why. But in the meantime, the city has been distributing that Brita water filters to people, and I have a concern with this because in the United States there is a lawsuit claiming that Brita is misleading customers on what it actually filters, and it asserts that Brita doesn't remove or reduce levels of potential hazardous substance from drinking water like lead. And also these filters can be a breeding ground for microorganisms if they're not maintained properly. Knowing this, I suggest strongly that until these lead pipes are removed from these residences, the city provide clean bottled water for these families, especially ones with children and pregnant women. And I'm going to go on to transit now. I applaud the extension of hours that the city has proposed for the transit system. But December the 25th and January 1 is not included in that, and people still have to get to work. People that work in hospitals and nursing homes, hotels and restaurants. People that have bus passes do not have a lot of money. They have to pay for taxi fares on these things. And I've noticed that the paratransit, they call it taxi paratransit system, they work on those dates, taking people to wherever on December 25th and January the 1st. could we not set up a taxi transit system for people that have bus passes? The other thing I applaud is allowing children 12 and under to ride the bus for free. And it has helped many parents, and I don't see why we can't do that for high school students too. I also applaud the introduction of electric buses because it will help the environment and it'll help the people waiting for the buses. They're not breathing in bus exhaust. I do have a question about the 11th Avenue revitalization project because it was a debacle. I mean, I went downtown, people were mad, people were overwhelmed, people were even crying. People that even got on the bus were panicking because they thought the bus was going the wrong direction. And the people that are driving the bus are the ones that got it all from these people. Why should these bus drivers have to take all this from people that are upset, that can't find their bus, don't know where their connections are? It was a complete debacle. And that's the second year in a row, and this is going to continue for how many years? I was not happy about that at all. Also, the people that were taking the bus that had to transfer had to walk a long way. And there were no shelters if it rained. There were no benches to sit on. People were leaning against the SaskTel building. Many seniors that take the bus, they don't all have walkers. There's no place for them to sit. And also the airport bus. It doesn't run between 9 and 4. 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, and the people that work out there have to walk from Pasqua and Regina Avenue all the way out there with no sidewalk, in the rain, in the snow, in the ice, in hot and cold. I think that's just terrible. And that's just to keep their jobs. And then I'll continue on to the homeless people. How did we get here? With the approval of the Regina City Council between 1992 and 2009, 5,473 rental units were converted into condominiums, which led to the decrease in rental units. So, how many of these people, where did they go? The city has never replaced any of these rental units. No wonder we're short in housing. Even now this year, the city is tearing down old rental units around the city, Regina General Hospital. I don't know what for, a parking lot probably. This can't keep going on. You keep tearing these things down.
You're a minute past 5 minutes, so if I could ask you to wrap it up with a sentence or two, that would be great.
Okay. Well, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you from Councillor Sakiniak.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask about the proposal that you have for providing bottled water to residents while they wait to have their water pipes replaced. Now you raised concerns about Brita filters. Do you have knowledge of other, I understand that you're suggesting bottled water. Do you have any knowledge on the efficacy of other filtration systems?
No.
Okay.
No. I think that was the only one out there, as far as I know, that said that took lead out of the water.
Okay.
And now this lawsuit in the United States is going on that's saying that, no, it doesn't take any lead out of the water. All it does is make better tasting water. As a matter of fact, the President of the United States right now is made it his biggest concern about taking lead pipes out of his country.
Okay. And in terms of the proposal to supply bottled water services for folks, so the reason you already gave is because of this lawsuit and the unknown results of using a filter. Is there other reasons why you're proposing the bottled water service? If you can just explain some of those reasons, please.
Oh, okay.
Briefly.
Briefly, okay. Because I have it written down somewhere, I have to find it. Okay, because lead causes learning and behavioral problems, ADHD, slower growth and development, hearing problems, low birth weight, kidney dysfunction, high blood pressure, reproductive difficulties, miscarriages, brain fog, and early onset of dementia, just to name a few.
Okay.
So it's very imperative that children should not be drinking lead water, or pregnant women.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skiniak. I don't see any other questions from members of my council. Thank you very much for being here this afternoon. Ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Dylan Morin. Dylan, I'll ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time they may have questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you, my masters. I actually didn't expect to speak today, so I do have something prepared in my head. So my name is Dylan Morin, and I would like to echo a concern, some concerns about transit, extended transit in the east, most specifically in the Greens, because it is a growing community. I am involved in teaching individuals how to ride the city bus, including yourself. And a great time is had. I'm yet to get Councillor Nelson on the bus, but that's beside the point. What I want to see is increased Sunday service hours. I've been voicing it for a long time, and I really would like to see it as a Special Olympic athlete. Yes, the service is good for, paratransit does allow for service to go in, have extended service hours for a certain number of trips. Another thing that I heard about through the Accessibility Advisory Committee is the charter rate for paratransit is way too high. That's something that I would like to see decreased for possible. I know there was an increase to a service organization, the Cosmopolitan Learning Center. That service rate is going up, and that might hurt their bottom line. So that's something that I would like to see drop. And for nonprofit organizations that say want to take a trip up to Regina Beach, that I'd like to see the service rate drop. What else would I really like to see? Oh, and another thing that I have mentioned to a few councillors that I think I did submit to the clerk's office is keeping city facilities, most likely pools, open on Christmas Day. I have heard that there are individuals that don't celebrate Christmas, that would appreciate keeping pools like the leisure centers open on Christmas Day. I know that might not be able, that's not an option for this budget, but I'm wondering if there could be some discussion on keeping it open on Christmas Day in future budgets. I, and again, thank you, Mayor Masters, for taking the time to ride the bus. That's all.
Did you also know that we are the first city in all of Canada?
To get an accessible water slide, yes.
No. Yes, and we did that, Dylan.
How is the other mission we talked about?
What I was going to say is, we are the first city in all of Canada that allow our paratransit buses and services to go out of the city. Did you know that?
Yes.
Through the chair? So, yeah.
Is it, like for nonprofit organizations, is it possible to have that rate reduced, that chartered rate reduced?
That's a budget question, but I just wanted to let you know that I think we're doing a pretty darn good job. The fact that we're the only city in all of Canada that allow paratransits to go outside of the city. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that, Dylan, okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I don't see any other questions from council. I'll thank you very much for being here this afternoon, Dylan.
Would you like to be brief and tell us about your best experience?
Thank you, Dylan. It was wonderful. I'll ask that you return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Dr. Patricia Elliott. Dr. Elliott, I'll have you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you, everybody. I'm Patricia Elliott. I'm representing the Get the Lead Out Committee with members in Eastview, El Ritchie, Heritage, Center Square, Downtown, North Central, Cathedral, and Lakeview. And Casey Peart sends her regrets. She could not be here, but fortunately, you can read what she would have said on the front page of today's Leader Post. So I would encourage you to pick up the paper, and that is basically what she would have contributed to the discussion if she had been able to be here. For me, I mean, there's a lot of people waiting to speak, and you've heard from me before on this issue, and so I trust you've read our presentation and our options for safer mitigation. So I'm not going to go through it point by point. I just wanted to highlight a couple of quotes. There was the high school teacher in Newark when asked what were the impacts of lead in her community. And she said 40% of our students are special needs. All of these effects we see in our classroom every day. And the pediatrician from Flint who said, we have failed generations of children by not eliminating lead. When you have a poison that has no safe levels at all in our drinking water, it makes it impossible to make sure that the future of our nation is successful. And we are worried about the future of Regina. We're probably already seeing some of the effects. I'm sure you've heard that from police in terms of addictions, crime. This is not speculative. It is peer-reviewed science backed by Health Canada. Health Canada, which says there is no safe level of exposure, and that even at very low levels, it is a particular danger for children. And we don't have, as you know, in Regina, we don't have just low levels. The water in Newark, where that high school was, it was testing at 20 to 27 micrograms a liter in that neighborhood. And in Regina, we have results of over 100, in some cases over 200 micrograms a liter, so extremely high levels. So it's a big, big problem for little kids in this city. We're here before you because uptake on, what's to be done. Uptake on the filters is kind of low, and we've not received great feedback from people using them. There's questions around efficacy, as you heard, and practicality. So like if you're in a rush and you've got to boil a big pot of spaghetti, having it drip through a filter and then filling it up again, it's just not going to happen in most households. And you can't boil lead away. In fact, there's evidence it gets worse when boiled. So when the 15-year plan was passed at council, council said that timeline would be revisited regularly based on new information, but we have since heard that it will not be revisited, presumably ever. So what's to be done? This is why we're putting forward several options for free water replacement. Option A, just households on city-owned LSCs with kids under 14. That would be, by our estimates, less than $300,000 annually. And that's actually on the high side of estimating. And if you want to ask me in questions how we came to that, I'm happy to answer. Option B, including the private side connections at $800 a year, $800,000, and that's just because we're paying the social costs for everybody, so to do one without the other doesn't make much sense. And that option, of course, as we pointed out, would need some specific limitations on it and deadlines. Option C, every house on a city-owned connection covered for all ages, because we know lead is also quite harmful for adults, particularly pregnant women and seniors, at about $2.5 million a year, and again, reducing every year to zero, and getting there quicker the faster you move, pull out the lines. And option D, all public and private at $3.3 million annually and reducing yearly. But that's far less than, some projects the city is investing in and willing to spend money on, and far less than the social costs of lead exposure, which we've outlined in our presentation with some examples. From Michigan, calculated $78 million in increased juvenile and adult crime, $18 million in increased health care, $2.5 million for increased special education, estimated $170.9 million loss of lifetime earnings. And note that in Flint, Michigan, the exposure to lead was a very limited period of time. That was a particular change of the water source. So people were only exposed for a matter of a number of 3 to 4 years, whereas in Regina it is continual and chronic. So I feel that it's a disaster unfolding in front of us. It's a disaster we're going to live with for many, many years. So this is why we're looking for providing this free water to people who need it. If the city's not going to provide clean water through its infrastructure, finding another way to do it.
Thank you. You're over 5 minutes now. Thank you very much, Doctor. I have some questions for you. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, through the chair. I know you've discussed this matter with a number of public officials. Most of the sources you cite are American. Why are there not more either Saskatchewan or Canadian focused studies about the health impacts as they actually exist in communities?
Health Canada has actually done a pretty comprehensive study. So I'd say the Health Canada scientists are the ones who have done studies. There's not a lot of independent studies here. In the U.S., there's been more push because there have, there's certainly more medical research going on down there. There have been some global studies published in Lancet that cover a number of countries, including Canada. But we don't have a Saskatchewan-specific study. But I would say to that, the science is in at this point. It is well known to cause these impacts on health.
Thank you, through the chair. This is where I was going with it. The health authority knows this, the public knows it, the city officials know it. What has the Saskatchewan Health Authority done to work with you, to do blood tests and actual on-the-ground epidemiological work about the public health effects of a known problem?
They've kicked it back to the city, essentially. We have met with the health authority. They've not done studies. We asked if they would do a blood test draw. They said they didn't have the capacity for that. We asked if they would monitor what's going on with the city more closely and provide more guidance. They said, well, it's really up to the city to decide which infrastructure funding it applies for and how it applies it. So it's really been passed around between all 3 levels of government with nobody taking responsibility.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, the health authority has completely washed its hands of the groundwork for actual public health interventions, other than saying they agree with you?
Yes, they've met with us, they agree with us, they're very concerned. They did agree, they put on a circular to doctors in Regina, so that doctors could flag it with families. And the families could be encouraged to get their kids' blood tested. But we were told the Romano Provincial Lab is not set up to do a mass testing regime, which is probably needed. If you wanted to prove it here, but it's been well proven elsewhere. So to replicate that, those studies, it could be done, but it's been done.
Okay. Thank you. To that point, you know, in the United States, we know it's a very litigation-prone society and economy, lawsuits for everything. In your research, what is the risk exposure for municipalities in the U.S., and is there something you can say about Canadian municipalities when it comes to exposure to litigation as a result of this?
Right. Well, I would say there's definite risk exposure. There are multiple class action suits in the U.S. right now. I would not be surprised if there were in Canada in future.
Finally,
it would not surprise me.
Okay, thank you. You've had a close working relationship with city staff. Have you put to them the costed initiative that you have in this report before?
No, we are planning to meet in the new year, but we haven't met yet, and this was on our agenda to bring up with them. But this is something we've just recently developed as a committee when we were looking at our children's health campaign, and we thought, you know, this is serious enough, it's disastrous enough, we need to get clean water to those kids. The filters, put that aside, let's just get some water to these kids so they can not be endangered further.
All right, put that on the list of questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just to clarify, the options that are outlined in your delegation submission, this would be for a bottled water service where somebody would have a water cooler supplied to them and water replacement coolers delivered to their household. Is that what you're envisioning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And secondly, and I believe you had outlined to us that the least expensive option annually would be, that you've outlined, is $300,000 to the most expensive being $3.3 million annually. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and then how did you mentioned that you could explain how your group got these estimates. How did you come up with these figures?
Well, on the cost of water, we phoned 3 water distribution companies in the city, and that's what it came in a ballpark, around $6 for a 5-gallon jug. I'm certain the city could access it more cheaply, either through a bulk deal or by filling jugs right at Buffalo Pound before it goes through the pipes. And then looking at the number of homes, I mean, we looked at the population of children being 12% under the age of 14 in the total of those neighborhoods. I mean, it's higher in some neighborhoods than other. That's where the high estimate comes in, because it would presume that every single family responded to this option, but also that 12% of kids correlates to 12% of households, which is not really the fact. It's probably fewer households that 12% of kids would be spread through. So that's how we did it, with the best numbers available to us.
So you're saying that if anything, the estimates that you provided may be on the high end, that the actual cost would be, in your mind, potentially lower?
Yes, yeah, because I think we could assume in some households there's more than one child would be under 14, so that would reduce the number of households.
And also any discounts that the city may be able to achieve?
Yes, right. And the city does have its own clean water as well.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
I actually think that all my questions have been asked. I was just thinking if there's anything else. There isn't.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. I see no further questions from council. I thank you very much, Dr. Elliott, for presenting today, and ask that you return to the gallery. Thank you. Oh, she's there? Oh, at the left? Okay. I'll call upon delegation Jamie McKenzie. Jamie, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time they may have some questions for you. I'm going to go to the middle. Got it? Okay, there's your
Can you
mic.
hear me?
I can hear you. I got your
I'm
microphone
up
on.
higher.
There you go. You look great.
I'm here to speak on behalf of myself. I'm a paratransit and a city bus transit user. But because of an incident back in March, mostly I get around by city bus. And right now, with no snow, it's fine. But when you usually use the city bus not all year round, and there's a lot of snow, I would be stuck right now if I had to use the city bus every day. Because the city, for me, paratransit will pay for taxis since my incident. They will pay for taxis if I need them. But right now, it's good, so I can use the city bus. But the thing is, you guys are talking about the snow. It's not the best. You be in my chair and try to drive it around. You can walk. I'm in a chair every day. If I get stuck, I'm in trouble. And that's what I mean. I'm in this chair every day, and I get stuck in not very much snow. Like one time I'm crossing Victoria, and I got stuck on the snow. So snow removal on wheelchair ramps is important in our bus stops, and especially when the buses can't put the ramp down. There's been times where the driver can't even put the ramp down because the ridges are so high. And now with me just using city bus and only 6 wheelchair accessible cabs makes it hard for me to travel in Regina right now. I've been doing this for 25 years, advocating for transportation since 1998, and this is the worst I ever seen. And I know what people go through when you are told, we can't get you a bus. For me, I'm lucky I can get a taxi, but there's only 6 cabs for co-op cab. They only have 6 cabs. And if 3 of them go down, I have to use the city bus because they tell me, oh, we have to cancel your trip because we don't have that many, our cabs are broken. So my transportation relies on city transit. And if the snow is not removed, I'm stuck. So that's why I'm speaking today, on snow removal. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Jamie McKenzie, does any member of council? I have one. There you go. Councillor Stanachuk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. Through the mayor, my question is, where do you find the most difficulty in terms of snow buildup at transit stops?
By my house, by 2220 Albert Street, sometimes the bus can't get the bus ramp down, and sometimes he had almost come up too close to my house to get the ramp down if there's no cars, because there's too much snow piled up in the bus stop. And it makes it difficult for me to get around. And now with only one option to use, because there's only 6 wheelchair cabs, city transit is my only option right now in Regina.
Okay. And in terms of the travel that you do, or the places that you need to get to, are there access problems there as well with
because one part of the city is 24 hours for cleaning, and the other part is 48. The whole city should be 24, not 48. Because mailman, people like that need to get around. So that's all I'm saying is 24 hours for the whole city, not just 48 hours for some and 24 for others. If I want to go to like the South Walmart, as example, I've been out there in the winter and you can't even barely get around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachuk. Jamie, I don't see any other questions from council. Thank you very much for presenting this afternoon.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Hawkins. Thanks, Jamie. I'll call upon delegation Jim Elliott. Please state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which they may have some questions for you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here as a taxpayer in Regina. What I'm going to say is that in some sense the context to this budget discussion is probably as important or more important than actually what you purport to support or direct. we've been hearing about problems coming and possibly here already. And we've also gone through some storms, which I think for some parts we've weathered them, but I think we're clearly not in a position of planning properly for the future. Now, what I'm referring to principally is our tendency to design for what I call the center, when we should be designing for the margins. It's those in the center that have the power and the money, and these people are also winning at most of the growing divide between the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots are growing as well in number. We've got a growing number of families that can't house themselves properly on their incomes, are spending taxpayers' money on things that they'll never have access to, and in the case of, like the last delegation, deal with toxic chemicals when in fact the solution is there but isn't implemented. And then lastly, for most of the last decade or so, dealing with issues around climate change. And so we've taken some efforts there, but clearly not enough. Now, when I'm talking about designing for the margins, what I'm talking about there is designing a community that makes the easiest and the best choice, the choice that may be the only choice for people with disabilities or seniors. When we design for a city where all are housed, even those with significant problems, the true costs of society will be lower. And I would refer you to the last 5 or 6 hours of discussion around the police budget as to where those savings clearly would be coming from. When we're also looking at designing for the margins and not for the luxuries, we'll also have a very much more walkable, bikeable, less concrete and asphalt, and also a tendency to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, as well as when we bring nature back into this community, those that need that to reduce their stress will have it every day. So what I'm talking about in many cases is that most of the benefits or most of the actions that the city budget supports do not get to those in the margins. If you're already dealing with disabilities, much of the city is still inaccessible, or if in some cases you get a paratransit bus to a mall, you may in fact have to wait an hour after your visit to in fact get home. If you're homeless, you're already dealing with a lot of hoops and problems of accessing food, as well as dealing with all the rest of the systems that are around you. And in recent support for the Accelerator Fund, will only put money in the hands of the developers and not house the homeless. So all that I'm talking about today probably is what I would call, and what some have called, is manufactured insecurity. Insecurity that typically pushes people to comply and maintain the status quo for those that have the power and the money. Now, I won't go through all of the recommendations that I have before you, but are willing to answer those. But I'll finish with a quotation I heard recently coming from Robin Brizumber, who said in a lecture that he was talking, or titled "The City That Can Save Us," he said, "Sometimes I think this city is trying to kill me." And that quote actually came from a man who would be considered in the margins, who was pushing a shopping cart and using it as a walker across an icy street in a Canadian city. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll be happy to answer questions from the council.
Perfectly timed. Councillor Zakinian, go ahead.
Thank you. I just, you have a table that you had supplied as part of your presentation, and I just wanted you to explain a few things in that table. I think what you're doing here is trying to demonstrate like how much folks are already paying for high school transit, and so what would be the cost if the residents of Regina took that on instead of the parents of those students. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And so can you just, so what did you find would be, so what's the cost right now per, I don't know if this is, can you just explain what you found then in coming up with that table? What is the cost per student?
Sure. Yeah, I went to the school boards as well as the various separate high schools and found the number of actual students in this city, and this again was numbers coming from last year. I then multiplied by the fee that the city currently charges for a yearly pass, which is $640, and came up with about a cost of $9.6 million if in fact the city was covering the entire cost of it. I guess what shocked me a little bit when I then went to the city staff and said, okay, how many students and youth are actually purchasing passes and day cards as well as cash? And when I added that up, I found out that half of the students, if they were covered entirely by simply those parents that are currently paying, they would actually have almost 45% of their fee covered by those parents. And so if you were to expand that to include every taxpayer in the city, the total cost per household or per taxpayer would be around $120 a year, where in the cases of what parents are currently paying, they're paying $640. So they would be, in essence, putting about $40 back in their pocket, or $400 back. No, $500 back in their pocket. And those that don't currently pay for those services would have to come up with that $120 a year, as an addition to their taxes, if in fact we didn't, move things around and have that covered through in other ways by the taxpayers. So.
Okay, thank you. That's a helpful summary. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakiniak. I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for presenting this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery. Could I call upon Delegation Rob Humphreys? Mr. Humphreys, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, an organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time they may have some questions for you. There you go.
Is the mic on? Yeah, good.
There you go.
Okay. My name's Rob Humphreys. I'm representing myself, but I'll gladly represent anybody that identifies as my situation. I'm 68 years old. I've lived in Regina 65 years, been married 47 years, have 3 married children, all graduates of the U of R, and 4 grandchildren. I'm fortunate to have been able to live in a home and pay property taxes for the past 45 years. For the last 35 years, I've lived in a 1,400 square foot bungalow in Northwest Regina. I retired 15 years ago on a modest pension. Over the past 15 years, the cumulative effect of property tax and city utility bill increases have almost entirely consumed our disposable income. Property taxes are the only fixed income over which we have absolutely no control. To improve fairness and give some control back to residents to reduce their costs, I'm requesting that Council direct the administration to investigate and provide options for a pay-as-you-throw or variable rate charging model for garbage, organic, and recycling collection. The reasons for this request are twofold. The present system discriminates against residents who reduce, reuse, and compost. For example, in our case, we place our brown bin out 4 times a year and are now charged for 26 pickups. We composted for the past 35 years and have never and will never use the organic collection service. Research shows that implementing a variable rate waste collection is trending worldwide and is now established in over 7,000 U.S. cities and towns. It has proven to be one of local government's most effective tools for reducing waste and incentivizing residents to participate in the waste reduction programs. Concerns respecting illegal dumping, etc., just have not occurred. Variable rate charging is fairer than the existing system, providing residents with a choice to reduce their waste collection costs. 2, I'm requesting that Council freeze base rate increases on water utility this year and in years where there is a significant surplus. The city is projecting a surplus in the utility budget of $3.2 million. The intent is to utilize the surplus in the utility reserve fund to cover unforeseen capital costs in the future. I recognize that the city water utility is based on a full cost recovery model using the current rate increases. However, this $3.2 million surplus was actually unexpected and should be somewhat discretionary. Many residents can't or won't pay the excessive water utility rates. The results are evident in the dormant lawns, sickly trees, resulting in neighborhoods that look neglected, ignored and neglected. I believe it's fair to give citizens some financial relief by freezing base rate charges on the water utility in times of surplus. Staffing. The 2023-2024 budget details 36% of operating expenses are salaries and benefits. There does not appear to be a policy respecting how long vacant positions can be carried forward and included in the budget year after year within individual departments. Considering this is the single largest operating expense, I request Council direct the administration to develop a comprehensive staffing policy respecting the duration vacant positions can be left unfilled and remained in the budget. 4, I support the water utility rebate program. In fact, I applied for it. We were eligible on 2 of the 3 criteria. However, our combined income put us slightly above the threshold and our application was denied. To cover the cost, the city proceeded to add an additional 1% to the utility bill of everyone over the threshold. In fairness, if the program eligibility is based on income, the 1% increase to pay for the program should be prorated based on household income. I request Council direct the water utility to recoup program fees through an escalating percentage surcharge based on income. 5, I request that Council direct the internal auditor to review the creation of a fraud, theft, and waste hotline using the City of Winnipeg as a model. In 2019, the City of Winnipeg was forced to fire 8 and suspend 7 employees following an investigation precipitated by an anonymous citizens group who paid a private investigator to follow and record the activities of city property inspectors. The City of Winnipeg subsequently implemented a council-approved fraud, waste, and theft hotline, which is in effect today. The current service request process in Regina works well to get potholes filled, but is totally inadequate to capture situations of employee or operational malfeasance. Likewise, the employee whistleblower program, although a step in the right direction, does not include vital information that residents might be able to provide. One point of clarification, if I could, although the publicized mill rate is 2.2%, if you look at it closer, the mill rate was actually reduced 3.09% by moving garbage collection costs from the property taxes to the utility bill. This amounted to an additional $8.52 a month for waste collection on top of the publicized 4% utility rate increase. This equates to an additional total utility rate increase of closer to 10%. Now, I'm not suggesting there's a shell game at play respecting the representation of the actual increases being proposed in the mill rate, but a little public clarity, I think, would be helpful.
Mr. Humphreys, you're a little past 5
Okay,
minutes.
I just have one conclude. I'll just conclude.
Let's go.
Yeah, be real quick here. Thank you for extending it. In conclusion, we recognize our responsibility to pay our fair share to ensure the city's financial viability. However, we live on fixed incomes far less than that of city employees. We do not have benefit packages like medical, dental, drugs, or other entitlements that city staff members enjoy. We make significant sacrifices to pay our property taxes and utility charges just to stay in our homes. We ask only that the city understand who's paying the bill and demonstrate the same level of sacrifice and prudence in providing the essential services we require. Anything City Council can do to make living in this city more affordable and fair is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphries. Oh, we got questions. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to touch on, you mentioned the fraud, theft, and waste hotline that you would like to see.
Right.
And so you said that, and that has been raised before, and the response was, well, those responses would, or those concerns would go through Service Regina. You said you think that's inadequate. Can you expand on why Service
Absolutely.
Regina is inappropriate for those types of concerns, in your opinion?
For sure. Thank you for the question. I've used the Service Regina request line many times. And in fact, I've directed my concerns to many of the councillors sitting at the tables here. Now, they might work good if you want, like I say, a pothole filled, but they don't address and they don't, the situations aren't investigated independently to see if there is operational malfeasance. Now, a lot of the observations are anecdotal. And I know, like in the Deloitte efficiency review that was done in 2021, they highlighted in the executive summary that that there was a perception in the public because of all these anecdotal situations that maybe city staff wasn't being as working as hard or as diligently as one might think, and that we weren't maybe getting value for our money. The biggest thing about using the service request form is there's no independent investigation into the concerns. For example, and I'm not going to get into many anecdotal, but I'll get into one. This summer, I looked out my window, I back onto a park, and I see a city employee lied on the grass, full, probably $500 or more of safety equipment on, looking at her phone. So I think, okay, maybe she's on a break. So I go back 20 minutes later, she's still lying on the grass, looking at her phone. I go back another 20 minutes, and at this time I'm getting a little bit heated. So I look out the fence and I start snapping of photos. And I said, I just want to send this photo to my counselor to show how hard working our city employees are. She kind of smiled. She went and walked around to the other side of the tree, lied down, and started looking at her phone again. So when you get those type of anecdotal situations, it makes you wonder whether there's a broader problem. And putting a service request in form for that, it's not looked into independently. They would just make really an excuse that wouldn't certainly satisfy me, and I don't think would address the situation.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphries.
Hi, Lori.
Thank you. You sit on the Audit and Finance.
I do.
And I have watched a few meetings. I watched the last one. Excellent questions. You've asked a few today.
Right.
Now, I want to ask just a little bit, the whistleblower compared to the internal auditor.
Right.
Can you just elaborate what you're looking at there? I didn't hear that one, so if you just want to elaborate.
Okay.
What are you
okay.
looking for in that? Through
In the hotline? In the waste fraud hotline?
That's right.
Well, what would happen, it would be, and I could bring more information, but because it's very well detailed on the City of Winnipeg's website. It's run by the internal auditor. And I must say that the internal auditor and the Deloitte report on efficiency and the implementation, that has been a real big step in the right direction. But what they do is they take reports and it goes to an independent source and they review it. It doesn't go to the department that's in question. It goes to an independent source and then it's reviewed independently. Mm-hmm. And then the report comes back to council and then everything is dealt with through council. So it's not right now with the service request form. Generally, the issue goes directly to the department. So there's no independence. It's probably to the department's benefit just to make some silly response, and not deal with it. And it just leaves the perception. It leaves the perception, with me anyway, that it hasn't been looked at properly. Now, I'm not saying that everything I observe is
Yeah.
100% but the biggest thing to me is there doesn't seem to be a mechanism in place if there is operational malfeasance going on. And I don't know if there is or not, but there's no external way to identify it or deal with it. And that's been concerning to me for a few years. But I mean, there have been measures put in place that are definitely helping, like the Deloitte review and the whistleblower and the internal auditor. I mean,
Yeah.
it's been an excellent step forward. I mean, that's been great. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
And the other one I have is just in regards to, you did ask, you didn't recognize it today, but about the asphalt plant, about the 500,000
yeah,
over.
yeah.
What was your concern on that through the chair?
Well, I just wanted to know how it got overspent, why it was overspent, who approved it, and how does it get approved, and what department's responsible for monitoring and controlling their budget. There seems to be a real disconnect in approval. For example, there was, you'll probably remember, there was a $1 million expenditure, and I just want to, it was for street
Sweeping.
cleaning and there was some other big word in there. $1 million expenditure. Nobody knows how it got approved. It never got presented before council. Apparently it was approved by the executive committee, but where's the line? Like, how do expenditures like this get approved and there's no scrutiny or no accountability for it? That's my biggest, and I think the Audit and Finance Committee can maybe help with some of this as far as accountability goes, and yeah, so that was the one issue with the 400,000. Nobody seemed to know how it got spent, why it got spent, and where it got spent. There seems to be, what I'd like to avoid is the perception, at least, that there's a black hole and that there's unlimited money and nobody knows who's approving what and who's spending what, and yeah, especially when you're in my situation.
That's why
You know,
raised
when
it.
when I have to leave my thermostat at 15 degrees at night to pay my taxes, and then you see things that just don't make sense to you.
Yeah.
It just doesn't, makes it tough to, but.
Well, thank you for your
Yeah.
great questions,
Oh,
and thank
thank
you
you.
for sitting on the committee as
Yeah,
well.
it's great to see you again.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Findura.
I'm up, okay.
Hi, John.
You're timing, she's timing me. The mayor's timing me.
Oh, she is, okay,
Yeah,
great.
timing me, yeah. I gotta be careful here.
That's right, yeah.
Mr. Humphreys, thank you for coming, presenting, yeah, here.
Oh,
Well, we've
great.
been
Thanks for listening.
communicating, so, you had many concerns, and you marked them 1 to 5 or 6.
Right,
One
I
of them
did,
was
yeah.
about the base rate for utilities.
Right.
And you spoke to the base charge, or the
Right.
base. You did not speak anything to the volume or the consumption. So your
Right.
concern, consumption is consumption because we need to, but your main concern is the base.
Right.
Can you?
My only concern is the base, because consumption is within the control of the user to a point. I mean, to a degree. I mean, we all have to use water. But it's one of the, I mean, it's the only thing right now that's within the control of the resident. You can, I mean, you can decide how much water, how many baths you want to take a week or a day, and how much water you want to use, whether you want to water your lawn. So that's a bit within the jurisdiction, or the control of the resident. So that's fine. Base rates are not, Base rates are fixed. You pay that whether you use water or not. And I'm okay with paying base rates. I understand we have to finance our infrastructure. I understand that. But at some times, especially when we have a surplus of 3.2 million, which is outside the model, I assume it's totally unexpected. I realize there are expenditures, like for the lead and for other things, but maybe every once in a while we can give the citizens a break,
Okay, thank you, Mr.
just on the base rate.
Okay. To you, Mayor, and your comments are that you would like to go zero. You would take the 4% right off the base.
Yes.
That's your comment.
Yes. Well, or whatever makes sense.
Okay.
Whatever makes sense, with the 3.2 million.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, my next question to you would be: is part of that 4% you have a Buffalo Pound 1%, that's for the
Right.
renewal, whatever.
Right,
So-
right, yeah. So we have to maintain that.
Right,
Yeah, yeah.
so you were talking about usage of the surplus, right?
That's
what
right,
you're coming-
yes, that's right, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And you're not talking about anything on your, if you look at your bill, like your utility bill.
Right.
You have the consumption, you have the base, and you have your drainage, you have your sewer and all that.
Right.
You're not worrying about what the percentage is on the, like, for instance, increase from last year to this year, it's going to be $1.22 on the base.
Right.
Plus what and you're talking about plus the 4% is an addition to what you pay on each bill, each monthly bill. Am I correct? You understanding that?
I think I'm understanding you, John, but, so, like, there's a 4% increase on the total
Yearly,
amount.
all the
Yeah, yeah, base and consumption. And there's 3%, I guess 1% is 1% designated for Buffalo Pound?
Yes.
Yeah, so 3%, yeah. So that would be the 3% that we would be talking about on the base rate increases.
Okay,
Yeah.
so my another question to you, Mayor, is that you're saying something that we have a surplus and you like to use that to kind of relieve the pressure off of the taxpayer.
That's exactly what I'm saying, John, yeah.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
I understand correctly, you might, when I'm hearing you, you're talking about even 10 years to the past where we had 9% for 3 years and 8% for 3 years. That surplus should be there to maybe now alleviate a little bit of a problem or alleviate a little bit of that stress on the taxpayer. Am that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, that's a fair statement, sure, yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then one more thing I want to ask you, to Mayor,
Yeah.
and I'll stop, is
Yeah.
you're talking about lawns being brown and
Yes.
all of that. And I mean, that water that's being used for the lawn or anything else, it's the same water as you're using for brushing your teeth and flushing the toilet, doing the shower, right? So
Yep.
you want the audit and committee maybe bring a comment to say, maybe we have a raw water of some sorts for lawns and all that. We have capability, maybe. We'll see.
Right, right. Well, that's a possibility. I haven't thought along those lines, John.
Just
but yeah,
giving
yeah,
you a little-
Yeah, whatever, yeah. I know that the water utility caused Parks to have their budget increased by $500,000 because that's what the money they had to pay to the utility. So it's kind of like a double whammy, you know? Operating costs go up in the city $500,000, but that goes to the utility who just uses it, puts for the $3.2 million surplus, and there you go. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah,
that comment.
all right.
I'm good to hear. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mayor. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Bandera. I don't see any other questions, but
All right.
Bob, I can't
Yeah.
resist. I gotta ask
Okay,
you
yeah.
some. I gotta ask you some.
Sure.
In terms of the $3.2 million surplus from the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant, you're speaking to the 2022 financial returns?
I don't have the thing in front of me, but was there not a $3.2 million surplus forecast for the 2023-2024 budget? That's what I read.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're looking at the forecast?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the forecast, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't disagree with you on that.
I don't have that information in front of me, but that's what I recall.
Yeah. I actually have a question for you about, in terms of the fraud, waste, and theft hotline,
Right,
is that something you're willing to bring forward at the Audit and Finance Committee for
definitely.
consideration?
For sure, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so council
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily need to make that decision. We could have that debate.
absolutely.
You
We're,
good?
whatever
You good with that?
mechanism we can use to sort of see if it's a legitimate thing to even proceed with, yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Humphries, if you were looking at the budget this
Right.
year, or let's talk about the budget last year and our financial statements, can you figure out how the city did with its own budget?
No,
Why not?
because it's all meshed up, it's all mixed up. There's just no way to tell, you know? There's no way to tell, you know, how each department, you definitely can't break it down per department as to, and I don't know how department heads are held accountable for the spending that they make. It's a concern I think many people have, but yeah, I've tried, but I can't, I'm not that bright though, but I mean, I can't figure it out. yeah, yeah.
In terms of the staffing policy that you have
Right.
highlighted as well,
Right.
I'll ask the same question. Would
Sure.
you be comfortable dealing with that at the Audit and Finance Committee
Absolutely.
and making, with the group that's there, making some
Absolutely.
recommendations to council?
For
Okay.
sure, yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
appreciate
Yeah.
that as well.
Yeah.
And I'll just echo Councillor Bresciani's remarks. Thank you very much for serving on the Audit and Finance Committee.
Oh, my
I look forward
pleasure.
to it every time.
I'm glad to hear that because
I do.
I wasn't so sure.
Thanks very
Okay.
much for being here
No,
this afternoon.
thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
I will call upon delegation, Melissa Coomber-Benson. Melissa, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time they may have some questions for you.
Thank you for having me today. For the record, my name is Melissa Cooper-Benson, and I have the honor of serving our city as the CEO of YWCA Regina. As we've been working on the YWCA Center for Women and Families in the community for many years, I won't go into great detail about the project, but I would like to point your attention to my written submission, which includes information about the project as well as letters of support from community organizations in our city who are working to answering the increasing call to crisis response, while at the same time building a future that reduces this need for crisis intervention. I've included letters from Transition House, Regina Food Bank, the Comeback Society, and Sophia House as part of my submission. YWCA has been serving the city of Regina for 113 years, and its work has shifted and changed to meet the needs of the community. This project, the Center for Women and Families, will ensure that we are able to continue to meet the needs of our community and address factors that are preventing vulnerable women and families from reaching their full potential and keeping us from living in an equitable community. I'm here today to ask for a motion to have $1,014,600 included in the City of Regina 2024 budget to cover the municipal portion of the ISIP trilateral agreement. Funding. On December 8th, 2021, which seems like a really long time ago, City Council voted to allocate ISIP public transit stream to support the construction of the Healing Lodge as part of the YWCA Center for Women and Families. When the ISIP request was first brought forward to City Council, the center had a budget of $54 million, which included a contingency in anticipation of the inflation costs that were being projected. At this time, YWCA Regina had also received a substantial contribution through CMHC, and we were considered fully funded. Since this time, this project has seen approximately 30% increase in its construction costs. The cost of this project is now $70 million. YWCA has received support since that time from the Government of Saskatchewan, as well as continued to raise money in our community. The project is 55% complete and to date has a 0.04% change order total, which I'm told is very impressive. I actually don't know what that means, but it's a good thing. The project team and our construction management team, PCL, have worked tirelessly to reduce costs and find efficiencies. One of these savings has come through scheduling and timing, so the project is ahead of schedule, and substantial completion will be September 1st, 2024. While we are excited to be ahead of schedule, this means that we have 9 months to secure just over $12 million still needed to complete the project. We currently have a funding request in with the Government of Saskatchewan of $5 million, and we are actively pursuing additional major gifts and have launched the public phase of our campaign. YWCA Regina has already raised just over $14 million in addition to government funding in our community, and we have a goal of raising another $9 million. This, in addition to the sale of our current building, would mean that YWCA will have raised 29% of the overall cost of the building, which is way above the usual percentage of organizational contribution. Without the additional contribution from the City of Regina and the Government of Saskatchewan, YWCA Regina would need to incur a very large mortgage. This would cripple our organization moving forward. Currently, the center's performance does not need additional operating dollars. We're able to cover the deficit in our shelter, housing, outreach, harm reduction, childcare, and community programs departments through our social enterprises and fundraising efforts. However, these margins are tight, and any additional expenses would mean a reduction in essential services. The Centre for Women and Families is more than crisis response. It's more than a child care and more than a community hub of wraparound services. This building reflects our city. Its history of being good neighbors, gathering in spaces to share dainties, and helping others when they need it. It reflects our city's commitment to Indigenous resurgence and reconciliation, and it reflects our city's shared hope for vibrancy and well-being. So I'm asking for your support in getting this thing done. Many thanks for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
20 seconds left. All right.
Really?
Councillor, yeah, you did great. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you, Melissa. You mentioned the YWCA has committed 29% of the project funding, and that, as I understood it, is higher than would be normal in this circumstance. I wonder if you can just elaborate on that point.
Yeah, absolutely. When we first started this project, there's sort of a guide in terms of what one can anticipate in a capital build that would be shared between the three levels of government, and also what is usually brought in from the organization itself. And always there's a need for an organization to put funding forward as well. When we first started this project, which at the time, when we didn't have very good budgets, we were only at a Class D, we were looking at between 2% and 4% would be what would be expected for an organization to put forward in terms of their own funding. That the majority, particularly for social service organizations, the majority of that funding usually comes through government-funded programs.
Thank you. And then, as I understand it, the request is for about $1 million from the city. We at the table have some sense of what that would mean for our operations. Can you tell us, expand a little bit more, what $1 million less on the required mortgage would mean for your operations, or conversely, what impact would it have on your operations if your funding request is not granted?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question through the chair. To give you an indication, our shelters, our second stage supportive affordable housing, our harm reduction, our outreach work has a deficit, yearly operating deficit of around $550,000 a year. Our child care centers, as they move more towards government funded, are also getting closer and closer to not covering administration, utility, building type of pieces like that. And so when we have big chunks of our budget that have huge deficit, but is really, really important work for us to continue to do, we're limited to the diversification of our funding in terms of social enterprise, and also limited in terms of our fundraising efforts. And so anything that goes above and beyond that as an additional expense directly impacts those line items that are already carrying deficit that we work really hard to try and offset through diversified funding.
Thank you. So if I can put words in your mouth and you tell me if I'm correct, is the more debt you have to take on, the less deficit-inducing lines of business you can do, including things like childcare and second stage shelter.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stanachek, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello. I guess my first question through the chair is just to be a little bit clear in the table in terms of the funding from the City of Regina. I know that there's been $2 million that was the gift of the land.
That's correct.
That's already been provided. $1 million in infrastructure servicing. And then the request for $1,014,600 is out of the ISIP municipal portion of the trilateral agreement. Can you say a little bit more about those kinds of funding envelopes? Because I was under the impression that the ISEP was what we had already given $1 million from. So if you could just explain some of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we came to council around the ISIP funding, at the time we were fully funded. And so there was a conversation that we had around would the YWCA be able to cover the municipal portion of that piece? Because we were about to start the public phase of our campaign and felt very confident that that would be no problem. And so that is why we're now requesting the municipal portion of the ISIP. The full ISIP funding is about it's not about, it's specifically $3.88 million. Part of that is covered through the province, part through the feds. And so this is the municipal piece of that $3.8 million. Yeah. The infrastructure servicing was a grant that the city graciously applied for federal funding that municipalities could apply for on behalf of us for the project that covered the servicing infrastructure cost to the building.
Okay. And my second question through the chair is that you did mention that you're ahead of schedule, that this construction is ahead of schedule. Would with the increase in construction costs, would it be even more expensive if it wasn't ahead of schedule? Because usually when it's ahead of schedule, it's a better price, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely. We're saving money because it's ahead of schedule, particularly when you see the costs of just having a massive construction project like that. Any months that you're not paying for heat or hoarding or any of those pieces, you're saving costs.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, in terms of your operating costs now and when you move to the new building, I don't know what the difference in square footage is, but I'm hoping that it's a better built facility, that you're going to have lower utility costs perhaps, but are your operating costs going to be about the same or better? More?
Yeah, this project doesn't require additional operating costs, but does allow us to have additional affordable housing spaces. It also is the Healing Lodge. It brings the Healing Lodge forward. It allows for partners to have space. So the space is much bigger, allows for us to do our work in a much better way, but doesn't add additional operating costs to our bottom line.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stadacek. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Melissa, you've covered some valuable ground. A couple of quick questions. Do you have a new estimated completion date, occupancy date at this time?
Yes, they are telling us that I can start building IKEA furniture in August. That's a shout out to anybody in the community who would like to volunteer. And our move-in date will be September 1st, 2024.
Great. Are there any environmental features in this building that you want to point out to us? That makes the building Regina 2050-like environment.
Absolutely. The building is considered to be net zero ready. And so what that means is that we have the capacity, once the infrastructure is set, to be able to tap into the, I'm not going to use the right words, but the electrical system. We've ensured that our roof is ready for solar panels, and that we're able to hit that net zero capacity once the infrastructure is available to us in the community.
Great. And finally, when we walk into the new building on September 1st, what's the wow feature? What's the single unique thing that we're going to say, holy do?
I think that one of the biggest features, even just going in now, is a gathering place for the community, a space where community becomes part of the solution to lots of the issues that we're seeing that women and vulnerable women and children are navigating, houselessness, addictions, mental health, that this allows people to participate in building a stronger community just by the virtue of the space and of the design. And I'm going to add a second thing, even though you only asked for one. And I think the second thing is that in speaking about the healing space and the year-round sweat lodge, being integrated into this space, I've come to realize that it is very unique. It will be the first of its kind in our country. And I think that physical act of reconciliation for an organization like the YWCA that is a colonial organization and has privileged and continues to privilege from that colonial past. That physical act of reconciliation, I hope it will be a catalyst for other cities, communities, and organizations to understand how that can be done. And that it not only brings something to our community, but it enhances our services, and it starts to heal the community in a way that is tangible. And so I hope it's used as an example.
Well, thank you for you and your team. This is clearly a job that we have to get done. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We're going to take, we've got a, we do. We're going to ask the question, actually, Councillor Nelson, can you ask the question quick, because we have a legislative break right now.
Yeah, just Melissa, hi, thank you. You're like amazing. We love you so much. You do such great work. Quick question. This wasn't in the budget. What would you say to me as a counselor that has to go back to people that are on set incomes, that are really don't even want their taxes raised, they just can't afford it, low-income families, to say, I need to increase your taxes even more to give Melissa $1 million. What do you feel I should say to people for this house?
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. It's not an easy question to do in 2 seconds before it's a legislative break time, just going to say that. But, you know, I think, and it's a difficult, because I have a personal opinion on this, that is difficult to separate from somebody who runs an organization in our city. I think that the strength of every individual person is directly related to the strength of our most marginalized and vulnerable people in our community. And I don't think any of us do well or do better when we're leaving people behind. And this center's intent is to provide a beautiful, respectful, safe space for some of our most marginalized folks in the community. And I think that by investing additional money as a taxpayer so that others have that opportunity will only make my community, my neighborhood stronger and better. And I know that's a bit hairy-fairy, but I see that, and I truly think that the city of Regina has continued to prove themselves in that way about caring about their neighbors, and I think this is just one way to continue to do that. Your taxes are one way to continue to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. We do have a legislative break. Quick question. Who are you housing in the building with you?
We are housing Mobile Crisis and All Nations Hope Network, and permanently in the building.
So in some respects, we help you out some more, and we're actually helping out a few other agencies as well?
That's correct.
All right, that's the girl. Councillor Nelson.
I got one more question.
Yeah, sure you do.
So in saying that, because I was going to ask you that, but I was like, oh, we got to hurry. So you're putting other organizations in your building? There's 3 of them, you said?
Yeah, there's 3. All Nations Hope. Mobile
Okay,
Crisis
I knew about
and-
All Nations Hope.
Yeah.
So that means that their buildings will no longer be needed.
Or expansions, yeah.
So the expenses that we incur by paying for the help them, that, is there a money
Essentially,
benefit there?
We're just helping invest in other organizations is kind of the point.
So I'll ask administration then, because that, there's got to be a number behind that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to give council a heads up, I think some councillors have a hard stop at 5. I've got a hard stop at 5:30. We are going to push the real delegation into tomorrow and any conversation about the library, but we have Judith Verisic from the downtown, Tony Plater, Jenna Schroeder, only online if you have questions about the Provincial Capital Commission, and Joanne Havelock. If we're back at 4:35, 25 minutes to get through 3 delegations, close-ish, so we may be able to wrap it up around 5 after 5. All right, so see you in 15. No, I have that. Welcome back, council. Welcome back. All right, I'm going to call on delegation Judith Verasuk from the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. Judith, you know it. It's state your name for the record, the organization you represent, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes with City Council, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be some questions, so please, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Oh, I feel like I just ran here. Okay. I want to get out of here soon, too. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and City Council. My name is Judith Verasuk, and I'm the Executive Director of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. We represent the businesses within the downtown, the businesses and the commercial properties. I am here today on behalf of my Board of Directors to speak on Agenda Item CM 23-33, the General and Utility Capital Plan for 2024 through 2028. RDPID is concerned with the delay of 3 critical projects impacting downtown Regina, in particular the 11th Avenue, South Drive, and Scar Street projects. 11th Avenue and Scar Street were originally intended to be completed by 2025 and are now delayed with construction running from 2025 through 2027. South Drive, originally supposed to start in 2025 with completion in 2027, is now delayed to 2027 and 2028. Just as a reminder, we're finishing up 2023 right now. This is incredibly disappointing, especially when there are no other downtown projects planned for 2024. I would ask what other projects are approved in advance of 11th Avenue when it was supposed to be occurring in 2024. We have been discussing the needs for improvements to 11th Avenue with City Hall staff since I started with the organization in 2010, and I'm sure those discussions went even further back from that. We were thrilled when the city adopted the Regina Downtown Neighborhood Plan in 2010, I believe, which prioritized investment in the downtown public realm, in the pedestrian environment, and in our downtown transportation routes. We were again thrilled when Regina's official community plan was adopted, as it reinforced the priorities in the RDNP, and we waited for that investment to materialize. Finally, we saw investment when Victoria Avenue was completed in 2019 and 2020. At that time, city staff indicated that 11th Avenue would be the next upgrade, with Scar Street and South Drive on deck. With this further delay, we are now approaching 15 years of waiting for something to happen on 11th Avenue. That's longer than the yards. Delaying these projects will only result in further escalation in costs as inflation continues to rise. We appreciate the proposed 5-year capital plan accounts for project cost increases. However, what will happen if inflation continues to rise? What will happen if you tender this project next year and costs have escalated yet again? Will this project continue to be delayed? The impact of this project on businesses along 11th and adjacent streets has been tremendous, in a bad way. The first few weeks of construction caused a lot of chaos in terms of traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian, due to unannounced street closures, minimally signed one-way streets, and alternate access and egress points to business. This negatively impacted the property owner, the tenant, and their customers at a time when we are still recovering from the impacts of the pandemic. Additionally, the Globe Theatre, a jewel in our downtown, will be completing their construction in late 2024. This delay will limit access to their front door until 2027. To extend this time of impact on our businesses is untenable. There's high risk that we will lose tenants and businesses in our downtown because this project is taking 2 years longer than anticipated to complete. Most of the work we saw in 2023 were upgrades completed by SAS Power and the other crowns. We knew that because of the level of upgrades needed for 11th Avenue, that it would be a multi-year project, where traffic would be reintroduced onto 11th once construction concluded for the season. When it was concluded this year, we, along with the businesses along 11th, were appalled to see the level of workmanship on the layer of asphalt that was put into place as a temporary measure. That being said, we were prepared to make this concession, given that construction would begin once again in 6 months, in spring of 2024. Now we're being told that this stopgap solution for a sidewalk will be in place a lot longer than 6 months. It seems that the city has given up on 11th Avenue because it's too complex, too expensive, and it's too time-consuming. I am on 11th Avenue every day, and all I see are shoddy sidewalks that are difficult to navigate, broken concrete that may or may not be repaired with a lump of asphalt, transit shelters that are dirty and unkept, and overflowing garbage bins that are emptied once a week if we are lucky. It pains me to say this, and you know this, because I am one of downtown's biggest advocates, but this lack of attention and disregard for downtown when it accounts for 10% of property tax for the entire city is quite frankly unacceptable. Let's be honest. Property assessments for downtown have been decreasing. We have lost approximately $500 million in assessed value since the last assessment period. Without investment in and attention to failing infrastructure in downtown, this will continue. This should matter to everyone in our community because as the property tax capture for downtown decreases, the property tax load will shift to the suburban neighborhoods. If this decline in our downtown property assessments continues, the suburban properties will need to shoulder more of the burden to maintain the same level of service from the city. I'm here today on behalf of Artie Bid asking you not to let this happen. Don't give up on downtown and 11th Avenue. Maintain the 11th Avenue project timeline you committed to last year. Fund it appropriately. Ensure this project gets completed as quickly as possible. Make downtown a priority. Let's make 11th Avenue shine like the jewel it once was. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Judith. I have Councillor Zakidniak up first.
Thank you. So in your letter, you note the delay of 3 projects, 11th, Sass Drive, and Scar Street. Later on, you kind of honed in on 11th. Have you heard that Councillor Mancinelli mentioned at the beginning of this that he was planning a referral motion. So if there is a referral with direction to administration, are you asking for those projects, those 3 projects, to be reconsidered?
Through the chair, I appreciate the situation council faces with respect to the mill rate and the escalation of pricing, and it's going to be a difficult decision. At this point in time, I would focus on 11th Avenue because that's the project you started. We have, I think it's Broad through Hamilton that is half done. So the other 2 projects have not yet started. They're technically still in design phase. We don't have a design for Scarth. And I think Sass Drive is quite a much larger project than just downtown. So in this case, you need to focus on one thing, and I would say that should be 11th Avenue.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Judith, thank you for coming forward, and thank you for being so frank, and thank you for your support of activation for the downtown. It seems to me that the projects that you've talked about for activating downtown are exactly the same theme as the catalyst projects are important for the activation of downtown. I want to ask, and those projects seem to have disappeared into thin air. I want to ask you, library, arena, activation projects for downtown, are they important to you?
Through the chair, absolutely. We have been very vocal about our support for the catalyst projects that have been announced. And we are, I guess, in the same boat as everyone else, kind of waiting for the supportive funding to come in. We understand that the city cannot bear the load on its own and that third parties, other levels of government will have to come forward. If and when they're ready to go, we will be the biggest cheerleaders and we'll be holding your hand all the way.
Great, and just to follow up on that, I understand the RDB is working with the library to bring in speakers in mid-January to talk about downtown activation through projects. Have you confirmed that? Can you confirm that's happening?
Through the chair, absolutely. Thanks for the plug. In partnership with Tony Plater from the Chamber, sitting right over there, and the Warehouse District, We're hosting our third City Building Speaker Series, where we'll be bringing in Pilar Martinez, who is the CEO of the Edmonton Public Library System, as well as Carl Belanger, who is the city architect for the City of Edmonton. They'll be coming in January 16th, and they will have a public presentation at the Regina Film Theatre, so registration to sign up to attend that should be going live in the coming week or so. But they'll be talking about the use of libraries as catalysts for community building, as well as good design doesn't need to be expensive. I think that's one of the things that, one of my big takeaways from speaking with Mr. Belanger. We can do amazing things and have iconic buildings without having to build the Calgary Library or the Halifax Library. We can do amazing things on the budget that's appropriate for our own community.
Thank you. That's the best answer I've heard all day.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Judith, you'd mentioned the costs and implications of delay. I was just wondering if you could provide some specifics. So for instance, you'd mentioned the Globe Theatre. Is your concern that when the 11th Avenue project is kickstarted again based on the revised budget, that would overlap when the Globe is opening? I just need to know what the cost of delaying is by your estimate.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I think the phasing of, so my understanding is that SaskPower and the Crowns go in, and then we, the city, comes in afterwards to do the streetscape pieces. So at this point in time, SaskPower has completed up to Hamilton, and they'll be moving into the next phase, which I believe is Hamilton to Cornwall next year. So that's going to severely limit access to the Globe Theatre for at least half the season, because they're planning on opening towards the late 24. So their season usually runs till about June, so they're going to have limited access through that first half of when they should be open to the public. And if you recall where it's located, I know you do, but it's on Scar Street. So you don't have vehicular access off Scar Street. You're not going to have access off 11th, and then you have an alley, because on the other side you have a building. Yeah. So that's going to severely impact how they operate. Now, the city's portion gets delayed. It's actually 3 years where there's no access to their building at that time. So it's definitely challenging, and I think anecdotally, a lot of my property owners are now having, they're having to deal with lease renewals. And the impact of pandemic on lease renewals is still unknown. We know there's going to be a retraction in how much square footage folks are going to be taking, just because of the work from home and hybrid working. And knowing that I'm going into a lease renewal for another 10-year period, when 5 of those years I'm not going to be able to get to my parking lot, or my staff are going to have to negotiate a construction zone, that doesn't bode well for these lease renewals that are coming up. So I'm trying to get this done as quickly as possible, minimizing the impact to both our cultural institutions and our property owners and their tenants and their employees is critical.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, we get a lot of real estate anecdotes, but I'm curious, what is the direct feedback from folks who own or occupy any of those properties in terms of lease renewals? Are they actively telling you, we were promised revitalization, we're not getting it, we're going to look elsewhere? Are they suggesting that if this is delayed, it's creating uncertainty, we just can't commit to being down here? Like, what do we know about what tenants and the property owners are experiencing right now?
Through the chair, what you described there, yes, I have heard those verbatim from both tenants and from property owners that are trying to lease their spaces. And then to layer onto that some of the social issues that we're experiencing downtown, it's a 1-2 punch.
Thank you. The technical elements you described in terms of phasing and sequencing our work with that of the Crowns, what's been the feedback from city administration? Is it being delayed by your estimate because we have to wait for a Crown to finish their utility work before we can start ours, and therefore just makes sense to kind of push the budget down the road?
Through the chair, administration will have to correct me if I'm speaking out of turn, but my understanding is that the Crown work is underground. It's duct banks and all this water mains, that sort of thing. So our work is above ground, so we have to let them go first. So we're kind of held hostage to the timeline of the Crowns, and I think administration will be able to give you a better idea of what that sequencing looks like now that they've kind of completed this first season, and they know what they're getting into, because no one's really opened the road for whatever 50, 60 years. So all that institutional knowledge of what's actually in there is gone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Regina, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Judith, for being here. So many cities that we did some tours. I was able to go one city, other councillors got to go to some tours, and I guess what was the one thing that I think you would bring back that we need to implement here? Because those were costly to go and tour around and all that kind of stuff. What would you say the one thing is that we need to do, what you've learned from those that you brought back? What would you say through the chair?
Through the chair. That's a loaded question, because I'd say everything. But realistically, I think it's the demonstration of public investment in our center core is so important. It gives confidence to the private sector that wants to invest as well. If they know that the attention to detail and the priority of downtown is top of mind for the city, then it will be top of mind for them. If the city doesn't care, why should I care? So I'm not going to invest in a new building or in improving my property if I have a pothole in front of my building, or if I have, light posts that are falling down because they're rusted out at the bottom, or if I have tree wells that don't have trees in them and haven't had trees in them for 10, 15 years, or have access points to get into the underground that have no cover but are covered by a roadblock. How can you make a justification to make an investment in your building or business if that's what you see when you're taking your potential tenant around?
Thank you. How do the business owners right now connect? Do they go through you to then connect to the city for some of these things that need to change, or how does that work?
Through the chair, it's a little bit of both. I will receive phone calls. My staff is out every day talking to businesses, so they will receive firsthand feedback. But I know there's also folks that will call either you or administration directly, or go through the Service Regina channel to lodge their complaint.
Okay. One of the things that I took away from the one city that I was able to tour was the fact that we need people living downtown. We need people to be downtown, not just kind of coming and going if we want to have that vibrancy. Have there been any discussions with any of the property owners that Calgary, Vancouver, I just got back, you've got office, you've got housing, you've got 20-story buildings. Are any of the property owners actually looking at maybe turning it into residential downtown?
Through the chair, I think that's a great question. Our second speaker in the City Building Speaker Series was the gentleman, the Director of Development for Downtown Calgary. He came in and he talked about office conversions and their program there. Obviously, Calgary is a different animal, and they have substantial subsidies. I think it's $75 a door, or $75 per door to get that off the ground, which is something that is beyond what we could do here. That being said, I know the Canadian Urban Institute is very interested in office conversion to residential, and they were just here last week, and they hosted a workshop with some local property owners and members of your administration. We hosted them at our office, and they had an afternoon work session and tour of some of the properties downtown. So I think there's definite interest we haven't really done residential conversion for a long time here, probably about 20 years now. So building codes are very different. So I think there's a little bit of a learning curve, and it's a significant investment to turn your property from a commercial property into a residential property. So everyone's just testing the waters right now.
Okay. And the last question is, you know, we have 11th Avenue, Sass Drive, Scar Street, all kind of got the plans and interleaved workings. Do you think that's almost too much? Like, we need to focus on, like you said, focus on 11th Avenue, get that done. I would agree that Sass Drive is a large like, we just took a lot on. Do you think it's better just to focus on getting one finished and then move to the next? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I believe that 11th Avenue and Scar Street need to be sequenced, just because they attach to one another, and it makes sense that when you're in the ground in front of the Cornwall Centre that you're actually addressing Scar Street as well. So I'm not an engineer, I'm not a construction person, but that's what makes sense to me. Sass Drive, like I said, bigger animal that, you know, it's going to start and end in places beyond downtown, so we'd have to fall in line with that. But at the end of the day, the two projects, 11th and Sass Drive, really should not be occurring at the same time. So it will have to kind of, one's going to have to follow the other, so Sass Drive's going to have to follow 11th, just because of access to downtown. I mean, if you're closing off access along 11th, you need to have access coming along Sass Drive. And then once we're done 11th, then Sass Drive is free to kind of close down and do construction, because you still have another access point along 11th.
Okay. Last question, beautification grant. Edmonton, Calgary, I'm not sure, maybe Toronto, but I know for sure Edmonton offers beautification grants to storefronts downtown to keep the beauty within their city. Is that something that you guys have ever talked about or addressed through the downtown?
Through the chair, I think that's an amazing question, because it is something that is on my radar. We've been exploring the model in Winnipeg, where the downtown Winnipeg organization has become the pass-through funding agency through Prairie's Can for, I guess, business recruitment and retention grants, so a little bit of beautification on the business end. So the idea would be to administer the grant on behalf of the federal agency. So that's something that we're definitely exploring, and we're looking at how Winnipeg set theirs up and seeing if there's alignment with the situation we have here.
Okay. Edmonton also has that as well. So.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Nelson.
Hi Judith, thanks for coming. I think downtown looks great with all the lights, it's beautiful. So just to clarify, when Councillor Bresciani asked you, because I went on one city tour, but there was 12 city tours with city administrations, city councilors, REAL, the downtown bid, the warehouse district, the library, and you came out of that thinking the best thing to do is to get people involved in making their storefronts pretty. Am I correct in understanding that?
Through the chair, just to clarify, there were 6 tours. So
6?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The takeaway from that, and I said there's so many, but to focus on what I was talking about here, yes, that attention to detail, that public investment that needs to happen to give confidence to the private investment, that was a big takeaway. That's not to say that I'm disregarding things like a library or a multi-use entertainment facility. At this point in time, in this forum, what you're dealing with right now, the priority is that attention to detail and that investment in your infrastructure.
And I'll tell you, I was so adamant about getting lights downtown. The Copper Kettle, I was down in that area there. It looks so nice with just some lights. And you feel safer. I mean, that was such a small investment, but my goodness, Judith, that looks so good down there with all those lights. Just keep them up all the time, I think.
Sorry,
But-
can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Well, through the chair, I appreciate you saying that, because the business investment will be there.
Yeah.
So we can take care of that stuff. We need you guys to take care of the big stuff.
Yeah. And absolutely, what I was just trying to say is, you know what, we're getting there, like the companies, the people that are down there, they're investing in themselves, and that's what I was really encouraged to see. This is like, okay, well, they are saying, you know what, we want to make this pretty, we're going to put lights up, we're going to do this, so let's us do our part to help you guys. And that's exactly where I was going with this, Judith. The next question is, these businesses that are upset about the 11th Avenue, that I'm just wondering, has anybody actually, do you have any letters, do you have anything from business owners in that area that say, here, this is what we've been getting, this guy isn't going to rent anymore, this guy is going to, you know, have you gotten anything like that, Judith, through the chair?
Through the chair, that has been discussed at our board. So it's been verbal. However, if you would like something in writing, I can probably have stuff to you very quickly, because it's been vocalized to me so many times, so it's just a couple phone calls.
If you wouldn't mind, I just, because then it's like, okay, you know, because we all can say that, well, I'm, you know, but it's like, no, seriously, this is what the problem is. I would appreciate that as a counselor. That would really help me and justify the money or whatever that we're going to spend downtown, that I can say, hey, this is what's going to happen. So appreciate that whenever you can, no big rush, but if you don't mind, if you can just get some kind of a feedback to give to us, that would be
No
really,
problem.
that would be really great. So what you're saying here is, right now, if we had to do anything, it'd be focused on 11th Avenue and getting that done. Am I correct in hearing that, Judith? Is that right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I have, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson? Councillor Mancinelli?
I just want to know if I understand you correctly. There's a living example in Regina. What happens if we get this wrong? It was expressed to me. It's called the Novia Cafe, and the fire that happened 2 months ago. Construction gone wrong, caused a great local business from decades to close down. And after the building went empty, it couldn't afford to lease up top because it got expensive. The building went empty, and our heritage building on the edge of the park burnt down. When someone said that as an example of getting it wrong, would that be a valid example?
Through the chair, I guess if you take that back all the way to the beginning, the challenge around the Novia Cafe really was around the build of Pat Fiacco Plaza. That was before my time. I arrived on the scene once they started construction, so I was not part of the design or the decision-making process. In an ideal world, a building would be going up in that place sooner rather than later. So, yeah, I don't have the best answer for you on that one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. I don't have any questions. I'm super good with your presentation. In terms of the crowns, they go, I do actually, Hamilton to Cornwall and then Cornwall to Albert?
Through the chair, my understanding is that it was in 3 chunks. So Hamilton to it would be Broad to Hamilton, Hamilton to Cornwall, and then Cornwall to Albert. That's correct, yeah.
It was my understanding that one of the reasons we had attempted to coordinate with the Crowns, because yes, they're going underground, but our water mains and our sewer lines need to also be repaired. So do you know from administration whether they're digging up everything after the Crowns have already dug it up? Do you know that?
Through the chair, my understanding is, yes, they will have to dig it up again. Because you're right, the water mains are, whatever, 50, 60 years old, end of lifespan. And to go back to, I think it was Councillor Bresciani's comment about people living downtown, that's been one of the limitations, because the water mains cannot accommodate 1,000 extra toilets downtown. So the way that city policy was back in the day was that it was on the developer to upgrade all the water mains. So it just made it unfeasible to do that. So I think this investment in needed water main upgrades will help downtown be able to compete, make that pro forma work a little bit better for residential development.
Thanks. Thanks so much for being here today, Judith. I think we're done asking you questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I will call upon Delegation Tony Plater. Tony, come on down. You're going to state your name for the record, organization you're representing, where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, I'm Tony Plater. I'm the CEO of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. I reside in Grand Coulee. First of all, I want to thank each of you for your time today. I sat in the gallery for a while, and it's been a long day, and I appreciate you guys accommodating Judith and I after your 5 o'clock break. First of all, I also want to thank you and the city administration for your dedication in helping make Regina a city that many want to work, live, and play in. On behalf of our members, I'm here today to discuss the upcoming proposed budget mill rate increase. We are focusing on 4 key points that we feel have an impact on the proposed mill rate increase. The first one, the city's investment in the Eastern Pressure Solution is a positive move. Not only will it expand the city's water network, but it will also encourage growth and attract future business opportunities. Well done. I know you guys don't get to hear some of the great things you do. This is one of them. Our second one, for many reasons over the last few years, our members have had to streamline their operations and staff, and in the proposed budget, administration is asking for some new FTEs. Our recommendation is to have administration use current unfulfilled positions and shift them to the needed areas instead of adding new staff. This would not only reduce the mill rate increase, but also assist with your ongoing internal efficiency review. The third point we have is we also believe that a healthy reel will attract more concerts, events, and conferences. Visitors enjoying these events at Reel create a significant economic impact for our business community and improve the overall financial health of our community. Strategically investing city resources for improvements in Reel needs to be a priority. Moving funds from the facilities asset management funding to repair and upgrade Reel is a good idea, but only if it doesn't jeopardize other city-owned facilities and assets. My fourth point is, while the proposed mill rate of 2.82 sounds very attractive, we need to make sure we continue to communicate the actual overall cost to ratepayers and our business community in 2024. It needs to be made very clear that you are removing the garbage, food, and yard waste costs from the mill rate and adding them to the residential utility bill. I understand this communication is ongoing with detailed information that was in the December utility bill. I've had a couple of our members and friends of mine tell me that the information was well received, so I thank you for that. Even though we have moved to that user pay model for food and yard waste, which is fair for everybody, it could add more than $23 to residents' monthly utility bill depending on the size of their cart. This, in addition to the proposed mill rate increase, could cause a significant negative financial impact for many. We understand that the utilities operate on a full cost recovery basis, so it's not reasonable for us to ask for a reduction on those costs. But my ask is to slightly reduce the utilities user fee in 2024. This will help provide some sort of tax relief. We understand that the additional costs administration is facing to provide quality services to all residents and businesses. We understand them because our business community feels them as well. If you add in all the new utility costs and the projected mill rate increase, it pushes the actual increase to ratepayers to between 5% and 6%. We need to lower that number as that is higher than the cost of inflation we are currently experiencing. Regina is known as a community that creates economic development and provides a high quality of life. But an increase of this magnitude will be detrimental and limit both residential and business growth that has made Regina an energetic, vibrant city that provides opportunity for all residents. I urge you to keep looking for some small measures of financial relief to keep Regina an affordable place to work and live. On behalf of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Plater. Councillor Stanachek, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. Through the mayor, thank you for coming and waiting. I guess my question is regarding your comment about FTEs. I couldn't find it in my booklet, but so I'm trying to recall what that proposal was. My understanding is that there's at least 7 positions that would be tourism-related positions, so new positions, new skill set. Does that change your view in terms of what we should be doing with FTEs?
No, I understand those were transferring over, through the chair, sorry, yeah. I understand those were transferring over from Rio, so that would be a neutral transfer.
Okay.
In some discussions I had with administration, there was an ask for new FTEs for some new projects, and I was.
Okay.
My request would be to use unfulfilled positions if that makes sense.
Well, I'll find it in my book tonight. I'll look at it better. Thank you. And I guess through the chair, another question is, have you'd probably talk to your colleagues in other provinces. What, have you heard of what kind of property tax increase rates other cities are dealing with right now? Because it seems like cities are all struggling.
Yes, and I've also done some research, and I want to commend administration for the City of Regina website because it's easier to maneuver and find information on it than it is in some of the other areas. Saskatoon is experiencing 6.2 or 6.3, as you know. Some of the other pieces that I looked at, places that I looked at, there's a combination of how they project that. The same way that we're doing it with the 2.8 and then the utilities increase. So Winnipeg is 3.5, Halifax is 5.9, Moose Jaw is 4.62, and Kelowna 3.78, and Medicine Hat was 2.7. Prince Albert was 2.86, but they have a snow management tax that they add on.
Okay. I have some different numbers for some of those, like Halifax 9.7, but I don't know. I'll be asking administration that question.
Okay.
Because I'm sure that they've done a comparison of other cities.
Yeah.
In terms of the increase to, sorry, now I've lost your presentation. Oh, well. The utility, do you find that it's more of an equity question, or I just don't have your presentation in front of me. I had it and then it just disappeared. There it is. Okay. Is it more of an equity issue that you're concerned about in terms of people's ability to deal with the increase to the utility?
I think that people will learn to appreciate the fact that they get to control the whether they spend the $23 and some change on the big cart or the little cart. I think those are fixed costs, and I think there's an understanding that there is that user pay is positive, and that it's a cost recovery piece. I think because of and we had one other gentleman that talked about the little bit of the surplus that we have in utilities, and that base rate that gets charged is where where we feel that there's some sort of savings or a little bit of tax relief that's available. People are not opposed to paying for what they use. They feel that's fair.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Hi, Tony. Hi, Tony. Thank you. It's been a long day. sorry, I'm sitting here, you talked about the Eastern Water Pressure Solution, and that's a benefit. And how happy everybody is, right?
Yeah, you know what, it's one of those things that's not a sexy project,
No.
but the long-term benefits for our community is fantastic. And it's one of those good stories that I think needs to be told, that we're moving forward, and because of that, on the east side, we're not going to lose businesses to Emerald Park and Belgoni and.
So what administration had brought forward to us that we need to put in that first tank? And that was covered, and that was what the administration had brought forward and recommended. Then Councillor Hawkins had brought forward a mill rate increase of 0.63% for the second tank. Administration had said that we don't need that second tank till we hit a growth of 100,000 people. Is that what you were talking about with the people in the business, that the second tank, or were they talking about the first tank?
The first tank, to
first
help
tank.
grow to that let's call it a watermark.
Right, so then we're good, and the second tank, they didn't talk about the second tank and how lovely and happy they were with the 0.6% mill increase for a second tank that we don't need for another probably 10 years.
As long as the conversations would be along the lines of that, as we approach that 100,000, we start thinking about building that second tank so that we're ahead of the curve.
Right, absolutely. That was exactly what my thought was. Second thing here, we talked about, sorry, oh goodness. I wanted to just say, just briefly, and this is what I was trying to get through with Melissa, and it's so tough because we sit here and I want to give everything to everybody. But that $1 million asked from the YMCA, or the YWCA, is that ever, did you or the business district ever know about this? And what is your thoughts on that? Because that would again increase our mill rate.
No, we were presenting on the proposed budget and the 2.82 and the utility bills. So
Okay.
we did not have knowledge of that.
Okay. Yeah, because it's, like I said, we get all this and then it's tough for us. But the utility rate, so like you said, what you've gotten the feedback from the business community is they don't have a problem in, just a smaller garbage or whatever. Like that's not the concern. They're just trying to find the efficiencies moving forward. Am I correct in understanding that?
That is correct. And if there's places to create small tax relief for them and give them the opportunity to reinvest some of those tax pieces back into their business or education for their staff, I think it's a benefit for everybody.
Absolutely. And I just want to refer to page 13 of our budget, the efficiency. I want you, I don't think that the public knows and is this stressed enough. There was $14.5 million in savings that they found to September the 23rd of 2020, or September 2023. Is that a message that you have been talking about? Has anybody even brought that up? Because I find that gets kind of lost when we were talking, and I bring that up to people, and I'm like, did you read the budget in page 13? They're like, no, we didn't see that. So is that, have you even talked about that, Tony, with anybody?
It was actually brought up, at the mayor's breakfast. She talked about the efficiencies that the city has found. And again, that's another one of those good stories that we need to continue to tell.
And that's it, and I feel that kind of gets lost sometimes, because, I remember the first 3 months that we had a new city manager, we found $2.9 million savings. Never hit the media, nobody knew about it, so I just want to say, we're trying really hard. We really, really are, and I hope the business community understands that, and we feel for them, I feel for them, we all do. It's tough, but I just want to really point out that there's been a lot of efficiencies found. There's a lot of things that we're trying to get straight and get through this year. So.
And we're happy to work with administration and tell that story to our members.
Okay.
Any way that they want to help, whether it's in our newsletters, whether it's on one of our podcasts, we're happy to share that story.
Okay, and we'll discuss that over our lunch on next week.
Sure.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, that's all I have.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Got a little bit confused afterwards. I just want to make sure you and I have the same understanding about the Eastern Pressure Solution. From what I understand, this is a fix for a long-standing problem for the first tank. It brings us up to capacity and only up to capacity. Any expansion of the city kind of hinges on that second tank to make sure we don't induce the problems that we experienced to date. That's the way I've understood it. You kind of explained it differently a moment ago. I was just wondering what your understanding is.
My understanding was that we had to get up to that capacity. Now, maybe I read that wrong, or I thought we had some room to move before we could start the second tank.
Yeah. I think the point of imminent was a little bit obfuscated, and I'm not the expert on it, but that's kind of how the understanding came to me. So I was just wondering why you mentioned it, or if you were in favor of everything, or just how that broke down for real. So.
I think it just shows that the city and administration are looking forward and are expanding and looking for growth.
Totally. You had a little bit of a comment on real as well. I wanted to make sure I understood that. If I understand you correctly, it's a big contributor to our economy. Your membership believes so, and they want us to get it to business and working and above all else and not whittle it away, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Real has a core business that they do really well with concerts, events, conferences, the farm show, and I think they really need to focus on those events, and it's going to continue to drive tourism to Regina. It's going to drive people here for a concert, a football game, all of those pieces. Clint Black is playing in Moose Jaw and not Regina. So we're losing, and that's just one example where we're losing out on people coming to have a meal or a couple of drinks before they go to a concert, maybe stay over, stop at Costco and shop and spark our economy. They're going to be doing that in Moose Jaw, or people from Regina are going to go to Moose Jaw for that concert that could be here. Now, I'm not sure why it's not here. It's in June, but there's opportunity there that I think we're missing out on. That's why a healthy and vibrant Real, focusing on their core business, is going to benefit our entire community.
Appreciate the comments and the clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Findura?
Thank you. You want me to be quick about it, right? Okay. Mr. Plater, good evening. I know it's dark outside already. Quick, you made a quick little comment about base. You're talking about mill rate, you're talking about, you talking to your business, business owner, paying base meaning water usage and all that. Is that something that, is that you going that direction about the utilities paying for water on the base side? Is that?
Yeah. We feel that there's an opportunity for savings on the base piece. They have no problem with the user pay. That's that's how their businesses are run, as you know. But that base, and there's a little bit of a surplus, if I read the budget correctly, and so that's where they're looking for those savings.
And so through Mayor, this has got to do just with the water, not your garbage or.
That's correct.
Just the water, right?
Just the water. Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly, saying that from your business, from the members that you represent, are saying about the base, reduction on the base. Have they been saying that for a while, a couple of years?
No.
Just this year?
Just now, I think, as it came out of the mill rate and into, or the change to the utilities package. I think there's options with the carts, right? So they can either get the big cart or the little cart. So now they're looking for some savings elsewhere. That they, because they can control the amount of water they use, but where is that next little bit of savings that the city council can help them with?
Okay, so that triggered some of that thought about, and you actually seen the new business, your business that you represent, and you recognize what they're paying for water, meaning, correct? Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mayor, I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Tony, I'll thank you very much for presenting today. And just for the record, the Moose Jaw Mosaic Place is asking for $3 million from the city of Moose Jaw. Their budget includes $300,000 to buy concerts from their closest competitor. I wonder who that is.
Oh,
There you go. Thanks very much.
thank you.
Council, I'm going to ask, does anybody have any questions? We have Jenna Schrader's not here with the Provincial Capital Commission. Does any member of council have a question on the Provincial Capital, which was presented at Executive Committee? Does anyone have any questions? Do they want Jenna Ms. Schrader to tune in? No. She was just going to appear virtually if we had questions. And so, no questions? We're good? Okay, no questions. We got one more. We're ready to go? All right. All right, I'd like to call upon Delegation Joanne Havelock. Ms. Havelock, could you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you're calling from? You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time they may have some questions for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Best for last in the case of my presentation. Anyways, my name is Joanne Havelock. I'm representing the Friends of the Regina Public Library, and I'm phoning in from Regina. So I'll begin my presentation. Libraries are learning centers, repositories of knowledge, and one of the few public spaces available to all citizens. The Regina Public Library staff continue their excellent work. New programs and services have been initiated. The RPL board is asking for a 2.27% mill rate increase, more than the anticipated 1.78%. The board says the increase is for salaries and benefits, extra security, and project management and moving costs for their hope for early relocation of Central Library. Adequate pay is definitely needed to ensure attraction and retention of library workers, and security services are needed. However, we are concerned with decisions about Central Library. In addition, more budget details would enable suggestions in other areas such as administration, communications, and technology. We wonder what is not being purchased due to the $81,000 reduction for library materials and the effect on future library services. The disregard for modern or Central Library's heritage evidenced in the RPL's current choice to decommission and eventually demolish it is shocking. Central Library is a designated and protected municipal heritage building and part of the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District. The City of Regina must approach the existing building as a designated heritage asset rather than a tear down. An environmental audit is needed to consider the embodied energy that would be lost by demolition and calculate the carbon costs of new materials for new construction. We continue to question the RPL's $50 million estimate just to keep the doors open. Figures in consultant reports indicate that the large amount seems to be the result of double counting. On May 23, 2023, RPL voted for a temporary relocation because of potential risk to service delivery due to problems with the electrical system, boilers, and roof. The RPL board has had ample time over the last 10 or 20 years to upgrade Central Library. It is not right that issues were allowed to escalate to the point where the board considers it a risk to stay in the building. For the temporary relocation, the RPL budget's taking $4.1 million from its reserves to pay for leasehold improvements, new furniture and shelving, and other costs. A further $741,000 is slated for an automated materials handling project. Overall, these large sums for a temporary move that will disrupt library services do not seem to offer value for public money and should be compared to the costs for fixing the risk factors. We need to hear how film theater showings will be accommodated in the proposed relocation and how the Dunlop Art Gallery will deliver its exhibitions and properly store its art collection. We do welcome the renewal plan for RPL's branches anticipated in the coming year, although as we've said in the past, this planning should have been done prior to or in conjunction with decisions about Central Library. The elimination of the outreach services room, once handily and easily accessible at Central Library's main entrance, takes away from the attention and quiet space that patrons need. We look forward to the upcoming accessibility strategy related to persons with disabilities and to plans to expand services and equipment into many branches. The Prairie History Room's resources and services are recognized beyond Saskatchewan's borders and are not just of value to a small group of passionate users as quoted in the budget document. The stakeholder review of the Prairie History Room should be available for public comment before any changes are made. Counseling and referral by Family Services Regina will help some library patrons, but overall it is critically important that library staff receive training, security services, and other supports for the various emergency situations that arise. Regina needs more welcoming gathering spaces downtown, and we need to address social issues in the wider context. In conclusion, Friends of the Regina Public Library continues to strongly support the library. Further dialogue can only help to increase the benefits of our library, so appreciated by Regina citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you very much, Joanne Havelock. I have a question from Councillor Zakidniak for you.
Thank you. So my
Okay.
question, thanks. So my question is, the concerns described in your submission to us, have you expressed those concerns to the library board? And if not, will you?
Various concerns have been expressed to them. This letter can be forwarded to them in case there's anything that we have missed in our previous presentations. There were a couple of new ideas that came up recently that I'm quite happy to forward this letter to them.
Great. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Joanne Havelock, I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for both presenting virtually here with us, but as well for your written submission, and you may now leave the meeting.
Okay, and thanks, and hope you all have a nice evening.
Thank you. Council, I need a motion to recess. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, Fundura. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you all here.